You still taking them motherfuckers?
You goddamn right I'm still taking them motherfuckers. They make me feel good.
I thought your goddamn hip was cool, man.
Yeah, I got a new one in about 12 years ago, but they still give me these if I say it hurt.
How many you get of them motherfuckers?
About 200.
A month?
A month, yeah, about 200.
You know I know somebody can get them off.
What do you mean, give some money?
You sell them motherfuckers $35 a piece.
Well, call them motherfuckers. I tell them I can get rid of at least 100
I call them up right now. See how you work this motherfucker?
Yeah, they going out.
You work this motherfucker. You work this motherfucker.
Shit, I don't know. I got them using the house for now.
Mm-hmm. Nephew. Yeah. What's going on? Yeah. You know, you still want them. You still want them things. I got a nigga right now. He take all of them. Shit. Say no more. Right now. On the way. There you go. There it is.
Look, this shit feel like Nick Poe had 4 fabric hitting in the rental. Flying down the inner, blowing straight gas out the window. Hoping they'll never chick fender. I'm a big spender. Looking at your bitch like she dinner. You better watch your over eye. Hit a dog food, no kennel. Cut it with the fennel. You hating from the shab, but the money in the middle.
This is 100% natural. Like me. I don't need no additives. Nothing. I can get it up and do it all.
Hold me close.
Rain down on me.
So this how I feel to be a dope boy. Move 1,008 grams on the low boy. Sell high by low, make no noise. 4 downs on 9, better go for it. Man, they say the niggas snitching that with your boy. So faster than the Usain Bolt boy. Nowadays, who cares? They'll go for it. You can snitch, still post it with your homeboy. Look, I'm smart enough to do a fucking Rubik's Cube. Backpack, sweat rap, I can do that too. I got the Airbnb like the Moulin Rouge. I got 3 for every one playing 2 on 2. What is you gonna do? You gonna get up on the ground with your gun telling everybody you gonna shoot. Hey, one time for the dope boy. But don't die, you ain't got shit to show for it. This shit feel like Nick Poe had 4 fabric hitting in the rental. Flying down the inner, blowing straight gas out the window. Hoping they'll never chick fender. I'm a big spender. Looking at your bitch like she dinner. You better watch your over eye. Hit a dog food, no kennel. Cut it with the fennel. You hating from the shab, but the money in the middle. Hold up.
Hey fam, I'm them hear me talking about some get money shit, man. Look, just bringing it to y'all. Try to see what.
Yeah, man. Welcome to another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. It's your boy. Come on. Born Rich in the building, man. Thank y'all for pulling up, man. If y'all want to support that brother's song in that video, man. Yeah, man. Click that link right there. Yeah, leave that brother a comment. Let him know, man. Born Rich sent you. Yeah, show that brother some love. Yeah, man. Tonight we want to get into it, man. I feel like we haven't had the polygamy conversation in a few weeks, so I had to bring it back. You know what I mean? Bring back the polygamy conversation, man. I want to really get into it. Yeah, man. I need y'all to pull up on the panel with me, though, man. I got to cook and shit, man. So I need y'all more than ever today, man. You know what I mean? I need y'all more than ever today, man. Facts on facts, man. I need to get my fucking salmon. Get my salmon in the oven, man. You know what I mean? So I need y'all to pull up, but I do got a video. Hold on, let me find the video. There go my sister. I knew my sister wouldn't leave me up here hanging. What up, Lady D?
I wouldn't have left you. Big up one.
Yeah, man. Thanks, sis. So went back to the drawing board, like I told you, and really been just checking out this polygamy thing. Shout out to the my Muslim brothers and sisters. Learned a lot from them. Shout out to my Israelites, the IS brothers at the ISUPK, learned a lot from them. It's scriptures. So I've come to realize that polygamy is just not this new phenomenon that people are just making up. It's actually in the scriptures, Lady D. And I know you grew up in a household where y'all were big on the Bible and big on the scriptures. So I don't know, it's hard for me to understand why you wouldn't agree with polygamy. But I don't know. I don't know. It's in the scriptures and it's in the Quran. So
Okay, so I never ever once said I don't agree with polygamy. So that's the first misconception that you're trying to put
okay.
out there.
Yeah, okay.
I said
You
I
are
do
with
not support your version of your broke-ass cheap version of polygamy. That's what I said. Yeah.
okay. So for the record, Lady D doesn't mind polygamy. She's up for it with the right plan. Cool. Cool. Now, where's this video at? I was just playing. Where am I at? This one. Yeah, let's see. And you know what's funny though, is I was doing my research. It's more quote unquote African Americans participating in polygamy than I thought. But yeah, let me.
Yeah, it's quite big in the white community. The nomad, is it nomadic? They do it a lot. They have loads of
And
compounds. Yeah.
the Mormon. Is it the
There
Mormon?
we are. That's the name I was looking for. I'm reaching. There we go.
Yeah, the Mormon. Yeah, that's what I need to pull up. I'm happy you said that, Lady D. I need to pull up. Damn, I'm happy you said that. Let me pull that up. Stats. All right, let me get to this video though. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna play this video real quick, fam. Hold on. All right, here we go.
Shalom Alaikum, peace. I am Coach Nadir, one of the co-founders of Outstanding Personal Relationships. And today I'm going to be addressing the question that we get a lot, or at least that I get quite a bit. It comes in different forms. But basically the question goes, you know, as a married man, why would you decide to take another wife? That's usually how the question says, you know. Why did you decide, since you're already married and everything else and you have a family, why would you take another wife? All right, first of all, just need to let you know for some clarity, I didn't take another wife. I don't think we should take or took in anything with wives. All right. I married another woman, which means I was already married, chose to practice polygyny, and did marry another woman. Sometimes that take another wife thing sounds weird. And I think the only time I've ever heard that was when my wife was telling me that the farmer in the Dale, you know, the farmer takes a wife, that, yeah. So it sounds like you take a wife, like where you take her from? She was kidnapped or something. And sadly, that's kind of some of the history in Europe when it comes to like the best man for the job and all that. Where they actually just kidnap women and then make them the wife. So nope, I didn't take another wife, but I do know what you mean. Just having a little fun with you. Basically marrying another woman while already being married or choosing to practice polygyny. Now, just for clarity in terms here, I know that maybe you would consider polygamy to be the same as polygyny. Well, polygyny is just more specified. So here's the thing. Polygamy is the general term. Polygamy means having multiple spouses. Okay, so that can apply to men or women. That's the generic general term. So, but under that umbrella of polygamy is polygyny, which most people discuss. Polygyny is more widely practiced than any other form of polygamy, if you will. And polygyny means a man having multiple wives. And in my case, as a Muslim, we're limited to up to 4 wives at one time. And then there's polyandry. That means a woman having multiple husbands. And then polyamory. Now, polyamory doesn't necessarily have to mean there's involved at all. So, you know, being under the umbrella of polygamy, maybe not, the difference of opinion on that. But polyamory means having multiple lovers. So the male having multiple lovers, the female having multiple lovers, sometimes they share the same lover, all that type of stuff. So that's that category. So just a quick, poly doesn't just mean the same thing. Yeah, poly means many, but we have to be specific. Specificity is important to me. So polygamy, the general term, multiple spouses. Polygyny is what we're talking about today, man having multiple wives. And again, polyandry, meaning a woman having multiple husbands. In polyamory, everybody having multiple lovers for the most part. Okay. So with that being said, why did I choose to practice polygyny? Well, just a little bit of backdrop. I initially got married when I was 19 years old. I was married for 15 years before choosing to practice polygyny. And now, you know, I'm grateful and humble to have been practicing polygyny now for 10 years. So I've been married a total of 25 years to my initial wife, or my first wife, as some people will call. I'm just using first and second, just so you know, incoming or when or whatnot, just for, again, specificity reasons. For 25 years, and then for my second, or the incoming wife, Coach Nyla, for 10 years. So Coach Fatima, 25 years, Coach Nyla for 10 years. So the question, why would a man want to marry more than one wife? That's actually a very good question. And what I mean by that is not the drivers behind it, but many times people relegate it to just sex. They think, oh, well, you know, polygyny or man wanting more than one wife, oh, it's just about sex. He just wants to fulfill his desires. But let me ask you this question. Do you need to be married? Are most people married in a society that are having sex?
Well said, my brother. Well said. Because that's a lot. That's one of the major misnomers about polygamy, is that it's just for sex. So it's some freaky deaky type of sex shit going on. It's threesomes and all of that type of shit. So I'm glad that the brother is clearing up this misconception. I'm going to show y'all different people tonight, but that's one of the common themes that I hear most of the people say is, oh, it's sex. It's just freaky deaky sex. The man wants to be fulfilled. But like, come on, y'all. I'm an example. You can have sex without marriage. So it can't be just for freaky deaky sex. I mean, let me let the brother continue though.
Right. All right. So to just dismiss it or relegate it to something for sex, I mean, think about the first marriage. Do you say when a friend wants to get married, you're like, oh, you just want to have sex with her, huh? Or, oh, you just want to have sex with him, huh? Nah, see how dismissive it can be when you just say that's the same thing. We're talking about a marriage. Marriage, in polygyny in particular, is the only form of poly that's family building. Family building. Okay, so that means you're talking about building a family. Well, in particular, everyone knows who, when children come about, everyone knows who the father is of the child. Again, there's no multiple men and stuff like that going on in polygyny. So one, you know, the father is. Two, the men provide this protection and honor and equality amongst the wives. There's no, you have this hierarchy because you've been here longer, and you have this because you haven't been here, and so on and so forth. They're equal. They're wives, and they're to be treated as such, whether the current country may recognize it or not. This was made lawful far before the inception of certain countries, and most countries on the planet right now. So it's one of the oldest forms of marriage. It's only monogamy we've been knowing for the last few hundred years. Okay, in general, you know, just to be real, monogamy is really to protect the man. It's not really to protect the woman. You might ask, what do you mean monogamy? One man, one woman. It's to protect the man and what he does. So when you look into it, you recognize this whole Greco-Roman structure, this European structure, is about one legal wife. So one legal, meaning this is the only one you have to take care of, and any children that come from that, that's what you're legally responsible for. But monogamy does not prohibit having an unlimited number of concubines, girlfriends, boyfriends, mistresses, jump downs, or whatever you want to call them on the side, which again denigrates women. And biologically speaking, this is not a whole thing about polygyny versus monogamy, because if you know anything about outstanding personal relationships, you know that we are pro-morals. So we support marriage and a nuclear family structure with a man as a husband and a woman as the wife. Okay? We want to make sure morals are practiced. That raises our level of character. That's unquestionable. Really, no matter whose agenda or different people are trying to change that, we believe in a nuclear family. And polygyny just expands that family role, if you will.
Facts. That's facts. I'll stop it right there. Lady D, anything you hear right there anything you hear that you want to reply to?
No, so far you're good. So far I'm listening to him.
Yeah, the brother is you know, hitting the nail on the head, man. You know what I'm saying? I wish some of my Muslim brothers and sisters, maybe they'll catch on and come through later and really get into this, because it's all about structure. It is, like, and Lady D, this is what I've always been saying. The family structure in our community is struggling. It's struggling. And it's going to take multiple solutions. You see what I'm saying? It's a multi-layered onion that it's just layered. So the solutions have to be layered. I'm not saying, you know, polygamy or polygyny is the end all be all till I to help us with our family structure, but it's an option. And I think it should be an option. Now, the reason, like the brother said, the reason that it's not an option or is stigmatized is because we live in the West. You know, we live in countries that says, you know, one woman, one man, and the children. That's just the prototypical nuclear family you're gonna get in the West. But it's 2021, man.
Hmm.
It's 2021. So now it's fucked. The nuclear family is actually fucked right now, you know. So polygamy is something that we should be looking into. It's about, I always call it team building. It's about team building, and it's also about combining your resources. It's period. Because
But
we
would
know
you
that
not say
shit.
that polygamy is something that should be looked into if you're in that way of life? If that's not your way of life, then what's the point of you doing polygamy when it's not what you feel deep down? It's not what you desire deep down. You don't desire to be sharing your husband with other women. You don't desire
Yeah,
to have multiple families under one household. That's not your will.
I got that. I understand that. I understand that. No, but one thing is, I'm gonna say this. uh, I can't really speak for the women, but I think some people would accept it. Maybe it just hasn't been brought to them. Maybe polygamy has never been a option. Now I understand the women who fully understand what polygamy is or polygyny is and say, you know what, that's not me. I can't do it. Cool. That's cool. It's not for everybody. But what I was gonna say, I was ignorant to it, right? Until about 3 or 4 years ago. And then when I heard it, I was like, okay. It's something that we should consider.
Okay, so
Why
Paul,
do
let me
you
ask
think
you
the
this,
most
yeah. Let me ask
successful
you this. Do
country?
you think if we implemented, especially as you know, you say that you know our community, the black so-called community,
Yeah,
has the highest numbers in, I guess, single parenthood in the West anyway, at least as far as you're
yeah,
concerned. Do you
yeah.
think polygamy would be a solution? Because I don't.
I think it could be one of them.
But boom, we're already illegally practicing polygamy if you technically think about it.
Exactly.
Hence why there is so many single parents.
But you know why? Because there's no structure. There's no
Oh,
structure. Everybody's
oh.
running around willy-nilly. This brother right here, he's not talking about running around just, that's what I've been doing in my life. It wasn't structured. I'm just running around with this woman. Okay, I may live with this woman, but then I'm dealing with this woman on the side and I'm bouncing back and forth between two households and it's just all over the place and it's chaotic. When you start getting into up under the banner of organized polygyny, that makes the difference. Like no matter what the solution is, it's going to have to be a sense of accountability, right? We're gonna have to realize what the problem is, be accountable for the problem, and then come up with solutions.
All right. So
And
if we, all right, let me put it to you like this then as a man. I'm talking from a woman's perspective, yeah, and from a woman's mindset, and you're going to respond to me from the man's mindset. So I'm going to argue that we're already practicing polygamy. It ain't working. It's failing. The men are saying, okay, but it will bring structure and all of these things. Well, where's the structure? Because we're practicing it now and we're still seeing no structure.
but we're not. We're practicing. If I don't
But we
understand what you mean
are.
by we're practicing it. What do you mean? We're cheating. What we're doing right
That's
now is
polygamy. When you've got polygamy, you've got multiple households, multiple relationships. I mean, the man can't be in one particular household because it's not practiced in the way that it's supposed to be. So therefore, you've got different households. Children are in different places. Some people are not even in the same counties or states in America side, or in the same boroughs in the UK side as the other families. So they've got to travel back and forth, which means the man is not equally dividing his time, equally dedicating his leadership to each household. Think about it.
and that's why it should be and that's why it should be organized. That's why we should That's why I think we should organize it and then bring those women up under one roof. Bring the women up under one roof, and then you don't have to do all of that traveling and doing all of that. The
That's where your compound comes into play, right?
yeah,
Okay. Well,
maybe,
I'm working with you today. I'm
yeah,
working with you. Yeah.
maybe. But some of the well, I don't know. I listen to some brothers that say they do it separate households. And if that's cool, cool. If that's what works for them brothers, then that's cool. I don't know. I think I would probably want to practice the same household thing, right? Because it's kind of like, I don't know. Somebody asked me this. Well, boy, why don't you just get fucking 3 or 4 roommates? And it's like, yeah, that's a good question. But why instead of roommates, why not have wives and sister wives? And we build our own happy family up under one household. Is team building, right? Let me get to this, Lady D. Hold on. I found this today. Shout out to this, what I found today. Let me stop sharing that. Let me share this one. This one was all right. Because it's growing. I want y'all to know that polygamy is growing over here in the States.
I bet.
5 reasons why Black polygamy is trending today. Now look at them girls. I showed this picture last time. Now look at them sisters. Look how happy they are. Happy wife, happy life.
All I see right in front of my eyes is Carbon Nation. But continue, sir.
Well, see, that's the problem. That's the problem. We got these messed up. We've had some horrible examples, and I got a video for that. I got a video of a horrible example of it. I ain't gonna be biased tonight. I'm gonna show the video of a horrible example, and you know what's crazy is you're gonna get those examples, like Lady D said, without hesitation. She said, "Oh, that's some nature boy shit. Oh, that's some Carbon Nation type shit, man. I ain't messing with that shit." It's like my brother Bo. Shout out to my brother Bo, but my brother Bo will diminish or minimize what people are saying and just dismiss it as hotel babble. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of the same thing when I say, hey, family, I think we should take a deeper look inside of polygamy. And they say, man, I ain't fucking with that nature boy shit. It's like, hold on, like, hold on. You know what I mean? So let me show you this, man. 5 reasons why Black polygamy. All right. Black polygamy has been low-key trending for decades. It's no secret that there's a disproportionate number of Black men in prison in the West. Combine that with the oppressive system of welfare and imbalances and earning power of Black women, you have a recipe for a dysfunctional Black family unit. You know what I mean? These are just the places where it's legal. I think what's this? The blue, like the navy blue, is polygamous marriage is recognized under law. Then you got like the royal blue. That's polygamous marriages recognized under civil law in some regions. I see most of the blues are Africa. Yeah, I know I'm horrible at fucking geography. What's that other dark blue? Is that Asia?
I can't see it born from my end. It's tiny on my phone. Yeah.
What is this?
All right, so hold on. Let me try and figure out where we are at here. Yeah, that'll be like going into... Yeah, that's Asia going up into... What's that place called? Middle East and all them places there. But yeah, we can see.
Yeah.
Go down a bit, but hear me, Bo. See, Botep's on my mind now because we're talking about Botep shit. Botep, big up Botep, brother Bo.
Yeah. So then we got that. Mainly African countries. Hold on, let me see what these is. What is these in America?
Yeah, what's the red?
Red is illegal. Polygamy.
Dingo. Ding 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 ding.
Well, no, yeah, illegal, constitutionally banned. Oh shit. Okay. So yeah, that shit is illegal out here, man. The fuck. Okay. All right, here go 5 reasons, man. Polygamous families move as a unit. It is more economically effective to operate as a unit than an individual. We can agree with that, right, Lady D? That's why I call it team building. We all can agree, right? 2 incomes is better than 1.
Don't try it with the economics check with me. Let's go by. Let's just go by the moral aspect of it first. You try
I
it.
just shut it up.
That's
I'm
when we're
not
gonna do
trying
your
it.
dance.
Well,
When you
y'all
get
let me
to
know in the chat. Maybe let me know in the chat. Am I tripping? We're gonna say we know
you tried it.
two incomes is better than one. Okay, well I'll say this: we know a two-family household, a household with two parents is better than a household with one parent. So a household with 3 or 4 parents, oh, come on, man. Well, imagine that household. You know what I'm saying? Imagine you take somebody like Brother James in the chat. Imagine if he would have been raised with 3 mothers and a father. You see what I'm saying? Imagine what he would be right now.
A man
But
that be able to communicate with women. That was what will happen.
see, you
There
see
we
what
go.
I'm saying? Right. I mean, that's my brother, but we know right now a little awkward when it comes to dealing with the women. But if he would have been raised with more women in the household, he would, you know what I'm saying? He would know how to communicate with them. All right. So we know it's economically effective to operate as a unit than as an individual. The lone single let me get this right. The lone single black mother faces dangerous pitfalls. If she isn't trapped in a system of welfare, then she is trapped in a never-ending cycle of work, childcare costs, bills, and more. Pretty much taking the load off the women. You can take the load off the women if once you have her with her sister wives and all of that.
But wait,
I think,
pause.
all right, okay.
Right. So we're going to speak on Black America right now, yeah, because this is where
Okay.
it's largely practiced, yeah. So if we go by what statistics, now I'm not American, so I don't know what the truth is or isn't. So we're going to go by statistics, yeah. And if statistics have proven that Black women in America make more and earn more than Black men, how is this beneficial to her?
You would have to pull up those statistics. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I'll have
I
to.
hear that narrative. I hear that narrative, but
Yeah, I do.
I
That's
don't
what I said. I
believe
don't know if
that.
it's true or not, but we're gonna work with whatever the statistics say
Yeah,
for
because
America.
I
Because
don't
I'm not
believe that.
American. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe that narrative. I hear that narrative pushed, but to me, that's part of the black girl rock, black girl magic type of shit, man. The statistics cannot say that because in the same breath, I'll hear the women, saying they want equal pay. So you get these feminist groups that are fighting for equal pay. So I don't believe that. I don't believe that women are making more than men. I don't believe that. Not in mass numbers. You think so, EIE? EIE said facts, Lady D. In mass numbers? I don't know about that, EIE. Come on, man. Somebody gotta give me some receipts on that, man. I don't believe that's happening in mass numbers. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Ultimately, she never gets ahead, misses her opportunity to complete her education while she is still young, and is routinely absent from her child's life. Facts. Facts. But if that same woman was a part of an extended family, she would be able to share the burden of raising a child across multiple members of the household. Facts. That's why sister wives are important. It is this shared workload that makes polygamy so appealing. Polygamous families that work and move as a unit while sharing the burdens of everyday life are more effective than the lone wolves out there battling the elements alone. Facts. And I love this is written well because, like I always say, like I tell Lady D, is this will stop. So you have a single mother struggling, bills, childcare, raising the kids, not enough hours in a day. You bring her, you know what I'm saying? While she's out there battling the elements alone, you open your door to the sister and say, look what we have going on here. Look what we got in here. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be all peaches and cream, but if you become a member of this household, you won't have to battle the elements alone. You'll have a team. So well written. So that was number 1. Polygamous families move as a unit. Number 2, polygamy increases the learning opportunities of the family unit. In almost every modern society on the planet, the higher the higher the formal education obtained by members of a household, the more money the household earns. That's a fact. That's a fact. So I would say most people are here. High school graduate making $43,000 a year. That's what most Black people are going to be. You got your anomalies. You know what I'm saying? The majority of Black people are gonna be here. 43 or here. Some college and no degree. The 43,000 a year or 54,000. That's basically where we at with it. Black polygamy opens up more opportunities for the family to complete higher levels of education. Here is how successful families have made it work. In a household of 3 women and 1 man, with 2 members of the family working, the other 2 members attend school, study together, and get their degrees. Once they have finished, they hand their resources off to the other 2 members of the unit to complete their education while tutoring them to reduce the amount of time it takes for them to complete their degrees. That is fire. With 4 advanced degree holders in the household, instead of none in many cases, the earning capacity of a family unit is multiplied exponentially. Now, what do you think about that, Lady D? Yeah, talk to me, Lady D, because that's a fire example. So I get Lady D, and she has 2 sister wives. Lady D can stay home and raise the kids while her 2 sister wives go out and get the degree. Once they go out, get the degree, then in a sense, you guys will kind of switch roles. So they will work a
Wait,
little.
pause. So
Go ahead.
listen to your words. So,
Go ahead.
oh God, this is going to be a work in progress tonight. Pray for me. I think I need alcohol. Right, listen. You're saying I'll have 2 sister wives. I will stay at home.
Well, let's try to do 3 because I may have did the
Okay.
math wrong.
All right,
I
3
did the math
sister
wrong.
wives.
Yeah,
I will
3.
stay at home, right? And the other 2 will go out there. All the other 3 will go out there and okay, so the other 2 will go out there and get jobs. I mean,
Let's say
get the education and all of that stuff up, have a little jobs, have a little life and all of that. Yeah, they'll get there. Then they come back home. So they get these qualifications, get all of these things to switch places with me, sit at home with qualifications while I go and get.
No, that's what I said. So one, all right. So one is probably not going to get the qualifications. All right, let's just say that one of them won't be able to get the qualifications. So it will be 2 will go out, 2 will stay at home. Then those 2 will come back with the degrees, and then Lady D, you can study for your degrees. But you know what's good? You have an in-home tutor. You have a tutor.
So I have no life, and I get to be the one to stay at home with no life.
No, you're gonna go get your degree.
Jesus Christ, help
You're
me.
gonna go get your degree, and now 3 of you guys got the degree. It'll probably be the 4th wife that she'll benefit, right? Because we'll all be making money and she'll live. But yeah, she'll have the job of raising the kids mostly. And then you got to think those kids are eventually gonna grow up. So even if the last wife is just like, okay, I've fucking raised these 3 or 4 kids. You know what I mean? They're 18, they're 19, they're 20, they're moving on with their life.
I've got to stay at home for 18 years doing nothing.
No, not you. No, not you. Not you. No, everything's everything. I'll have my degree. Yeah, I'll have my degree. I'll take online class after the first 2 wives. I'm gonna work, of course. I'm gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Let's just say Born Rich right now. Restaurant is popping. Maybe doing some landscape lawn work on the side. So Born Rich is already gonna be working. But if Born Rich says, okay, restaurant ain't really hitting like that, man, I may want to get a degree. After my first 2 wives, they come back with the degree. Now I have an in-home tutor. So if Lady D's like, yeah, baby, I want to do it, but I may just need a little motivation to go get this degree, then now me and Lady D can work with the other 2 wives and they can tutor both of us. And now me and Lady D go out and get our degrees. That's 4 degrees. And then we still have 1 wife that doesn't have a degree, and it's up to her. If she wants to go get a degree, shit, she can do it because it's already 4 degrees in this house. You got 4 tutors in the house now. No, that's what I think.
All right,
What's
let
going
me give
on,
you the other
Jimmy?
option. All
Go
right,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, lady, what is your position on this though? What you saying? You agree or you don't agree?
I agree with polygamy practiced in the right traditional way. What I'm not going to have is these two bitty hotep fools like Born Rich thinking can hustle black women in the West today with his cheap version of polygamy in order for him to be a kept man at home. We're not
But
doing this.
what's your perfect idea of it? What would you
I don't
accept?
have an ideal. I just have a thing with what each goes for their own. What works for each in their own. But Born Rich is trying to tell us if we don't get on board as black
Would
women,
you
if
ever
we
do
don't
it?
get on, what?
Would you ever be part of one
Nah,
of
not
those?
me, not here, not definitely not here where I'm living.
Anywhere in the world, would you do it?
It depending on the situation and the type of man, because every man has a different way of life and a different lifestyle, innit? So, for instance,
Okay.
if it's in the West Indies and polygamy was practiced, like for instance, if we was in a Rasta compound, it's not practiced in the same way that Born Rich is trying to sell us here in the West today as single black women.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Enlighten us. I don't know how the rosters do polygamy. How does that?
It's completely different. So they have their own little compounds in Rasta Town and all them something there, and the way it's practiced is quite different. And there's bare pitney. I'm talking like 14, 15, 16 kids. We're not talking like 1, 2, 3 kids. Yeah, that you're trying to put in there. So and it's more a case of they have their own school on the compound. They have their own. Everything's basically compound based. It's like a little village, so it's not just about polygamy, it's about the whole village kind of thing. It's everyone's
It's like the Mormons kind of in America.
kind of, yeah. But I don't know how we're supposed to practice this thing here in the West. This is what I'm arguing for the
Well,
West.
we'll take a page from the Mormons, right?
You can't do that in the West, Born. This is the whole
But
argument.
can
But
I
they do
suggest?
it all.
Can I make
They
a
do it all
suggestion?
across Utah. They do it all across Utah right now. It's even if it's legal, and it's not even all the way illegal. They're changing some
No,
laws.
it's legal. It's legal in Utah. That's the only state that polygamy is legal in America.
See, I learned something new. I didn't even know that it was legal in Utah.
See, so
Okay, so I don't know America. I'm not going to play like I do. I don't. But I know if you're trying to implement your way of life here in the UK, like saying to us, like there's basically this is the argument, James. The argument is in the US and the UK, the black community has high numbers of single parenthood, yeah? And his solution to get these numbers down is that we need to be practicing polygamy. My argument is, my argument is, as far as I'm concerned, it's been already practiced and it's failed. We can see all these baby mothers, man's going from different baby mother, different households. Some are not even acknowledging their kids. Why do we need to practice something that we've already got in place and it's not working?
It's not because it's illegal here. So he's saying,
but it's not practiced in the legal way term, but it's still being practiced.
But I think he's saying like, if I didn't have to hide the fact that like I've got 2 girlfriends and I have to hide one from the other or whatever, or if women didn't feel like it was disrespectful for them to be one of 2 girlfriends and I could legally marry both of them to show them that I cared for both of them, then it would be different from me going treat like them just basically being my girlfriends and me running between the 2. I think that's what he would say. So like it's never
I don't
really.
think that is what he's saying. That's not what we're hearing. What I'm hearing as a woman, anyway, from a woman's ears, I'm hearing is Born Rich he didn't even throw up the marriage part hasn't even come into play yet. Born Rich is yet to throw that into the thing. All he's saying is he's taking up these women, calling them his wives. There'll be a main wife, and there'll be the other one to stay at home. My argument is, okay, if we're doing this in the West, women in the West are single women that are running household, got their own income, got their own education. They're doing it single-handedly. What's the benefits to her in the West to doing what he wants her? It's benefiting him. I can see where it benefits him. I'm not seeing how it benefits women in the West.
I think really though, different. Like if I was to put my other cap on, actually, sorry, the question I was going to ask was kind of a trolling question, but I was going to ask, would Born Rich be one of your husbands? Like because obviously we're not talking about polygamy, yeah. So arguably, then, if polygamy was illegal in the UK or the US, you could have Born Rich and 5 black guys.
Poor Rich will definitely not be one of my options. He's a leech. This man is
No.
a hotep hustler.
I
He's
condemn
a
that.
hotep hustler.
I
Man.
condemn that fucking statement. I do. Number one, I'm a great father. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a great father, entrepreneur, a hard worker, and you know what I mean, and an innovator. You know what I'm saying? And I build bridges from America all the way to the UK. Drop the mic.
Across the Atlantic, is it? But cool. So let's be assuming that he's
Rich is
consistent and he
Dr.
says he would.
Umar 2.0. That's what Born Rich is. Let me just put that out there in the atmosphere for everyone to dwell on for now. He's a Dr. Umar 2.0, but we're gonna work with Born Rich tonight.
But I would say though, yeah, like if I'm not really for or against. I doubt I'd ever be able to organize 2 wives, if I'm honest. It's probably more trouble than it's worth for me personally, but maybe I'm indoctrinated by this Western Disney bullshit. But like Jedi says,
Thank you. Thank you, James. That's the problem. We're not familiar with it in the West. So it sounds, that's why when I say polygamy, Lady Divine automatically thinks of Nature Boy.
But this is the thing,
That's
right?
the Dr.
So on
Umar
that topic, though,
2.4.
yeah, let's look at the countries that have moderate success that do legalize it. Most of them legalize it for religious reasons. If we look at, let's say, the Middle Eastern Muslim communities, how let's look at stuff like women's educational achievements, the literacy rate amongst women, their ability to perform normal functions in society. I mean, Saudi Arabia, women were just allowed to drive the other day, right? So you don't actually see that increase in polygamy corresponds to an increase in sort of the education levels of women, right? Actually, you see the opposite. You see that the more likely whenever you do find polygamy, the more likely it is to find women being uneducated, women being subjugated, oppressed, more likely to, for like in the cases of some of the East African countries that practice or allow it for religious reasons, those women are exposed to real like horrific treatment by not necessarily their husbands, but by the communities that endorse it. So actually, like when man try to do this thing where they go, oh, Africa or these other cultures, these non-Western cultures, these non-Western cultures aren't really conducive for what we're talking about, which is educating our children. It's actually the opposite. When you see scenario, and this is mainly polygyny, I might add as well. So these statistics, while they're interesting, I don't necessarily think it's a result of polygamy per se, but it's just a result of the fact that the people that are involved are probably already educated to a high standard. Also, I don't think there's enough conclusive studies to show that over a long period of time, especially in nations like most of these statistics aren't held by people in Utah, right? Don't concern people in Utah. So a lot of these people aren't actually practicing real polygamy because they're not married. So relationships
That's
like what's your man's
point.
name?
Yeah.
So it's, in my opinion, yeah, I think it's like it looks cool, but the real statistic that we have, the best evidence we have is look at all the countries that ban polygamy. Then look at all the countries that legalize it. Most of the countries that legalize it, the conditions aren't great for women, aren't great for children, probably aren't great for men, that great for men either. But the most developed countries in the world, pretty much by and large, criminalize it. So that argument is kind of enough for me to say it's probably not, if you want to improve or if you want to gain social mobility or something, it's probably not best to be in a polygamous relationship. Probably not, but that's just, I don't know. That's what the evidence would suggest.
All right, let me ask you, if Born Rich was to ask you, because I'm a woman, I'm going to come from a woman's mindset, but Born Rich, ask him the question that you would ask us women, which is, what would help dwindle the numbers down in the black community? Your solution is polygamy. Ask a man a question, the same question, and see what his answer is.
Did you ask that to Born Lady?
What you saying?
Yeah, I'm telling him to ask you the question that he's asking us as black women, because we're going to have different answers. So ask him.
Hold on, what are you saying, Lady D? I need to ask James what?
What is the solution for bringing down the numbers of the black community? Because your answer is polygamy. I want to see what his
One of
response has
one
been.
of the solutions. One of the
Okay,
solutions. Yeah, I
one
said
of
it
the
right.
solutions. Yeah.
Yes, mothers. I mean, a lot of solutions. Like I said, we got to take accountability. I don't know, single parent households. It's gonna have to take some accountability on both sides. Of course, I could use the incarceration. I could use that. I could blame the welfare and say, yeah, it's more beneficial for a woman if she wants to get payments from the government to not have a man in her home. I could go that route. But shit, at the end of the day, men and women just are not on the same page right now. It's period. I could even say shit. This feminist, this feminist wave is making the women be
What's that got to do
independent.
with us? Wait. What's that got to do with us?
I'm saying these are the reasons that the numbers are high. So what we can do, what we can start working on to bring the numbers down is take accountability. I can say black men stop going to jail. Black men stop running out on the women. But then I have to hold the ball in the same court and say, okay, women, you got to find you a man that makes you want to say, okay, fuck this low income housing because they won't let my husband live here with me. So I'm gonna have to leave this situation and be with my husband. It's gonna take some work and some accountability from everybody. But I'm saying let's don't just fucking push away polygamy. Polygamy
No,
is
Go on.
we're not. Listen, I
Go
don't think
on.
no one's
Can I-
pushing away polygamy. I think we're arguing the points that you're making for polygamy, and so far, your points you've made over the last 2 months have not been very good, sir. And this is why I keep telling you to revise it. I'm not shutting you
can
down.
I
I'm just
ask you
telling
guys a
you to
question?
revise it. Go on, go on.
You're both parents, yeah. Have you spoke to your children and said to your children that they need to like work twice as hard as white kids?
I probably have. I'm sure I have because that's what I was told. So I find
I
myself
haven't used those words
regurgitating.
exactly, but I've
Yeah,
used a
yeah,
sentiments along that way, in the sense of,
I have.
for instance, my daughter's going into uni in September, and I've let her know.
MashaAllah.
Yeah, man. So I'm letting her know, like, you're gonna have it, especially in the field you're going into. Obviously, she wants to go into the policing part of it. I've let
Whoa.
her know you're gonna have it harder. You're gonna have it tougher. You're gonna have more barriers against you. Your only defeat is yourself. Don't let no one stop you. So that's what I've told her. So in the same sentiments, yeah, kinda.
Now, real quick, Jimmy, why are you asking that question? I know you don't ask a question without a point behind it. So why are you asking that question?
So the question was going to be, Lady kind of touched on it. What does that mean though? Like, what? So what is twice as hard look like? Like, what are the results of twice
Right,
as hard? What do they
right.
look
So
like?
for her, she's got her first thing is her complexion.
Yeah.
You cannot walk out your door. My daughter's not light. She's not light skinned. She can't be passed off as mixed race or, any of that stuff. She's a whole black, dark melanated girl with nappy hair. We're gonna put that out there. And she's not gonna start on the same level playing field. Well, I've not told her in those words, but this is what subconsciously I'm letting her know. You're not gonna have the same equal playing field, the same equal biases towards you. So you're gonna have to put in that extra work. You're gonna have to prove yourself.
That's
And
it.
only one that's gonna stop her is her, innit? Don't let all this uni stuff and when they come in their freshers month. Well, it's freshers week, but we in the UK it's freshers month. Fuck it. Yeah. Don't get distracted. Don't get too carried away. Make sure you stay focused in that sense. Like you're not gonna have the same, oh, I'll make her slide here. I'll make that slide here. Nah, you're gonna have to earn that shit. So get ready.
I think the thing is, Jimmy, if whether you believe it or not, it's gonna be the white privilege. So I guess when people are saying, "Hey, you got to work twice as hard," that's just basically saying you don't have white privilege. In a nutshell, you don't. Whether you believe in
No,
It,
white
it
no.
depends on how you give it to
I
your
want to know
children.
what I'm asking is, what do you? So like a child can work
privilege.
twice as hard for a specific like to a specific end or for a specific goal. I'm saying like what lets you know in your mind, yes, my child has worked twice as hard. Like what do they achieve? What do they get that makes you know that advice didn't fall on deaf ears? That's what you know what I mean?
I
What's
told her from
what's the achievement?
from high school when she was doing her O levels. I let her know from even then, like the fact that you're in the statistic of in a single parent household, as they will put it down as, they'll put it down as you're in a deprived area. They'll have all those things ready. You're not even supposed to even pass your O levels, much less, you're not in the statistics. According to the last report we got in March, you're not even supposed to be on that. So the fact that you even came through with how many O levels and how many GCSEs, I'm proud of you that far. Now, when it comes to uni, you're gonna have to double it down. So all this strategy, you can't let pandemic be your excuse as to why you can't do your work and submit we don't want to hear none of that. Get knuckled down and all that. So she had to put in that work. There was no hanging on street corners. There was no, oh, I'll use this as an excuse of the pandemic and I can't get to classes and I can't log in online. We're not having none of that. So I made sure I stuck it on mine, like, you have to earn it. You can't rely on nobody else. Your friends can't carry you in that sense. Yeah.
I'll tell you why I say that, right?
Yeah.
Because black, so you hear this statistic bandied about a lot, right? Which is black boys are doing better than white working class boys. You hear that all the time, innit? Educationally, academically, yes.
Until a certain point, yeah. I think it's till high school, then they drop.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it is. I think it's just a holistic, like a all-encompassing thing, because obviously working class youths aren't likely to go to university, or are less likely to. But you may be right, but that's not really the point I'm making there. The reason I say that's important is because they never seem to do a specific like for like comparison. They never say black working class boys are doing work, because like evidently it's like, probably if you find the working class amongst the black community, they would probably be doing worse than the working class amongst the white community. But they're very clever in comparing the entirety of the black community to young black boys in education to white working class boys, right? And the point being, yeah, is white working class boys amongst white people aren't expected to reach the same sort of educational heights or achieve the same things educationally as white people from the middle class and the upper class. Just goes without saying, that they're the working class. They're most likely going to be sort of funneled into that conveyor belt, working or whatever else. But when you look at black people, generally speaking, a greater proportion of black people would fall into the working class category, right? A greater percentage. So if you were to really do a like for like comparison, you'd say something like, well, black working class boys are doing far worse than white working class boys. And black working class boys make up a larger percentage of black boys than white working class boys do of white people. Yeah, you following me here?
I'm with you so far. I didn't know this though. Okay.
Well, it's obvious, right? Like black people, black households on average make far less than white households. So black people, a larger majority of black people would fall under the fall into the category of working class, isn't it? So there's a higher percentage of black working class than there is of white working class, isn't it? Because white people generally, on average, earn more than black people do.
And there's more of them. Let's put that into the number.
But I'm saying percentages wise. I'm not even talking about gross number. I'm saying percentages wise. So I'm saying all that to say, the real thing to improve single parent households, or be it whatever issues you believe in the black community, right, is that the black community receives education, receives a requisite education, and what I'll try to point to you is the white people seem to identify that problem, and they're very eager to remedy that problem. They say, "Oh, white working class boys aren't doing well in academically. We must fix this problem. This is a big problem. This is going to have a great impact on our future and on the future of this nation." They see this as a very important problem, right? But they diminish it for black people because they say, "Oh, well, black people, you're doing better than the white working class boys. White working class boys are the real victims here." When you actually take a look at it, you think of the total number of black boys, the black working class boys make up a greater percentage than white working class boys, right? So all of the upper class, middle class black boys contribute to the statistic to make it look like black people, black boys and black working class boys are doing better than white working class boys. The actual reality is black working class boys are doing far worse than white working class boys, far worse, right? and there's a greater proportion of them. But it doesn't seem to be the sole focus of black people in the same way it is of white people. And I'm talking about the white middle class, the white upper class, parliament, the aristocrats. They seem to notice that even these people that they probably don't like and they detest, the white working class, they still seem to identify that it's a problem that these lot aren't reaching a certain educational standard. But we've seemed to drop the ball when it comes to black people. We seem to not understand how important it is, like, or how important whoever we believe is doing better than us sees it as. Then look at every successful migrant community in this country. What do they prioritize? What's the most important thing to them? Be it Asians, whomever, East Asians, Southern Asians, education. Look at all the groups that are doing poorly, be it the Eastern Europeans, the Romanians, Albanians, whomever else. Guess where they're failing at? Education. So I think more than saying stuff like, you know, polygamy, single parents, we're going to cure it, but it's always going to be education. The smarter somebody is, the less likely they are to make mistakes. The less mistakes they make, the less bad positions they get into. And it's
I
simple.
actually second that for
Yeah.
once. I actually agree with that. I got
I
no
definitely
argument.
agree with that, and I think we can definitely do that more if we have a strong family unit, and that's what polygamy. That's what polygamy
Do you know what?
creates.
Mute yourself. Just how do we
No,
kick the how
polygamy
do we get the
creates
host of the
a
show
strong
off the show?
family
How do we
unit.
kick him off?
Now listen. Now, if you're in a household with just a single parent household and you're emphasizing education, cool. But now if we're 8 deep in this same house and we're preaching education, it's only gonna do the family justice. It's only gonna be good for the family. So I mean, I'm saying we can emphasize
Well,
whatever.
why don't you just come out and say that you want to have multiple women to sleep with, and we will accept that. But don't come under the guise of
I'm not
polygamy.
tripping on that, Lady D. I can
Oh
like,
man.
I can do that. I can do that, but it's unorganized. So it's unorganized. Just sleeping with multiple women. Come on, man. That's easy. But it's not, it's unorganized. I want to organize it in a way to where we can really be beneficial. Because shit, Lady D, we tried everything else, man. We tried everything else.
I'm still sticking on education is our only way out of the struggle. That's what I'm on. Polygamy is not beneficial in any way, shape, or form because
And
even if you
education gets us what? More money, more capital.
education gives you like listen, education will give you the knowledge and the strength you need to do for yourself and your family and your friends. Also, you pass that down to your children and it helps you economically build up your community. What the hell?
I love it.
I'm born. I can't lie. Yeah, I can't lie, but like, this from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong there, but a very successful man is in pole position to have multiple wives, isn't it? It's
I
it's
believe
it's,
Do you
it's
know what? Mute
less
yourself too,
likely.
James. Mute yourself too,
I
please.
believe that
Please.
a high value
No,
man.
no, no. What I'm saying is, so it's less likely that each of the women he marries are in their own right going to be very successful. They're less likely to marry the person because they're with a certain level of independence and a certain level of success and education a woman possesses. She's less likely to settle. If anything, if polygamy was legal, she would be more likely to have multiple husbands if she reached a certain level of education, right? And a certain success level. The problem is when you're talking about, like, let's say like power couples or people that are like financially stable households. The greatest number of financially stable households are here in the developed world. Guess what? They're not polygamous. They're monogamous relationships, right? That's the greatest number of stable, two educated parents, whatever. So when Lady D says something like the education, if we're being honest, it's far less likely you're going to find multiple educated, successful, wealthy wives that have the ability to teach multiple, like, groups of children, whatever. It's more likely that in a stable, monogamous, successful relationship where these people treat each other as partners, that they're going to have the ability to educate, they're going to have the stability to take care of these children. It's far more likely. I haven't done the study or the research. I'm saying it's probably more likely.
Yeah, I hear that. Samaroon, pull up, man. Let's get the Islamic, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the Islamic family, man. They know how to do it. They doing it right. It's organized polygyny. when it comes to our Muslim brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
It ain't none of this nature boy type shit.
I don't know how Muslims practice it, so I would love to hear from a Muslim on how it's
Yeah,
practiced
that's
in
why
Islamic. Yeah.
that's why FGM is highest in Samarin's community, and that's why literacy rates is almost
Let's don't do that.
Sakes.
Come on,
that's why the literacy rate is
man. Don't
almost
do that,
at
man.
the
Don't do
floor.
that. Don't
That's
do
a
that.
violation
Because you know the
right
brother.
there.
No, James, don't do that, man. Because I want if the brother come on, you know, Samaroon, my brother, man. And if
I'm gonna jump off
I
in a
wanna
sec.
have
Don't watch that, man.
yeah, I want, but I know if Samaroon come on, I want Samaroon to have a great conversation, and you know he can. If you say some shit like that, he's gonna come on here firing shots, and we're not gonna be able to get Samaroon.
Bro, can I ask you a question? Yeah. Can I ask you a question? We're all grown. Well, Lady D's a woman, but me, you, and Samarin are all. I like Samarin. He's a funny guy. We're all grown ass men. Did what I say is what I said a lie? It's a fact. Why have we got to be so sensitive?
Well, I'm
It's
not
a
gonna
fact that-
take a side here, but that argument was presented a few times on the G block, and I'm not gonna lie, it is really
Right.
bad. Spawn. It's
It's a fact,
bad.
bro. Women in the Muslim world are oppressed, and mistreated.
No, I'm saying this. It's like when James does that. He knows what to say to get people going. James know if he comes and say, "Hey, Born Rich, you know you guys are 13% of the population, but commit over 65% of the crimes," then it's like, okay, James, you know that's gonna get me going. So it's you know what I'm saying. FGM, we say nothing about FGM. We're talking about polygamy.
No, but hold on.
Black community.
But Born, firstly, you've heard me argue against the 65-13, but like I'm the one who pulls up the exoneration statistics all the time. You know my stats already. Yeah.
Right.
I don't make. No. I'm saying I know you're using an example. I'm saying, but I don't make bullshit arguments. We know for a fact, we've done this many times, that women in the Islamic world are some of the most oppressed women in the world. In Saudi Arabia, the country that practices the closest form of pure Sharia, or what people argue is the Salafi Sharia, they just let women drive the other day, man. Like, let's not be silly here, bro. It's not there ain't no, you know what I mean? Like, so I think it's bad. I think that was a bad thing to say, in my opinion. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Basically, from what I'm understanding, that the women that are there, I can't speak on their behalf or nothing, but from what I understand, they suffer greatly. Like, they have practices on them that are done. They don't have rights, much less as women, let alone barely human. So it's not even like a funny thing or whatever. It's really bad. We're really taking it seriously. Like, they don't.
All right. Well, we're gonna see.
Power.
I hear you. Let's share the screen. You know what I'm saying? I think we're all just kind of talking. We're talking. So let's just see. Let's see something. Oh yeah, I want to stop this. Hold on. I'll come back to that. That's still a good ass argument. I mean, a good article.
No, it is a good conversation to have as well. And I want Samaroon or what's his name, Asketi, one of them to jump on and think, because I'm speaking from a woman that's here in the West that have people in the Caribbean. I don't know the experience of women in the Islamic world, but from what I do understand, they are very much deprived. And if that's wrong, come and argue.
If you want to know, Google a woman. I think you may know Ayan Hirsi Ali. Do you know who that is, Lady D?
No idea. No.
She's a staunch atheist, and she's an apostate from Islam, and she's like a public speaker, and she's a critic of Islam, obviously, but she's a Somali woman who was obviously raised in Somalia and I think moved to the Netherlands, and she speaks out about the oppressive treatment of women in Islamic countries. So, yeah, so she's interesting to listen to, but she's a really smart lady still. Can't even lie, she's a beast.
Yeah, I might have to check her out. Or Born, if you can pull her up and we check out a bit of what she's got to say about the women's oppression.
Yo, we kick this guy out, man. And he talks about this nonsense all the time, man. Wallahi, he'll be like straight lies, man. Kick this raw meat. I'm hot a dog out, man.
Yeah, okay,
he doesn't speak about it. Look, he brings up FGM, but he doesn't say anything about what goes on in Ethiopia, man.
Yeah, hold on, Samuel. I got you. I got a video for you. Hit the mute. Y'all mute up. I got a video for
but the thing is, look, this guy, look, he has an obsession. He speaks about these lies, man. This guy, he praises the Western world.
Yeah, I know, Samuel, but look, let's let the video. The video gonna speak for Islam. Let's go.
No, it's not speaking for anything, man. This guy, there's a reason why somebody picked this video to tell lies, man. That's the thing.
Big up,
big up.
Samarin. Big up.
Hey,
Come and defend
Samarin,
your
This is
thing,
no
Samarin.
disrespect.
Samarin, come and
big up.
defend your thing.
No, that's the thing. That's the reason why he found this video, this specific video.
I didn't
To
find the
spread
video in
lies.
my
That's the
video,
thing.
bro.
Just to spread his propaganda. That's the thing.
Hey,
There's no truth in this.
Samarin, honestly, it's not my video. I swear to God,
Not
bro.
one
It's not
bit of truth in this.
Yeah, nah, this
I-
ain't the
I
video.
don't care
This
who
is
video
in my
this is
video,
one I
bro.
found. Yo, fam, y'all hit the mute button. It's a video I found. I want to play it. Let's go, man.
Big up Samarin, fam.
Go ahead.
Does Islamic law oppress women? Myth number 5. Islam calls for Muslim men to oppress women with polygamy. The verse most cited to justify this myth is, again, taken out of both historical and literary context. They say it reads, "Marry women of your choice, 2 or 3 or 4. But there are a couple of problems with this reading. 1. Polygamy, or more accurately, polygyny, is a practice that was already prevalent in pre-Islamic Arabia. This verse was restricting and regulating that pre-Islamic practice from limitless wives to a max of 4. 2. This is only a tiny part of a single verse. Here's what's missing. The beginning. "And if you fear that you will not deal justly with the orphans, then marry women of your choice." It was customary in pre-Islamic Arabia for male guardians to marry orphans in their custody with no regard for them. This verse put an end to the practice and ensured the protection of orphan girls at risk of abuse. And here's the end of the verse. "But if you fear that you shall not be able to deal with them justly, then only one, or that which your right hands possess, that will be more suitable to prevent you from doing injustice." This verse commands men to deal with their wives justly. And then verse 129 in the same chapter reveals that men will never be able to be equal between wives, even if they strive to do so. The objectives of this misconstrued verse are clear. 1. Ensure fairness and protection for women. And 2. Regulate the practice of polygyny by removing the potential avenues of abuse to ensure justice for women in the historical context they lived in. If that intent for fairness is not met, then Islamic law discourages or prohibits polygyny entirely. Still, images of angry, polygamous Middle Eastern men have long been a stereotyped trope used to demean Islam. But do they hold any truth? Let's look at some statistics. Polygamy is actually not exclusive to Islam or even a predominantly Muslim practice. One study found that only 5.7% of India's Muslims were polygamous compared to 15.25% of Adivasis. Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains also all had higher polygamy rates than Muslims. What do Uganda, Zambia, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Congo, Iran, and Jordan have in common? Polygamy is legal in these countries. But the predominantly Christian nations practice polygamy at significantly higher rates than the predominantly Muslim countries, like 31.9% of the Republic of Congo compared to 3.8% of Jordan and less than 1% of Iran. And although polygamy is not legal in the US, a 2014 study found that we have 9.8 million people in polyamorous relationships. In certain regions of sub-Saharan Africa, the predominance of polygyny has actually been linked to the historical transatlantic slave trade. Polygyny is a practice that predates Islam. It's not strongly associated with any religion, but it varies geographically and historically based on culture. So, Islam did not introduce polygyny, but it did restrict it, with noble goals in order to ensure fair treatment of women.
Talk to him, Samaro.
Wait, so
Well,
Christianity practice, hold on,
that's
Christians
not.
practice
I did not
polygamy
think it was
more.
they was gonna bring the facts. It's good. It's good. I thought it was something else at first, man. No, but the
Big up
thing is,
Samurai.
James, why
But hold
you
on,
bring up
did that video
James?
just prove that Christians in those countries practice polygamy more than
No,
Muslims?
Christians
That's
have
what I
always
saw, right?
practiced polygamy. That's the thing.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, it was
No,
saying that.
I don't think Christianity. I don't think
but
Christianity is
James, I
racist.
ask you
I guess
something.
some
You keep
types.
you
Okay. Go on, bro. Go on.
okay. So you saying polygamy doesn't exist in Ethiopia?
Who the fuck said that?
Okay, let's be honest here, man.
Okay, what's the point?
It exists everywhere, Samaroon. Every country you can find it's
It's not
somebody
legal. I
is
don't think it's
practicing it.
legal
Yeah,
there.
no,
So
but
Hold on,
the
wait,
funny thing is,
hold on.
this guy he
Firstly,
doesn't want to answer.
hold on. 1 second, Sammy, 1 sec. So firstly, I don't know why you always bring up Ethiopia with me. Like, I give a shit either way. But I'm not sure it is legal there. I know it's they're recognized in Somalia.
No,
I don't think
it's
it's
widely
recognized.
practiced in Ethiopia. Believe me.
I'm saying I don't. All right, let's just Google it. Fuck it. Let's stop chatting shit. Let's find out. Maybe you're right.
Man, going straight
By
to
the
is
way,
it
so just to be clear.
My
Samaroon? Do
mom's
you know
from
if it's
Ethiopia,
practice
man. What are you talking
Samaroon?
about?
Samaroon, do you know if it's practiced
Now the funny thing
All right,
is,
polygamy
hold on.
in
All right,
Ethiopia?
hold on.
Hold
I
on, let
got
me
you.
just
I got
ask
you.
1 second,
y'all
James.
let
Let me
the
just ask
sister,
Samaroon a question.
let the sister come through, y'all.
Thank you. I just want to ask Samaroon, do you know if polygamy is practiced correctly in Ethiopia? Do you know?
But I can
I
tell
don't
you,
know if
lady,
it's
yeah,
practiced
you don't know shit.
correctly. No,
You don't. Yeah,
I
don't worry,
doubt, but
Sammy.
like Islam is going to Ethiopia, so
Yeah, Sammy, don't worry. I got
in
your
a
back,
sense,
bro.
I don't know.
So,
It might start to be practiced correctly.
all right, yeah.
Over time,
The honest answer is I don't know. Yeah, and I can tell you now. So countries that recognize polygamous marriages, I apologize. One of them is Somalia, amongst many. Algeria, Cameroon, Chad, Central African Republic,
yeah,
Republic
of
of
course.
Congo, Djibouti, Egypt. A lot of these countries
James.
are.
But I
Wait,
want to
hold on,
ask you.
brother,
Look,
brother,
you
please.
kept you
And
look.
brother, can
I want to ask
you
you
relax
something.
1 second? Can I
Okay,
finish what
can
I'm
I
saying?
speak?
Can I finish? Is that okay?
Okay,
Thank you, bro.
okay.
Thank you.
You
Can I
brought
finish
up
what I'm saying?
Somalia. You brought up this
All
country.
right,
I
can I
get that.
finish what I'm saying,
But
brother?
you
Please, do
brought
you
up
mind?
something. You brought up a point earlier.
Do you
I
mind if I
want to
just
discuss
finish
that.
my sentence though, and then you can speak at length? Yeah, thanks, bro. So
All right, go
a
ahead.
lot of Muslim countries. Okay, cool, bro. A lot of Muslim countries in this list. I could list them all, but a lot of them, at least 50%, is Muslim. So now let's look at countries that only recognize polygamous marriages for Muslims. They all seem to be Asian: India, Malaysia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Lebanon. Then it goes to countries that do not recognize polygamous marriages. In Africa, it's Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Seychelles, and Tunisia. So apparently, in Ethiopia, you wanted to bring it up. I don't actually care either way, but apparently they don't recognize polygamous relationships.
What they do. What you're reading is nonsense, man.
All
And
right.
the
So
funny thing is that
can you find the
you're
source,
going
bro?
straight to Google. Is that your only source? Huh?
So
Have
who
you
should
been to
I ask?
Ethiopia? Have you been to
I know.
Ethiopia?
No, I haven't been there. No.
I didn't shut your mouth. That's the thing. No,
Well,
but
why did you
look,
bring
let me
it up? I
speak.
didn't
Okay,
bring it up.
let me speak. Okay, you brought up FGM, right? When did FGM start? Tell me. Well, where did it come from?
It started on the
Don't tell
first
me
day.
The funny
Ethiopia.
thing is,
Please do not tell me
you love to bring this
Ethiopia,
up to try to
Samaroon.
slander the
I
Somali
guess he's
people.
gonna say.
But I want
I
you to
guess you're
tell
gonna
me
say
now, where
Please
Egypt
did
or
don't
it
say
come
somewhere.
from?
Ethiopia.
Are you gonna say Egypt or somewhere? Egypt, maybe. I'm guessing. It's a
No,
guess.
tell me. No, it's an ancient practice, but tell me, where did it come from?
Egypt? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Somalia? I don't know.
Why don't you want to go? Why don't you want to go check? Go check.
Oh, okay. It's really late.
And you know, it's not called FGM. You know
It
that,
ain't
right?
late now. Nah, don't get sleepy
It's
now.
female
Don't get
circumcision.
Can
sleepy
I
now.
ask? Can I ask?
it
But
says,
Samaroon,
hold
let me
on.
ask you a question. What are
Lady
your
D, I got
thoughts
the
on?
answer.
Hold on, James. Let me just ask Samaroon.
I mean,
What
you
is
can
your
ask me a
thoughts
question.
on? 1 second, James, please. Samaroon,
But
what
hold on,
is your
Lady D, can
thoughts
I
on
ask you a question and then you
FGM?
It's
go?
a,
Hold on,
Lady,
hold
no,
on.
I know, wait. Hold on
okay, let me
1 second.
speak.
1 second, I
It's a
beg you, yeah?
Quranic. It's a
Yeah,
Quranic
I beg
before we
verse.
you.
get
You know what
into
I
a
mean?
debate on FGM,
No,
I
I'm
just want
not
to ask
debating nothing,
Samaroon.
Lady D.
Wait,
No,
Lady D,
he
please.
said he's the one
James, you're
that
not
brought
letting
it
me
up.
speak.
Can you
He
show
said
me
he
some
always
respect, please?
brings it
Man,
up.
just hold on.
He's
Man,
a
just made me
dog.
go
Oh,
and
mate, I'm
Google.
going on mute.
Man, just hold on.
No,
Just show some respect,
speak,
please,
Lady
guys,
D.
yeah?
What is this
Man
guy
made me
want
go.
to ask?
All right, brother, just relax, man. You made me go Google because you asked me a question. I found the answer. Let me answer, and then Lady D can ask you whatever she wants. The answer is ancient Egypt. That's what Google says, like you asked me to. So now, Lady D, ask me your question. I was right,
Okay,
by the way.
so
I was right
why do you always bring up somebody then? Tell me.
Because ancient
Well, then
Egypt,
you try to correlate it with
because
Islam.
ancient
Because
Egypt was in the
the funny
past.
thing is, no, but look, you make a connection with Islam, right? Let's be honest. You try to make a connection with Islam in Somalia, right?
Answer Lady D's question, and then you can say what you want to me. Lady D,
This is what
sorry.
I wanted to, before we even get into all those semantics on questions and what was being implied in that. I just wanted to know, before Samaroon even gets under any fire, so Samaroon, what is your personal view on FGM and polygamy? Before you debate
Well, me
James.
personally, I think there's like it's like having more than one wife is a natural inclination of any male. And I believe there's blessings in it because you can increase your tribe, you can increase your lineage, you can increase, like, you can have more children. And the thing is, a male can impregnate more than one woman in one night.
Agreed.
But
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
It's
so
in our
far.
nature. It's in our nature
Yeah,
to
I agree. I'm not gonna argue that down. I can see the benefits of it. So I get that's the point I'm supporting, yeah. I guess I'm shutting down Born Rich's version of polygamy. That's what I'm up here to defend. Yeah, his Hotep hustling
Well, I
version.
don't
Yeah.
understand how you doing that.
Born,
I don't
Born.
understand how you doing that. Hold on, James. She addressed me. I don't understand how you doing that when I'm taking on the Islamic way of polygamy. I'm just not a Muslim. But one day,
Oh, so
hopefully.
what happened is you went to the Muslims, you went and studied them, learnt from them, and now try to implement it into your Hotep hustling way, and now try and sell it to us black women. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I just
I'd
went
rather
back.
learn from. Let me tell you something. I'd rather learn from flipping Samaroon than you. Period. Like, you're a Hotep hustler, innit? Samaroon, talk to me. Yeah, forget him. Yeah, he's out of here.
no, big old Born Rich, right?
Yeah, thank you, Samaroon. Because I gotta study. If I want to practice it, I gotta study where it works. You know what I'm saying? Even Utah. I even got some studies I need to do on the Mormon people in Utah because it's obviously working for those people. So I'm still trying to put it together. It's probably just gonna be a mix up bag of polygamy, but we're
Right,
gonna
so
figure. We're
hold
gonna
on.
get it right.
Before we go any further, though, Bourne, we have to clear up something because it was implied that polygamy and FGM are mixed together. So, Samaroon, would you agree that when it comes to polygamy, then you're going to find that the women that are, especially
It's two
in those
completely different
countries that
things.
James
That's what I'm
the
saying.
women in those, listen, Samaroon, to understand the full question, yeah, the women in those countries do tend to go through oppression and sufferation, even maybe FGM. Would you accept that?
No, I don't accept it. And then what do you mean? But like, what do you mean by oppression? That's what I don't understand.
Like,
There's
they
a
don't
few
really
that
have a
going just
mouthpiece.
Hold
They
on,
don't
wait,
really
false
have a
propaganda.
Lady D, is FGM oppression though, Samarin? Like, do you
Well, it is
believe
if
it's
the
oppression?
woman does not want it and it's
No,
been
hold on, wait,
imposed
but
upon her
I'm not
body.
asking you. I'm not asking you.
Oh,
I'm saying, Samarin, do you believe? And don't get triggered. I'm just like, it's a serious question. Do you believe it's oppression?
Okay, me personally, like, it's honestly it's up to the female because it's considered as female circumcision. It's cutting off the extra skin, like on the female vagina. Know what I mean? And then in some cases, some people say it's better for the female as far as like sexual intercourse because like, there's easier access to the clitoris. Know what I mean? So in some sense, it's better for some females. But then
No, but
even
hold on,
like,
hold on.
okay,
But
yeah,
if for something, but some FGM is completely removal of that. So let's just say,
yeah,
can
but
we
that,
agree that
that
some
the thing
FGM?
is
Hold
that
on,
yeah, but the
brother,
thing
brother.
is that's
Can we
forbidden
just
in
agree that some
Islam.
FGM is oppression? Can we just agree that quickly, like, so we don't even
Yeah,
waste time arguing?
some is, yeah, I agree, yeah, I
Okay,
agree, yeah.
cool. All right, cool. Yeah, we're moving forward. So then, in those cases, what Lady D saying is right, then, isn't it? Like in those cases, in
No, yeah,
places where
but the thing is to try to correlate it with Islam because the Prophet said, "Do not go
no
extreme."
one's doing that. I swear, no one's doing that. No one said that. I'm
When
not
you
saying
do
that.
things
I'm not
like
saying
that,
it's
that
Islamic.
means it's forbidden in Islam to do anything like that.
yeah, I never
No,
implied
but
that
why
either.
do you try to correlate it with Islam? That's the thing.
No,
I
I'm
didn't.
saying that
I
the
didn't.
reality is this is what happened, yeah, why that got brought up. Man like Born Rich said, big up my Muslim brothers or something like that, how they practice it. But he'd also said earlier in the evening that one of the benefits of polygamous or polygynous relationships is
Bro,
that there
what does
is greater
polygamy?
education.
What does
Hold
polygamy
on, I'm
have to do
trying to
with
tell you, bro.
FGM? That's
Don't
the
ask the
thing.
question. But I'm trying to answer it right now. So because he
You're
said that
not
earlier,
answering
he said,
anything. You're just breaking it up.
I'm trying
What does
to.
FGM have to do with polygamy?
I'm
We're
trying
discussing
to, like,
polygamy, man.
You're literally answering the question. You're asking the question. I'm literally answering. So just wait for 1 second. Be patient. Yeah. So earlier on, Born Rich said, "Big up my Muslim brothers." And prior to that, he said that one of the benefits of polygamy is the fact that there's greater education. There's more women in the house, and they'll be able to educate the children. And the point I made is that, be it literacy rates, whatever educational achievements, women having careers, being professionals, is far less in Middle Eastern countries, Islamic countries. Literacy rate for women, educational achievements, women having careers are far less. And on top of
Okay,
that, I said
I want to
it's
ask you
also
one thing.
oppressive. I know.
As
I said
far
it's
as the
also
society and
oppressive.
what's
I know.
going on,
Okay. Yeah.
are those countries going through war? Yes or no?
Some of them are.
What do you mean, some?
Yeah, yeah. So we know the
Like
literacy,
Pakistan isn't going for a war right now, is it?
but it's been demolished by war. It's
What,
been
Pakistan?
ravaged. That country has been ravaged.
What, Pakistan?
Yeah, by different
That's what I'm telling this guy. Look, if there was
I don't
peace
know
right
about that.
now,
I don't know about
polygamy
that,
is
man. I
practiced,
don't know. That's
it'd be the most
like the
beneficial
the
thing to
last war
any
that
nation.
Pakistan,
So,
but
so
a
what are
lot
you
like aside.
what are you trying to say?
Okay. I mean, the last war that Pakistan actively engaged in was an offensive war, in it, against East Pakistan or Bangladesh, and the Bangladeshi revolution. That was because of the way they were being subjected, and what they were being subjected to and oppressed by Pakistan. So I don't know about that. But that's a random. That's just a number out of a hat. But regardless, bro, the point
Okay,
remains, isn't it?
no,
Women are
James,
oppressed
I
in
want
Islamic
to
nations
ask you one
more than
question.
the developed world, bro. It's
Look,
just
but
a fact.
James, I want to ask you one question.
That's not a
You
fact,
brought up a
James.
point earlier.
Like, but Born,
No,
you know what
I
it is,
want to
yeah?
say
You know
one
what it is,
thing. I
yeah?
want to ask
Hold on, wait,
James one question.
Cameron, can I say one thing to
Well,
Born
yeah,
really quick?
can I
You go.
speak, man?
All right,
This
go
guy
on, go
just
on.
keeps speaking, man. Okay, you could, like, you brought up the Western nations. I guess the Western world as some
Mm,
kind of example earlier, right? And you said
mm.
there's these nations. I guess they're in better situations. But I'm gonna ask you one thing. As far as homosexuality, LGBT, transgenderism, like that, and this kind of propaganda, is it being propagated more in these nations? So do you consider that success?
I don't understand the question. Explain it to me. What do you mean? Do I consider it successful?
I said, do you consider you said you consider that success? Know what I mean?
Do I consider the promotion of LGBT successful?
Yeah, and no, in these nations that you brought up, that you said that polygamy was illegal. Okay, and these you see what's being propagated in these countries. So I want to ask you, do you view that as success?
The developed nations, yeah. Their name implies they're some more successful than other nations, yeah. I don't. Sorry, I don't. The question's
So,
weird.
so
Are you
you
saying
consider that success?
do I think that including LGBT like politics makes you successful? No. Do I believe the ones that do it are successful? Yeah. So I don't know what I don't know. Make
James,
that
can we
would
do me a favour? There's a question in the chat from Taranya. He wants to know what is the percentage of women that FGM's practiced on in those countries. Can we pull that up? Can anyone pull this up for me?
Yeah,
And
he.
T
I don't know what device he's using, but
and
if
T
he,
Pain,
if he
pull up T Pain. Come through T Pain. Oh, my bad, James. Come through T Pain. I wanna.
no,
I'll let you. Go ahead,
Now
bro.
but I want to.
the funny thing is,
Can I
look,
can I just
D,
address outfit?
lady D.
Bro,
The
can I
thing
just
is,
address one really
this
quickly?
guy
Can I just
he
address,
already found out where FGM where it came from.
can I just,
Okay,
all right,
now
bro,
he
bro,
knows
Right,
it
just,
so
has nothing to do with
Tamara, guess what?
Islam,
I don't know.
and it
Does
has
anybody
nothing
on
to
can
the
I
do with
just
the
panel
address,
Bible,
know
and
where it
that it
comes
came from
from?
ancient Egypt. It was an old
Yeah, I
Islamic
know that though.
practice.
James
Okay.
said ancient Egypt. I don't know. I don't know where it comes. I've never looked into FGM and family. I really don't want to get
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
sidetracked on
I'm saying,
FGM, but you
That's
know
what
what
I
I'm
said.
saying.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we speaking about FGM? I just wanted to tell him that,
you
so
are
he
the only
knows
one
that
still
it didn't
speaking
come
about
from
it, bro.
Somalia, man.
Bro. All right, no
Okay,
problem. You're literally
okay.
the
Now
only
that he
one.
searched it, he found
Yeah,
out it came from ancient Egypt. So why speak about it?
yeah. Because, bro, don't
And
All
worry.
right,
why
it
try to
came from
correlate
Firstly,
it
eight,
with
but we're gonna
Islam when
accept.
hold on,
polygamy
hold on,
is
hold
For
on,
wrong?
hold on, hold
argument,
on.
listen.
Hey,
For
bro.
argument's sake, James. For argument's sake, let's accept it
Hello,
came
hello.
from ancient Egypt. Yeah. The
Yeah,
fact of
I'm
the
Uh,
not
matter
trying
is,
to
listen. The
address
fact of the
one.
matter is, today in 2021, it's still being practiced,
Yeah,
and it's not
the highest
something that's
prevalence of it,
acceptable.
baby D, the highest
Yeah.
prevalence of it is in Somalia. If that triggers you, because if that triggers you of Samaroon, take that up with the fucking statisticians or whoever's collecting doing the research. It's not really my place to say. We can move on, bro. Like, you've voiced your opinion, cool. What I wanted to say to you, Born, is I think that's unfair, bro. Because you lot want to win debates online, yeah? But how many women?
Hey, James, let's talk about polygamy, brother. I don't want to get into the semantics of what people do online. I want to stick to polygamy.
I'm not doing it. Don't worry. You're gonna hear what I'm saying.
Listen, even if you want to veer off to FGM, I don't want to say.
I'm not talking about FGM.
I know, brother. But listen, brother, I know, but I don't want to hear it, James, because I'm thinking you're gonna say, "Born, this is what you do, and you want to win."
That's
so
not what you haven't heard what I'm gonna say. So let me finish.
I know
you did this to me last time, my G. Yeah, where you have to show a tiny bit of respect.
All right, Born, let him just
let me say what I'm saying. Like, you show a tiny bit of respect.
Say some victim shit.
So what I'm saying, no, I'm not just wait and listen to what I'm saying.
James,
There is countless.
Hold on, James.
Hey, tell somebody. Hold on. Somebody delete that question put forth by Crusader. That's an improper question to ask me, and tell him to stay in line, or I'm gonna stop responding to the shit he say.
Don't worry about him. Hold on, Lady D. Hold on real quick, sis. Let's strike one, T-Pain. T-Pain, let's don't sit here and engage with the chatters out now.
I know. I read it before I jumped on though, and I was just responding.
You get 3 of them, bro. And
but bro, let James ask the question and then give him, but let him. We want to hear it, regardless if he chats shit as usual. But let him say it.
Can I maybe say like hello? Like I don't know. Minutes.
Brother, am I ever gonna get to say it? Big up. Born, you addressed me, my brother. Yeah. Hold on,
go ahead, James.
You addressed me, and I just wanted to directly respond to it. All I'm saying is,
I'm not doing to say hello. That's such a big thing.
Buddha, I beg you, bro. Like, I've been trying to fight to get this one statement out. Let it go, and then go through.
Let him see it out. Come on.
What I'm saying is, you made that statement to me as if I'm trying to badger or I'm trying to denigrate Muslims, yeah, bro. I'm saying take that argument up with the countless women's rights groups that are arguing for women's rights in Islamic countries and saying that women are being mistreated and oppressed. It's not like some atheist argument to score a point online. It's like,
look, this guy repeats this rhetoric over and over and over, man. This isn't the first time.
If you care about the women, if you care about the active women and you don't want to win a debate, don't say them things because it cheapens their struggle.
I just say it's not a fact.
I wonder how much of a struggle is it in those countries. I wonder how much of a.
As a woman, from a woman's point of view, especially from a woman here in the UK, especially as a black woman, I'm going to argue that this problem is so big. Do you know that it's actually been featured on EastEnders as we speak, here in a big national soap opera? It's actually got a whole black family in there depicting what the women go through and try to escape and run away from to get out of their families and their traditions on these old practices that are not acceptable. Let's be honest, it's happening here in the UK to the point that it's on fucking EastEnders.
I don't think EastEnders is a good. I don't think EastEnders is proof.
But the fact that it's even being featured there shows you it's a growing problem, Taryn.
We talked about EastEnders on Veli Vision earlier today, and the conclusion that people came to that EastEnders did not represent British society. That's what they were saying.
But listen to my argument. I'm not going to say that it does represent us. No, it doesn't. But my argument is the fact that it's even being featured there shows you that it's a problem that's been acknowledged, right? Can we go there? Can we at least accept that?
I believe that it does happen to some women in these countries. I don't know how many women, to be honest, so I don't want to say any type of number or whatever. But I'm pretty sure it happens in the countries that are mentioned: North Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, whatever, West Africa, Christian and Muslim. But I would like to know how big of a problem is it, because it's exploited by certain people to make it seem like it's a bigger issue than what it is. Again, I'm in the Somali community, and from what I understand, because I've asked questions, it's not as big as like some, I don't want to say Islamophobes, but people who try to exploit it, make it out to seem. That's just from, and that's why I was asking, are there any studies? Has anybody looked into it? Like, what are the percentages? You know, I can understand some of these things might be hidden, or that there aren't statistics in these countries that do these things. But yeah.
So yeah, let me try and jump in. Hello, can I maybe jump in and say hello to everyone in the panel? Good morning. And you know what? I don't know where this FGM things come from, but that's not what I jumped on to speak about. The polygamy thing. So
Yeah.
I think it's accepted that polygamy is a concept within Islam. But can somebody tell me? I've got two questions, but the first question I feel like needs to be answered is
But Buddha,
polygamy.
Terran just asked the question, you know, just to be fair though. He did
I beg your
just
pardon?
ask the question. I said Terran just asked the question in, I don't know if it was rhetorical, if he actually wanted it answered, but he did kind of just
Uh,
ask.
if somebody could provide me an answer, but if not, I'm down with Buddha on moving on to what Born had made the topic of this
Just
platform.
Google FGM prevalence, and that's the technical term to see sort of like how, like what countries in the world practice it the most. So it's FGM prevalence or
What
prevalence.
the hell does FGM have to do with polygamy, man?
We're about to move on
Come
from
Why
that.
are you
on,
even
Buddha.
bringing this
Come on,
shit up,
Buddha. Yeah,
man?
yeah, all right.
Okay,
We moved on. That's
you
that's
did
the
you
last
did your
one.
little
Come on,
search.
Buddha.
You find out it came from ancient Egypt. Okay, it's done.
So my
Has nothing to do
question,
with Somalia. Has nothing to do with Islam. Man. It's done, man.
my first question is this. So we've established the Islam factor. So is polygamy permissible within Christianity? Can somebody answer that?
It is in the scripture.
Okay,
Let me
brilliant.
pull up the
So
scripture for you. Let me
okay,
pull up the
brilliant.
scripture.
So
Well,
it's permissible.
y'all keep speaking while I pull it up.
Hey, listen, I'm taking your word for it because I'm assuming you study Bible more than I do. So, all right.
I'm an Israelite. I'm an Israelite. It's not even about studying. It's my bloodline.
All right, tonight he's an Israelite. Tonight I'm an Israelite
I
too.
don't think they have a cap on it in the Bible though.
All right, cool. So therefore, let me ask you this: does one necessarily have to be married to have a polygamous relationship?
Hallelujah. I've been
Yeah,
saying we've been practicing
in
this shit
Islam you
all
have to be
along.
married. Yeah, you have to be.
No, because then they
You
got,
have to make
well,
them your
there,
wives.
there's
You have to be able to
concubinage,
provide for
but I
them.
don't know how we would apply that in the 21st century. I mean, people kind of do treat women as
Definitionally,
concubines.
yeah.
So
But to directly answer, definitionally, yeah, it's speaking about marriage. So being polyamorous is like loving or whatever, or having affection for multiple partners. But I think polygamy literally is like bigamy, isn't it? So it's like bigamy.
okay, polygyny then, where it's just men and many
Yeah,
women.
polygyny. So even according to the scriptures, Cain's son, Lamech, he took two wives. Moses had two wives as well. So it's there. It's there in the scripture.
So my question is: does someone have to be married to have a multitude of women?
You have to be
Not
married.
no,
Yeah.
you don't have to be married to have a multitude of women. You have to be
Define marriage.
married to
Yeah, there we go.
practice.
Define
Listen,
marriage.
you have to be practiced to practice polygamy. So multiple marriages makes polygamy. Multiple
Marriage
relationships.
is making somebody your wife.
Hold
That's
on,
that's
hold on, bro. Hold on. Multiple
Go
Buddha,
ahead.
there
Go
are
ahead,
relationships.
people.
Steve.
Hold on. Multiple relationships meaning open relationships. So it'd be two definitions, but basically the same kind of thing.
Well, I don't know about
One
that.
with marriage, one without.
If you've got a boyfriend girlfriend relationship, surely you're committed to each other. You're not having an open relationship. I'm saying if you've got two girlfriends living in the same house, each girlfriend is committed to you. Does that go outside the realms of what we're talking about here?
Not at all. Not for me in my mind. But technically, if we're going to work with the technical word polygamy, then there'll have to be multiple
no,
marriages.
but Buddha, like, okay, wives, like in Islam, they have the rights. So you have to pay a mahar. There's things you have to do to make somebody a wife. And you have to do this with anyone. Okay, it's foreign max. You have to do this with all your wives. So
Okay, you're
that means
speaking from an
you have to
Islamic
make them your
perspective, but
wife.
then if I can answer that question, that's why I asked, what do you mean by marriage? You're saying like two people who are committed, and then maybe a guy brings in another wife and say, hey, well, you guys are committed to me, I'm committed to y'all. I had this conversation with a coworker of mine because he felt like, how come he can't do that? Not with polygamy, but to have a relationship with a woman. Why does he have to go through courts or religions to do what he wants to do? Settle down with this woman. And I said, it would be interesting if people who had that mindset would lay out some type of contract themselves. I mean, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, there needs to be some type of real responsibility that you have to these women and they have to you. Because at the end of the day, and as we see with men who sleep with women in non-committed relationships and have children, or things happen, they can just up and walk away like they weren't tied to them ever once before. And whereas if they're married to them, they just can't up and do that. And actually, I believe being married to somebody and having some type of contract you think about it a little bit more when you want to walk away, rather than having no real tie, you know, just one that isn't tangible anyway. You know, that's just my opinion. If somebody wants to chime in on that.
Yeah, I don't know. 'Cause it depends on which mindset you're coming from, bro. So if you're coming from an Islamic way, you'll have a different way of
I think in the
looking at
black
polygamy.
community, to do that would be a travesty. We're already not marrying and stuff like that, and then to add in
Exactly.
polygamy would destroy the black community.
Exactly.
And I beg to differ. It won't. It would
But
definitely
listen,
benefit.
the
It would.
Israelites practice polygamy, and they don't
Yeah.
technically do technical marriage. You see what I'm saying? So we're already practicing it. Is my point, and it's not working.
Yeah.
Let's see how.
So us
Okay.
Israelites. Hold on. Us Israelites, we sex is marriage.
Yeah.
Now,
So
if
from you
we
lay down
adopt
with a
that,
woman, she now is
thank
your
you.
wife.
So
Yeah.
imagine how beneficial that would be in the black community if you looked at sex is marriage. If you know what I'm saying? If you said, okay, if I lay down with this woman, I have to, for lack of a better term, take this woman as my wife. That would definitely benefit the black community. It wouldn't be a
That would
travesty.
limit us having sex.
No, Bormich, it would
Because
not. I
by
argue
saying,
that
okay,
doesn't.
we got to be married, if we're going to end up being married if we do this, so
Yes, that
then
would stop
maybe
us.
we should think about
Yes,
it.
that would
You
stop
know.
us slanging dick everywhere from the east to the west. Yes, it would. You would think about it before you just get drunk and have sex with that woman.
And see, I don't know the history of the Hebrew Israelite. How many generations have they been around in the States, and how long have they been doing? Because I know in the Black Salafi community on the East Coast, where they've tried to practice polygamy, in a lot of cases, it haven't worked. You know what I'm saying? And they've done studies on people trying to practice, but I mean, they've done studies on polygamy, and one could argue that you won't tend to your children it has an effect on your children and how you raise them as well. So it's something to look into, because I've had questions about polygamy and what's the ramifications in society, especially in nowadays in the Salafi community anyway. In Philly, they've had some blowback doing it, especially because it's not legal in the United States. So a lot of it has been non-contractual, except for Islamic, but they don't recognize that in the States or in the UK.
Yeah, but you don't need a contractual marriage. Well, you don't need a marriage certificate. That's my thoughts on marriage, though. Right?
I
Now,
know, and that's why some of these guys, even though claiming to be Muslims, when the problems happen with the woman or things didn't, or say it was just about lust, they just up and leave. And the women now, where they would get rights through Islamic contract, you would believe, but because the Islamic contract is non-enforceable in United States law, you or the courts, where they would get their rights through the civil courts or civil marriage, they won't get it because they couldn't marry because they're a second wife and all that stuff, and the guy just leaves them high and dry.
But sometimes
Tyrone,
that happens
brother
the other
Tyrone, do
way
you
as
know
well,
if the
though.
marriage license, the marriage contract between Muslims is legal in the UK? Do we know how
No,
that
it's
works
not.
here?
No,
Okay.
it's
No, it's
not.
not.
yeah, because
But
it's a
in the
yes.
UK, but hold
Go
on,
ahead.
but in the UK, they have Sharia courts, right? And it can work the other way as well. It's not about the women getting their rights. It's about the women being unable to leave. Because if you are the first partner, so the recognizable partner, like recognizable by UK law, if you're the partner of this person and this person chooses to marry another woman in a Sharia court, like right, so or some kind of it's unrecognized by the UK government, yeah, you could still be forced by that Sharia court to stay with your husband, right? Like, so the way it works, and think in the UK is that like a Muslim, I mean, if you subscribe to the process, a Muslim couple would go to the Sharia court to arbitrate, and then whatever the decision of that adjudication is, then they will take that they'll begin official divorce proceedings. But sometimes when the Sharia courts, like let's say the woman's being abused or whatever, like, and there's been multiple cases about this. Like if you know anything about the Sharia courts in the UK, which is why there's so many calls for them to be sort of disbanded or whatever, is because a lot of these women are being forced by these Sharia courts to stay in the relationships. Like when
Can
they're
can I chime in on that?
yeah, go
Because
on.
I know what you're saying, and they've got documentaries and all type of stuff from BBC in the UK, because that is a reality what you're saying. But I would say it's more especially in the Asian community, it's more cultural, where divorce isn't. Some of these women living in the West understand divorce and try to advocate to the Sharia courts and say, hey, these things are going on, but these Sharia courts tend to be ran by men, and they tend to
I
be
would agree with that. I would agree with
I'm
what
sorry.
you're saying. I said I agree with what you're saying. A lot of the honor killings have little to do with Islam and more to do with Asian culture, because you see non-Muslim Asians engaging in that. All I'm saying
Yeah.
is the act of polygyny, polygyny isn't necessarily favored by the women, but they're forced into it. That's all I was making
Right,
the point.
and
I'm
if
not
Yeah,
they
saying
and my
because there are
argument,
traditions. There are traditions.
my
Sorry, if I
argument
could
to
just
what
add in on that
James,
late. If I could just add in, because there are
go on,
traditions.
go on.
Some believe that there are traditions where you don't have to ask the woman in order to. Now, some Muslims will disagree and say, that's a bogus tradition. But some Muslims really do use this tradition. Say, I don't have to ask my wife because the Prophet says so.
Yeah, I think that's bogus. That's not majority of the Muslim. I speak to a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah, yeah,
brothers.
yeah. Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. But I've
that's
Can
heard
I
this before.
can
extremist.
I
That's
ask from
extremism.
a woman's perspective in the UK? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, see if these women that are say if these women are here in the United Kingdom, yeah, the Muslim women, and they're practicing polygamy, and it's not working out for them, they have to go through all of these problems in order to get to the Sharia courts to get renounced from it. How is this beneficial to them? Like if they're suffering within those marriages, they're being oppressed. Let's put it that way.
Because
How
that's
is
not
this
this
working?
society is not geared towards. Of
No,
course, there's
but
gonna
the
be.
thing is, not all women are being oppressed.
True,
Thank
that's
you,
true. Let's
Cimarron.
put
Thank
that.
you,
Let's put that out there.
Cimarron.
Not
Yeah,
all women
because
as well. We're not speaking of all
exactly,
Muslim
and you
women.
know what's weird? Why does when we speak about Muslim women and polygamy, we go straight to oppress and oppression? You know why? Because the Western media and propaganda, like the sister said on that video I just played, you see the picture of the angry Middle Eastern Muslim guy with 4 wives, and he's speaking Arabic, yelling at them.
And some women don't want a full-time husband. You got to hear it from the horse's mouth. That's what I've
may I,
heard. Some women said that
yeah,
they don't want a
may I
man
for a
around all.
moment?
They
That's true too. That I agree with that.
Can I just for a moment though? Yeah, at the core of liberal values, right? It doesn't distinguish between male and female, right? To its detriment at times, right? Some people criticize this equality of outcomes / opportunity argument, right? They criticize it for this. Regardless, right? Women are afforded equal rights, or should be. The letter of the law states that they should be afforded equal rights. Conversely, in Islam, that is not the case. If you take any, and when we're talking about Islam,
What
we're
you
not talking
mean
about any
that
particular.
is the case? We're
Okay, just for
told
a
to
moment,
treat our
hold on,
women
hold on.
equally.
Just
What
for
do
a
you mean?
moment, hold on,
They
right?
have their rights.
And
What do you mean?
polygyny, all right, just can you fucking relax? And polygyny is an amazing example of that, because they're not saying you can have multiple partners. They're saying men can have multiple wives, and the same courtesy is not extended to women. So invariably, that you have in it
Yes,
there this
okay.
asymmetry of
That's
opportunity.
if you're
I'm not even going to go
able to
into. I'm not going
afford
to
it.
make it to an
If you could do
Islamic
it.
discussion where
If
we
you
go
keep the
into
women's
we
James,
standard.
go
I
into
think you know why that's the case, though. I think
Now,
we can all
not
take
anybody
it.
can marry more than one wife.
I'm a man, innit?
But
Listen, I'm a man, yeah. I would never want to be a second. No, but I would never want to be a second husband. I would always want a second wife.
Exactly.
I'm biased.
And that's
there's
why
a
the
there's a
scripture
book
Biased.
worth reading called "Sex
It's
at
because
Dawn,"
you
where this
broke.
guy
It's
argues.
because you broke.
Bro, chill, bro, chill. He's not. He didn't say chill. It's all good. Uh, there's a book, "Sex at Dawn," that actually argues that that's how we started out. That being man, one woman. It really started out one woman, a whole bunch of men, and the dude argues a whole bunch of stuff to why that was so, and that we had to be conditioned into.
No, but Teron.
But
I
look though,
want to
that
ask you one
messes up our
question.
lineage. That
No,
the
no, no,
reason
no,
why I don't
Teron.
believe
No,
that being so.
I want to ask you one question. Hold on,
In some
Teron. Let
room,
me
you
ask
gotta
you one
relax,
question.
bro. Let people finish their sentence.
Okay. As far as the female, no, he's trying to bring up like these. I've heard these arguments plenty of times. The thing is, a woman naturally can't have more than one man. Because okay, as far as intercourse goes, do women get pregnant? Yes or no? Can she hold more than one seed? Yes or no?
And that's the
And then
complication right
as
there.
far as
Not
Lineage
as
is
only
far as
that,
that
messed
our
up.
pregnancy part,
Cameroon, let me add
okay,
on to that.
yeah,
Our health is at risk by having multiple men too. There's many sexual transmitted diseases that can happen. So it's not
exactly,
healthy
Lady D.
at all.
and
Yeah.
it fits and the woman's
And
anatomy. And the
the
woman's
thing
In
is,
Tibet,
anatomy
they
thing is
do
is
it. In
even
different.
Tibet, they do it though. Don't or somewhere in Tibet or somewhere in the China in the
Yeah,
mountains.
those are
Some
witches.
no,
Yeah, those are just
but the thing
witches.
is
They're
when the
witches.
woman's pregnant, how can she have intercourse with her second husband, third or fourth or whatever
Exactly.
fifth?
Cameroon, you
I
can
don't know.
have sex with the pregnant woman all the way until she damn near gives birth.
Yeah, and it is some of the
No,
best. It is
what do
some of
you
the
no?
best sex.
Okay, we're not gonna get into that.
Go ahead, boy.
Oh, no. All I'm saying is, man, listen, a woman's anatomy, it tends to fit like a glove to to the male's anatomy, especially if you're a continuous partner. So you want it to fit like a glove. You don't want to have 4 or 5 men ramming up in it, and now her anatomy is all off. It's just not fitting the man's anyway. So that's stupid for a woman to have multiple husbands.
You know, that's where
Her
we're
body
going
isn't
to.
built
They
for
have
it.
these relationships now
Yeah, like
in the
that's what I
West.
say. They do though. This is the whole joke. Like, the
And that's
more,
fact. It is. You
the
see women
more,
with beer man. They
the
got her
more
side man.
freedom
She got
that are
her this
afforded to
man.
women.
That's fact.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the more freedoms that are afforded to women, right? The less, or I started that wrong. We're seeing that women are exercising their right, the more rights they have, right? So whatever they've, the opportunities they're being afforded, they are exercising, if you like. So
Like divorce in
it's
the
not the case. We assume that because they're precluded from something, that's because it's because biologically, naturally, they don't want to do it. It wasn't too long ago that people were making the same genetic arguments, right, or biological arguments for different races, and we all saw past that nonsense. So whether a woman has a desire to have multiple husbands or not, I couldn't tell you. I'm not a fucking woman, in it, and I can tell you that I do, obviously, as a man, and I can tell you that a civil union or partnership or whatever places sort of stipulations upon my perspective on how many sexual partners I should be entitled to, and so on and so forth. Do you know what I mean? But that's not to say though that a woman doesn't have exactly the same feelings as me and is put in the same position as me. However, what we're saying is we want this asymmetrical sort of scenario where the woman feels like me, but I get to exercise sort of this greater opportunity and she doesn't. And that's where you could argue that even that, I'm not even talking about all the literacy shit I was talking about, or how the Quran stipulates women are entitled to X, Y, Z, bequeath this and that. I'm just saying, just on that principle alone, some women would deem that as oppressive. Some women in the West would deem that as oppressive. They say the fact that I possess this right and other women don't possess this right, or the fact that I'm viewed in the eyes of the law as equal to a man, right, so that it must be monogamous. Both our relationships must be monogamous. And the fact that these women are not afforded that is oppressive, isn't it? I don't really think we
Yeah,
can
but
deny
then
that.
James Bourne would turn around and argue your case and say, well, those women are just feminists. They need to shut up and keep quiet. That would be Bourne's
See, there are
Because
women
response.
who
life,
will argue that
man,
they would
because life
much rather
isn't.
live like
I
that.
know, because life isn't fair. It isn't. Everything a man does, women can say, well, we want to do it. I ride by construction sites every day. How many women do you think are banging down the door to get construction jobs? So miss me with all of this women should be equal type of shit, because when it really comes down to it, they don't. They don't. They're not.
And you know, one thing I found interesting about divorce in the West is, I don't know how it is in the UK, but in the US, 80% of, 50% of marriages end in divorce. 80% of them are initiated by women. And then it makes you wonder, you know, because Islam is a little bit more strict in letting women just divorce like that.
Right, you, my man, my brother.
It makes you wonder, like, was there something understood in the past about not letting women just freely leave like that we just don't understand today? And I don't.
Or Prophet Tyrone, it could be argued that the women in the Islamic world don't have the right to file for divorce, hence why the numbers are way less. But
I
the
would
women
disagree,
in the
because in
West,
Somalia, and you can't say Islamic because it's like there's 52 Muslim countries. And I would just say in
that's why
Somalia,
I say that's why I say in the
divorce
Islamic
is very
world.
high in Somalia.
That's why I said Islamic, that's why I said Islamic world. I don't know which country you're talking about, so hence
Okay.
why I said
Well,
Islamic
I'll
world.
take my wife's country. Divorce is very high in
Okay.
Somalia and in Somali culture. Divorce is very high. Divorce is very common. I know
But
a lot of
your
divorced
argument
Somali
was
women.
that women are not the ones that are initiating a divorce, right? You're saying the women
I
in the
know a lot
West
of
are.
these women. I know a lot of the women who initiated these divorces.
So let's look at Black America.
Okay.
Let's go to Black America in the let's just say 60s, right? It was legal for women to go and file for divorce. Why wasn't they filing for divorce then in the 60s?
You said it was legal or illegal?
No, it was legal. It was legal. Women.
Maybe because it
I
costs
don't
All right,
know.
so
money.
maybe because the men that they met the
Maybe
standard
because
men.
it costs money.
Maybe the men then them times those you know in that era were actually men and actually held down families and jobs. Maybe the men of today are different types of men, and it's
Or
just a different dynamic.
maybe because it cost money in it as well.
James,
And
Again.
James, I'm new to this. How do I put Lady D in the back?
hold on, but one other thing though, yeah, that you need to recognize. So not only did more black people have less opportunities, but also women would have had less opportunities. So you know the intersectional argument. So black women would have been sort of lowest on that socioeconomic ladder. So it would
Were
have been
they
far.
though in our community, black women? Because I don't know, man. What white women were talking about concerning feminism, from a lot of black women looking back, especially when I was reading Bell Hooks' guy to write a paper on her book. I can't remember the name of it, but she was arguing like, hey man, what white feminists was talking about, black ain't really the problem that black feminists are having or had when they were bringing these arguments to our community.
So who did you what minority group, right? Accounting for sort of the genders as well. What group do you think was the least employable in the 60s in America?
Where though? Because again, like Bo was talking about,
Let's
we
take aggregate, like an aggregate. So the average, like what an aggregate of
I
all.
don't know. And you would have to say where. You're talking about a big country and
No, that's what I'm saying.
and some
Aggregate all of the states and just say where do you think? So where do you think the least employable amongst all states would have been? The average of all states. The average.
The least employable for a black person.
No. So I'm saying accounting for gender, race, all minority groups.
Yeah.
What do you think would be the least employable minority group?
At that time in the 60s, least employable minority group.
Yeah. Or to save time, if you genuinely don't know, is it fair to say that it could have been black women?
No, especially in the 1960s. Now, if you want to say post 1960s, maybe between.
No, I want to stick on the 1960s. I'm happy. So who do you think it is then? I'm interested then if it couldn't be the black women.
I can tell you things were very different. I mean, things were still kind of very segregated. So black people and we were employing people. You know, my grandmother always worked, and both my grandparents' grandmothers always worked. I'm always been familiar with women working for a long time in my family. Again, we had our own communities, businesses. We were employing each other still in the 1960s. We still saw the doctors and lawyers in our community working, living in our community. And it was post 1960s when the brain drain, as some will call it, kind of went out. So, and then with that, a lot of businesses, and then, you know, government, Reagan 80s, removing a lot of, you know, what really, anyway, it's a long story, Great Migration and all that type of stuff. But then, I don't know, man, it's a tough question if you're talking about the 1960s, honestly. Maybe if you were to say like the 2000s or 90s or something, I would say, okay, black women. Fuck it. But if I don't know, man, I can't answer that, James. I'm gonna keep just going in circles.
I'm just googling it now. See what it's saying.
Rich, what do you think? Oh, he must be out. Lady Divine, what do you think?
Bro, I can't speak. I'm being oppressed on this panel. I've been threatened to throw to the back because I'm a black woman with a voice. I can't speak. No, but fair. I'm picking.
I don't know. I think black women are more employable now. Black American women are more employable now than black men in the States. You know, they kind of, but I think that's happening in a lot of communities because I've heard different women complain about that, like, you know, or talk about that.
No, I understand. I'm not here to argue the religious aspect of it. In it, my only argument is for Born Riches trying to implement polygamy in the West, like the US and the UK.
Yeah, so let's talk about
it. Legal. It's not legal, bro. It doesn't make no sense. And how would it benefit the black community?
Well, we don't have to talk about it from an Islamic perspective because polygamy or polygyny was practiced in a lot of different cultures through different religions. Right. But, you know, I would like to talk about like just how would it affect society? Is it can it work in the 21st century? To be honest, I don't believe in polygamy. I believe it is permissible because I'm a Muslim Islamically, and maybe, you know, but as far as in the context I'm living in, I don't believe it's possible, and I'm not interested in in
So
doing it.
can I interject just really quickly? Yeah, okay. I don't. This doesn't speak to the '60s, but I think it's a growing trend. So I think you're correct, Aaron, because it says compared with other women in the United States, Black women have always had the highest level of labor market participation, regardless of age, marital status, or presence of children at home. In 1880, 35.4% of married Black women and 73.3% of single Black women were in the labor force, compared with only 7.3% of married white women and 23.8% of single white women. Black women's higher participation rates extended over their lifetimes, even after marriage, while white women typically left the labor force after marriage. It doesn't say specifically 60s, but it only says like it carries on like a similar trend. And it says until the 1970s is employers' exclusion of Black women from better paying, higher status jobs with mobility meant that they had little choice but to perform private domestic service for white families. So it's saying, I guess, up. So arguably, prior to civil rights movement, Black women would have been employed more than white women. I imagine they would have been paid far less, but yeah, they would. What you saying?
Yeah, but I think it would have benefited the community more because they would have spent that money in the community instead of paying. So yeah, so that's why I found it, because again, Bell Hooks is who brought this to my attention concerning Black feminists and white feminists and how their objectives really weren't the same. But Black feminists early on took on what white feminists were saying about how they were being oppressed and stuff, but it really wasn't working that.
So really then the argument is Black feminine. Well, if you were Black and you sort of were sympathetic to feminist ideals, like, or you're a woman, sorry, then it would have been far more beneficial for you to tackle racism as opposed to whatever agendas the feminist movement had, which
yes, and they were. Absolutely. The Black women were with Black men and children.
And it was exactly. The Black women were focused on civil rights, and the white women infiltrated and said, "Hey, we like what you guys are doing. Let's incorporate this, and this." And the women were like, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, let's do it." And that was
which started the co-opting of the civil rights movement, and then all these other things were added in people's. And
can I ask you a question? Yeah. So one of the reason, even though I was only fucking about and trolling the other day, there was a bit of a serious sort of undercurrent. Because when we look at movements like the BLM, one of the biggest criticisms from these lunatic FNATs and alt-right guys is that, it's neo-Marxism, it's the Marxist Hegelian dialectic, there's fucking, the oppressor and oppressed dynamic, yada, 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 right? Cultural Marxism and all that spiel. But they do have a point when the figureheads are these lesbian, self-proclaimed communist, fucking Black feminist, LGBT fucking leaders, right? Or representatives, or whatever, of the movement. They do have a point there, because it's like, all right, now it looks like this Black Lives Matter movement has been co-opted in the same way many of these other political movements.
Yeah, and it was, James. It was co-opted.
Why is there a distinction now? Why don't you see the similarity with that lesbian lady for the ADOS movement? Is it just emotional?
She don't speak. All right, hold on. Let me answer that. Right, and we answered that the other night.
Yvette Lightweight never switched up though.
I know. Let me say this though, Steve. She's never bragged about her lesbian relationship. She doesn't broadcast it to the world. Only people who know her personally have brought that up. Some people bring it up as an attack, and some people would just, if they're asked the question, they'll say, "Yeah, she's lesbian." But I've never even heard her speak about it, James. Me personally, I've never heard her speak about it. So is it maybe I guess if you want to do the agent talk, maybe she is, but she doesn't promote it. She doesn't promote it like that. But then when you look at the Black Lives Matter, they
put that in their manifesto.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, James? It's like everybody in the world goes to blacklivesmatter.org or whatever, and you're gonna see it straight up. There's no mention of the man, and it's mention of gays and lesbians.
All right, fair point. To be honest, I'm kind of cheating here. I haven't done the research. I'm just using the talking points. But yeah, fair point.
That's all good.
One person promotes it, and the other person, maybe even if Yvette lives the life, she doesn't promote it.
Why do we allow it? Either which way, I don't give a damn whether you're promoting it or not promoting it. Why do we allow it?
That's a good question. I don't know.
What mental message are we sending here? Like, come on, we don't even need to be
I
vocal with
agree.
it.
I agree. Like I always say about ADOS, listen, man, you talking about reparations, I feel like that we're owed something from this country. So whoever wants to bring it to the forefront, count me in. I just got to be honest.
But I do agree with Bo that shouldn't be the first the entry point of the conversation or whatever. He says lineage, but I don't know if that's anyway. I don't know too much about ADOS to comment, but I do believe that reparations, even though that should be a part of it, shouldn't just be the always the topic of conversation, because that seems to be what we get distracted by. People always, well, how are you going to get the money? What are you going to do with the money? Oh, we're not going to get the money. You know what I'm saying? That's how it always ends up.
Yeah, and that's why I let the quote
I think,
unquote.
I ain't gonna lie though. Yeah,
deal with it.
My biggest, what makes me uncomfortable about all of these talks, to a degree, like I'm not trying to start a whole debate on it or whatever, but is the fact that it almost dilutes your status as an American. Like, white people have the right, it seems, to claim indigenous American status, right? But it's almost like there's this sword dangling above this gift of reparations for black people, and it's like, all right, you can take that, but now you're definitely not an American. Like, you got a chance to be a real American, maybe, if you act like good boys, but if you take this fucking gift, you're no longer American anymore. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Well,
like,
pause on the
and I
word
don't think that.
gift. Pause on the word gift. Right there, you fucked up, James. What gift?
I'm not making an argument like I'm calling it a gift. I'm saying it's an analogy.
Yeah, but it's not
a
gift though. Don't use that terminology. Don't.
I'm
It's
saying,
not a gift. It's what they owed.
I wouldn't say it's a gift, but let's say they give us this money, whatever. And really, I'm not really too concerned with the. Again, I really don't believe we're going to get the money anyway, but I do think that it's something worth fighting for, to acknowledge that something is owed to our ancestors or descendants, for the work they put in. And I think through that, there would be acknowledgement. I mean, there's already acknowledgement that Black people are an integral part of American society, its founding and its construction, more so than ever with so many more immigrants coming to the community. I mean, listen to what a lot of these, huh?
No, I'm saying, like, I hear you, but maybe from an objective perspective, because you are an American. As far as I'm, like, from an intellectual standpoint, from a rational standpoint, you are just as much as an American as any other person, like any other person with German, right? Like, you were there when the country,
especially if you look at the European influx between the 1840s and the 1820s and 1920s. That was like the biggest human migration in world history. The people from Europe coming to the Italians, Irish, Polish, all types of people. And so, yeah, they've only been there. I have friends who they would look white. You would think they were as American as apple pie, but they grandparents or great grandparents just got there, like 100 years ago.
I agree with you. What I'm saying is, the general perspective around the world is that you are some subclass of American citizen, and I'm not. Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't want to sound like I'm projecting.
No, I know. I live in the UK and I hear it. I get that people feel sorry for me, like I was been fucking. People treat me like pity party, or it gets frustrating at times.
Well, this is my fundamental fear is, like, what would be sick, what would be the best case scenario, I think a lot of people have stated this already, but is a state for Black Americans, isn't it? In the same way Israel got its own state, and the
we're so far gone. I don't believe, I don't know if that's, I'm not a Black separatist like that. I do believe that we should have stayed separated longer than what civil rights was trying to do, because I believe we would have eventually came together on economic terms, because the Black community was really building. But as far as separating now, I don't know, man. That'd be too. There's a lot of Black people.
I don't believe it should be segregated. Like, white people aren't allowed to live there. But I mean, the profits directly from a particular area, because like I don't really
like Atlanta,
agree.
but
Well, yeah, I was
Atlanta.
about to say that Atlanta's basically like
Uh,
Black Hollywood,
yeah, but
so
there's
they're
no
kind of doing that
excluding.
now. Yeah.
There was no excluding. Black people just got their shit and said, "Hey, let's." And it's been happening for a while. You could look at that movie, Menace to Society. A lot, even then, black people were talking about move. And I know I talked about Lady Divine for using EastEnders, and I'm using Menace to Society, but uh, they were talking about flipping, moving up to Atlanta then because it's better for black people, economic wise and community wise and stuff like that. So maybe if there was something like that, I
And
wouldn't be
give them props.
against it.
They're doing very well. They're very successful at doing what they're doing, whether it's full of rappers and songwriters and whatever. The fact of the matter is there's very, very wealthy Black Americans living in Atlanta and then growing and building up in Atlanta. And it's not segregated where white people cannot come in, white people cannot live, white people, it's not that in that, it's just heavily black populated and black dominant.
What I mean, when I say that, what I mean is, again, not segregation. So just to be clear, I didn't really. It will take long to explain. I'm not going to go the whole thing, but the problem is, right, is black people feel that it's unfair. It's an uneven distribution if it's like civil services receive the reparations, right? So as in, be it the institutions, educational institutions, healthcare institutions. Like if right now free healthcare, if there was free healthcare for every single American, and they said, "Oh, by the way, this is the money we allocated for reparations. We're just going to use it for free healthcare for all Americans." I feel like black people would be slighted, right? They'd be like, "Well, that's a bit unfair because that happened to us. It didn't happen. It happened to our ancestors,
Yeah,
not
we
yours."
want something specific, James. Yes,
Right.
you're
This
absolutely right.
is why.
Because they
This is
gave
why I
us
think it's
like,
interesting.
go ahead, James.
So this is why I think it's interesting if it was localized. So if it was one state, for instance, and there was a governor that was black and whoever the senator and the congressman were all black for representing that state or whatever it is, and
It would have to be a region.
yeah, a region if you like, right? And within that region, these services were available exclusively to black people. So that is, if you like, top of the line educational facilities and top of the line, what do you call it, and enough industry to stimulate an economy within that region, and the employment for black people would obviously be reflected in the opportunities that arose in the area, stuff like that, right? And it's not segregating anyone. White people can work there, but obviously you're not going to be afforded the same opportunity because you haven't descended from these atrocities. That kind of thing I've always thought is kind of better than the individualistic approach, because we've seen a model where it works in Israel. We've seen how that works. We've seen how they get preferential treatment by the international community and how that's benefited them on the back of a great atrocity. We've seen how they have the ability now to call back, right, all of the Jews around the world and to offer them the opportunity. That feels a lot better. A Jew that goes back to Israel and makes a life for himself in Israel and says, "I'm so happy to be in this country free from persecution, maybe aside from Palestinian rockets or whatever. But I feel I'm happy to have this opportunity." I feel like black Americans having that don't need to have that in Africa, like, because people like Bo don't feel like they're African. They deserve to have that in America because they help contribute to the greatest economy in the world. So that's what they deserve, in my opinion.
Okay, I hear you. Jerome, born. I'm not American. I can't
Oh,
respond to
sorry,
that.
sorry, I was on
Yeah.
mute. I was on mute. I was gonna say that's what the American Nazi Party, along with the NOI, were trying to achieve. If that one Nazi dude had got political power when he was trying to run.
But I'm not saying segregated, and I'm also saying that the full amount of, so the reparations isn't giving black people the area. The reparations is the money that's sort of pumped, if you like, into this region exclusively for black people. So it's institutional.
And it will generate money.
Yeah, it will be institutional. So it's like if you're in fucking New York City right now, and rent is kicking your ass, and you're sending your child to, I don't know what the equivalent, state school, right, in here, right? So public school, I guess, over there.
There's a bunch of historic black communities where rich is at. And if they just pump money into those communities, maybe, I don't know how Rich would feel about that, because again, the reparations thing is new to me, even it being just on my mind like that. But maybe in a lot of the historic Black communities throughout the South, where a lot of us, all of us, kind of originated from. Maybe that would give an incentive of other Blacks, say in California, New York, the Midwest. Okay, in the South, where they're historic Black communities, they cut some reparations check to, build up the infrastructure, put a whole bunch of stuff in there to generate whatever. We'll all just do another great remigration back to the South. And we'll just kind of, because that's kind of like the Israel model. You know what I'm saying? Like, Israel's always there, and if Blacks don't want to migrate to the South, where reparation checks have been pumped into historic Black communities, they can stay where they're at. And if they're oppressed or something happens, we can pull together and advocate for your justice or whatever.
But do you believe it would be better if it was all concentrated in one area?
Yeah. In the southern region, where we got lots of historic Black communities, and if there was like a chain of them to where it formed like a unbroken link of, historic Black communities that are being, checks are being cut for. I would like it in one local area if it was one area if it was, like what you were saying, bro. I'm getting tongue twisted. Sorry.
No, I dig. I can dig it still. So he's saying that. So just to be clear, you're Muslim, but you're not sold on polygamy, or at least personally.
No, I don't see the benefits of it in the society I live in. I'm not planning on living in a Muslim country, and unless the laws change, I think it might work against your children.
Yeah, I'd agree. Do you know what though? On a deeper level, like, or maybe on a more anecdotal, personal level, what do you think of women that would accept it though?
I know women who've accepted it. In my quest, I don't know, man. In my journey of looking for a wife, being on some Muslim dating sites, I've came across a lot of women who were in polygamous relationships who weren't happy with it, and they were looking for attention from from men, just to talk to and things like that. And so that's what really kind of got me thinking about it. Like, damn, man, it does. But then again, I've come across women who have said, "Hey, look, I don't want a full-time husband like that. I don't mind like male company, but if he wants to just put me in some apartment, or if he got some money, put me in a house, and he's with me like a week, and then with his other wife another week, or however he wants to do it, I have no problem, because I got other things going on." So it's just, I don't know, man. It's a mixed bag. It's not like one type of. And then some women, why they get into it is because, religious reasons. The wife of the prophet. Some women, hey, I'm older. I have children. These are the only type of relationships I can get into. I wouldn't have done it if I was younger, but given my situation now, it doesn't seem so bad. Again, it's a mixed bag.
I don't know. I feel like a woman that I don't know, man. I feel like it just becomes bare mercenary, innit? It becomes really mercenary when it's like, this is the duties of a husband. These are the duties of a wife. And I know, like I said, people that hold my view have been accused of sort of yearning for some Disney fucking fairy tale love story, which may be the case. I may have been indoctrinated, but generally speaking, I just believe it's artificial to like sort of place demands. Well, do you know what it is? It's like you can find that person, innit? You can find that. I imagine. I think it's possible. Put it like that. I can't say I have personally, but I imagine you can find the person that does agree with all of the tenets or principles of polygamy or polygamous relationship or polyamorous relationship. But I believe that's far more difficult to find. And then especially add to that, you want to have children, and you want that person to be able to raise your children, raise your children in your absence potentially. Yeah, I believe it becomes like it keeps getting harder and far more difficult to find. Do you know what I mean? Like the
Notice something,
right
James. We
blend of
haven't even listen and notice something. We haven't even factored in, speaking on a woman's behalf, our emotions, our natural jealousies, our natural envies, our natural
exactly.
competition with our amongst. So
Are
I'm not.
women jealous like that? Because a lot of y'all know,
Yeah,
I've known a lot of women who knew their dude was out with some
listen.
other,
Women have
but
killed out of jealousy. That's how deep it can get. Like, let's be honest. Women have tried to beat. I see women on the streets fighting, just two baby mothers fighting with big bellies over a guy, and they're not even married to the guy. He's not committed to neither one of you.
yeah, but
Like,
how
this
long
is
did it take for
everyday
them to
life.
get to? How long did it take for them to get to that point? That dude was messing with both of them for hella long, and they known about each other, and
True.
then they probably can't. Something happened, they seen each other, and then all hell broke loose. But they already been known about each other, and was still messing with the guy. Their problem was with each other, not the dude.
Hmm.
And
But
if you
have you
can get them
noticed,
both
like,
on,
have you noticed, yeah, like, so look, like anecdotally, obviously, I'm not saying this is a fact or anything, but like girls that you think, women, if you like, that you think are promiscuous, when you get to know them, so there's like a type of, like, no offense, obviously, yeah, but there's a type of woman that is promiscuous, or let's just say like women, what people would refer to as, let's say, a slut or something, right? Where in reality she's just stupid, right? So she's ignorant and doesn't really value herself, and you find that out pretty quickly, and you're like, okay, cool. That's why you have like people think of you the way they think of you. And then there's other girls where,
Or naive, because there's some men that play on that. They know that they're more.
yeah, but
Yeah.
like, as in, you're not, your intelligence isn't um like the intelligence isn't what you find, right, in interacting with them, and so now you like, as in, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing in it that a woman wants to be promiscuous. I just think, like, sometimes it's that reason, and other times, far more self-assured. It's probably not it's probably a misconception that they are whatever you call them in it, yeah, like whatever pejorative term you would use for their behavior, or they've experienced something in their life which, like, when you come to understand, you realize that this is like a response, and it's something they're going to grow and change. Like, they're going to change. Like, this is a bad moment in their life, they responded to something bad that's happened to them, innit? There's probably more types, but just for the sake of argument. But in both those instances, so one of them's going to grow out. Let's say as it relates to like polygamy or whatever, or polygyny, one of them would grow out of it at some point, right? And one of them would see that they are essentially better than the situation they're in, and the other one isn't someone you would want to marry or take care of your children. And I know we're talking about promiscuous women. We're not talking about women now that would accept other husbands. But I'm trying to apply the same logic to the kind of woman I feel like would accept this role, this subordinate role, yeah, could potentially fall into that category. Either she's been abused to the point where she believes it's justifiable that me and her are not equal in any way, we're not partners, even though we have children, yada yada yada. Or the other one is she's so stupid that I'm able to manipulate her and make her do what I want her to do. Either way, I guess as a man, like, I guess I could
Can I be
accept
honest, James? Can I be
both
honest and respond
scenarios.
to you?
It's just
I'll be honest and respond
fact
to you and
that,
say this, yeah. When I look at polygamy, especially when it comes to the so-called conscious black community, let's go there. I'm gonna direct my attention. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. The women that I see going in there are dumb, stupid, naive, and have been abused
nature
in
boy.
one way, shape, or form. Definitely, yes. So I would say that those are the kind of women I see entering into these. Hence why I've got a negative aspect of it. I'll be honest.
And see, from what
Yeah,
I've
those
seen in the
women
Muslim
are not
community,
stupid. But go ahead, man.
no, go ahead, Rich.
I just don't think those women are stupid. I still think that's part of the Western propaganda, man. Just because they're stupid because they want to share a man. Like, no, that don't make nobody stupid. Like I keep saying, most women are sharing a man anyway. Just
Facts.
organize the shit, man. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Which I think is a strong argument for polygyny, is the fact that a lot of people are in promiscuous. Again, I know a lot of women who know that their men are in such, and they don't, depending on how well the guy's taking care of them, some women don't care. I know I hate to bring Kevin Samuels up, but he mentions this a lot with what he calls high value men, and that is the situation with a lot of guys who make, if they're uncouth, make a lot of money and flipping. Okay, I might be married with children, but I'm still, got a bunch of women on the side, and the ladies know, the wives know, and they deal with it because dude's making all the. She's in a subordinate. She probably can't work. Been with him for so long, her degree ain't any good anymore. That's the situation a lot of the times. And where can she go? She just deals with it. In the Muslim community, what I've noticed with some women is that they just be so religious. They look at it from the perspective, oh, the Prophet, Aisha, Khadija, I don't think, Khadija wasn't a prophet, didn't, peace be upon him, marry another wife with her, but, oh, the other wives, Zainab, Aisha, they were second, Hafsa, they were second wives, and, they're the mothers of the believers and all this other stuff like that. So they just off on a piety hype, like, oh, I want to be like them. And yeah, some men take advantage of that. I know some women who got it. Again, I've talked to these women who got into it and have regretted it. And I'm not gonna say what I recommend.
I think so. There's two ways to look. Like, if I believe if it's the best fit for you and for all parties involved, yeah, you should be able to have any kind of relationship, I guess, you want, innit? I mean,
No, James, I disagree already. You messed up, because I'm gonna keep my eye goal, my focus on the black community. This is what Rich keeps bringing up. Yes, I'm gonna keep it on the conscious. And we've seen these women that literally is at the detriment of their children. They will leave their children way off in America and go fuck off in Costa Rica under some polygamy shit. What happened to the children you had before that? We've seen women abandon children.
I agree. Hold on,
man.
Lady D. I agree that's what I'm saying. You're entitled to have the relationship in the same way you're entitled to have a monogamous sort of boyfriend and girlfriend relationship and not get married. And you could equally abuse your children, or it could be abusive for your children, as well as it being the polyamorous one or the polygamous one in wherever countries accept it. I would just argue, though, as a rule, right? So as being made legal and being made illegal, granted, this kind of the hypothesis kind of underdetermines the conclusion. That's to say, it's not necessarily the case that these countries are developed because of monogamy, but we still see invariably the majority of countries that outlaw polygamy, that are exclusively monogamous. Those countries are developed and successful and industrialized. All of the countries that don't clearly are fucking not. So there must be something, there must be some benefit, like net benefit, in allowing the majority of people engaging in monogamous relationships. There must be some kind of benefit if it's exclusive to sort of the industrialized and developed world. So not exclusive, but majority of it is industrialized and developed world. So do what you want, like Rich and that. Organize as many threesomes as you want, my G, and make of them what you will. But I'm saying, if you was talking about like nationally or for black people as a whole group, or if we're trying to become developed, it seems like kind of a regressive step in it.
Facts.
I would agree.
The manosphere? He's part of that as well. So we've got to factor in their politics and all of that. Mate, forget it.
And that's good. That's good, James. James, you're the perfect segue king. Let's let the queen talk about her experience, man. Black woman. Let's let this sister talk about her experience.
I am content with it. I'm happy with it. And I want to share with you some insights on how to keep it positive, running, and happy. So, first things first, I'm going to tell you about 5 reasons why I accepted polygamy. Okay? So, the first reason is that the society that we live in has this invisible ranking chart of something they call wife material. Okay, so for women, it's much more difficult and challenging to rank high in that chart of being called wifely material, because when a man is looking for a wife, what they look in is they look at their age, they look at the body size. You can't be bigger or taller than the man. Your appearance, if you're beautiful, your marital status, if you are divorced, you're single, you're widowed, if you have children, if you don't, and your education, like how educated are you? If you have a PhD or master's, girl, if you have been exposed to, let's say, a westernized lifestyle, you know, or too much, if you're too westernized or exposed to too much Western lifestyle. Also, they look at your family background, if you come from a broken family or if you come from a combined family. So they look at so many factors when they're choosing a woman or categorizing a woman as marriage material, right? And the more you check all these boxes, the more you rank higher in the chart. And if you check lesser boxes, you rank lower. So this is just the reality of the world we're living in, or the society we're living in. And some of these things are not in most women's control. Like, women can't control what family they're brought up in. They can't control their appearance. So all of these things just make women rank a little different in the chart. So you'd find that there's so many women who ranking lower in this chart, and it becomes a bit more challenging for them to find partnership in life, right? I have come across family members of mine. I've had so many family members. I've had in-laws that I've lived with. I've had friends who have gone through challenges in finding the right person, the right man, because probably that they ranked a little lower in the chart. Maybe because they were too educated. They had a master's and a PhD, and they were like, okay. Maybe because they reached 30 and above and they couldn't find partnership by then, so they rank even lower. People be like, why is she not married at this age? Probably they're exposed to Western lifestyle. People be like, I don't want to marry her. So there are amazing, beautiful women out there who just unfortunately don't meet all these criterias and are ranked lower in that chart of marriage material. So what happens is, I have seen them. I have been so close to these women in my life. Like, I've had close family members, close in-laws, close friends who are just looking for companionship and are looking just to find a good man. And as the more the time goes and they're not finding the right man, their age also continues going, and it gets even more difficult for them, right? So
Limu?
one of the reasons, the right reasons that a man would want to, a couple would want to go into a polygamy relationship is basically to provide stara in Swahili, that we call. Stara is like, let me say in Swahili, unamstiri mtu mwingine, mwanamke mwingine, is your caring, protecting, you're guiding, you're keeping safe, or you're guarding a woman from, let's say, society. For anybody to go into a marriage, one of the main reasons that God likes it is because it provides stara for women, right? And one of the reasons that we agreed to go into this polygamy relationship is both Kamara and I knew my co-wife before that. She was friends of ours. She's actually very good friends with him. They'd been friends for long. They'd been best friends, and both him and I cared for her like so much. So I'd known her from a friend perspective before that. And I knew that she was an amazing person, probably just not so fortunate to have found someone so quickly than I did. So it had nothing to do with the person that she was, just circumstances. And Kamara cared for this woman and loved her, and wanted to keep caring and loving for her in the right way without it being a secret. So that's why he brought up this suggestion, and we agreed on doing this because it was the right reasons. Like, both of them.
She can drop the mic right there. That man, her husband, decided to organize the shit that he was doing.
That's how you're supposed to get everybody on board.
That's it. He organized it, man. And this is what we need in the Black community.
But see, that's not what's happening. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say that's not what's happening, because I'm not gonna say what the Israelites are doing. They might have it might be more accept, but in what I've seen with the Black Muslims, a lot of it happens like behind the back. You know what I'm saying? Or just without the wife's permission, they feel they don't have to ask because of some weak traditions or other stuff like that. But but I think the reason what she said is right. A lot of women who get into polygynous relationships, they do consider, okay, look, my age, and there are a lot of factors. I've been going to school for so long. I'm now 30. Okay, I got a master's.
You're gonna run out of time.
Yeah, you
Like Uncle Kevin says, man, your sexual marketplace value is declining.
my boss is thinking about that right now. She's 35. She's like, I spent all this time going to school. I heard her talking about it. You know, I spent all this time going to school, getting degrees, trying to make it in my career. And I'm 35. I feel like time's running out to have children. You
She
know,
goes home. She goes home every night with a dog. That's all
she got to do. She's balling. She just got like ever since working last year. She had like 2 new whips. You know, I don't know if they're leased, but shit, man. She's balling, but she just ain't had. She's only been married recently, so she's not alone. But I think again, you know, they say after 30, a lot of your eggs. I don't know about all that though. After 30, a lot of your eggs dry. They say most of your eggs dry up as a woman. I don't know.
Yeah, it's scrambled eggs after 35.
That's a lie from the pits of hell. That's a lie.
It's scrambled eggs.
Would you think some women are more fertile than others though? Because some
Exactly. It's down to your DNA and your lineage. So that therefore, in my family, we've got nephews and nieces older than flipping uncles and aunties because women were still having babies late. Yeah,
that's me too, Lady D. So I was joking. Like I always tell people, my mom had me at 40. So I actually have a niece. I actually have a niece that's older than me, and my nephews are like Leo is my nephew. Leo is probably 3 years younger than me, 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying? So I was the baby that fucked the family up.
My grandfather was the last of 14, and my great grandmother had him when she was 49.
Yeah, I was that, and I noticed that's happening more and more in my family.
It just depends on the woman's genes. That's what
I think it's a South thing, bro.
Yeah.
I've heard of a lot of things because you know my great grandmother, they're from North Carolina, and I hear about a lot of stuff like that in the South. You know, makes you wonder about the food they were eating and how bad is it really.
Somebody said after 35, your eggs are omelet. Y'all ain't shit in the chat.
That Mexicano guy, man, he's hilarious, bro. He's on his like 60th screen name.
Yeah,
he changes his screen name like every day.
But yeah, man, this sister, you know, she adopted it. She adopted polygamy. And, you know.
Yeah, but there's one thing I would ask so I don't know how it works in the Islamic world when it comes to polygamy and stuff, yeah. So I don't know, depends on which country. But how do they, like, for instance, I know like in certain other communities, the black community, the conscious community, they practice this polygamy thing, and it's not very good in the sense of where I'm seeing so many sisters out here making videos about the trauma they suffered in these so-called polygamous things, what happens to, i.e., disabled children in these polygamous. Like, there's so many testimonies of how it's not working. I don't know how it's worked in the Islamic world. Is it a different concept, a different way they're doing it as to why it's working for them, but it ain't working for us?
Well, it's working for Polite. It's working for Brother Polite. It works for Captain. It's working.
That man's back down to one wife. That man right now, as we speak.
No, he's not. I seen Rayet and Amara, whatever the fuck is. He got the main wife and then he got the other one. He's gonna have 2 regardless. He has 2 for sure. They still together. I saw him on Instagram together.
I'm checking my Instagram now. Last time I checked, he was back down to 1.
I saw them on live in Miami. She was with them for the last Floyd Mayweather thing. They was in Miami together, man. So they ain't going nowhere, man. He took them girls, changed their life. Took them from New York to the California hills to all around the globe, man. Them women ain't going nowhere.
He be chopping and changing them to when they can suit his desires and pushing further. And once they're no longer of any use, he discards them and replaces them.
He hasn't. I just said he got the original 2. I can show you a video.
These hotep hustlers, man.
I can show you a video.
These hotep hustlers, man. You're done out here, man. You hotep hustlers are done out here, innit? That's what I'm telling you, lot.
Yeah, I hear you, but we not gonna shit on that just because of Nature Boy. Let me play a little bit more of this, man. Let me see what's up.
Cared for each other, both of them loved each other, and they wanted to keep on caring and loving each other the right way. So this was a great, it was one of the biggest reasons and one of the right reasons that he did it. And one of the reasons that why it's encouraged in Islam. the Westerners make it look like polygamy is oppressing women, but actually it's the opposite of that. Polygamy actually helps to give women their rights. Understand? So there's so many women out there that could be having babies for guys. There could be baby mamas out there. There could be mistresses out there. These women have nothing. They have no rights. But in Islam, the opportunity of polygamy is put there to give these women also rights to having children who have a family name, to being cared for, provided for, to being given companionship, and to be given inheritance. So all of these things that Islam gives these women rights to having and allows polygamy. But the Westerners make it look like polygamy is oppressing women. Would you prefer your sister be someone's mistress or someone's baby mama living in secret, or would you prefer that she is claimed as someone's wife, that she has a name to take under, her kids have a name, her kids have a father figure, they get every single right that a wife would get? I think that if it was me, I would choose that they definitely have the opportunity of polygamy. So
I want to pose that question to the panel. Do y'all prefer black sisters be baby mamas or married with a family name and a solid household? Talk to me.
I prefer what's best for the sister and what's best for the community, which is married, wholesome family, and all of that stuff. But if that's not her will, that's not her will. Do what you got to do, sister.
And this sister is dropping knowledge, man. Let me make sure. Look, I shared it in the chat, man. Y'all show this sister some love, man. This sister is answering all these questions. People came on earlier talking about it's oppressive to Muslim women. No, this sister is happy. She's telling you her experiences. This sister, she looks happy, man. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. This sister's breaking down that knowledge, man. Y'all make sure y'all support her, man.
That is one of the first reasons that I mentioned.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, good. This is an excellent topic, Born.
Yeah, I bring it back through every now and again, Teron. I think we had it probably what Lady D, a month and a half, 2 months ago. I bring this topic back around.
Yeah, it's good to go over it again because we always find out more information about it, or we hear more stories. So yeah, man, big up.
Because you know what, if gays can get married, you know what I'm saying, I don't see why this shouldn't be brought to the table as a viable, you know, form of relationship. Because there are a lot of women, and I see it even with some women in my family. You know, they get older, maybe they've just been to school for too long and really wasn't thinking about it, and now they're just, you know, older now, or they've been in relationships, got kids, and you know, there kind of needs to be some better options for them. You know, it can't just be like it can't be the way it is, where a single guy, if he's going to choose, okay, a lot of times they're going to choose somebody without the children, maybe younger, you know, but hey, but guys, hey man, guys want women, plural, you know what I'm saying? That's unavoidable.
Human
Even
nature.
if it's human nature. So for the guy that can sustain multiple women, and I've heard of Muslim guys saying, hey, if I was to get a second wife, I would get a woman who maybe has kids and need help, who is disabled and stuff like that, who probably wouldn't have a chance of getting married and stuff. So, you know, I think it could be a solution to what a considerable amount of women are going through.
Well said, Teron. Couldn't say it better myself. I couldn't have said it better myself, man. Well said.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was well said. It's my brother bringing the fire as always, man. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a viable alternative. I do. If done right and organized, none of that nature boy shit that Lady D want to keep bringing up. None of that nature. None of that. A fool can look at that and say, yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Now, as a man, when I first saw Nature Boy, I'm like, oh shit, he can do it like this. But then the more you watch him, you're like, yeah, nah, this is that's oppressive. I hate to say it, like that shit is oppressive. What the brother had going on, but I can't just put
anything that talks about disconnecting you from your family, you already know what that is.
That is. Nah, that's weird. That is weird. So let's see, man. Let's see what the lady talking about.
The second reason that I accepted going into polygamy is I understand one thing. A man can care and love for another woman and it has nothing to do with you, okay? Girl, it has nothing to do with you. If your man is out there caring or loving other women, okay, it has nothing to do with you being a bad person or whatever, unless you give him a reason to. But if you are a good person and you are doing good, you're being the best version of yourself, and you're not giving a person a reason to hate you, why are you worried about not being enough? Okay, we keep thinking that the husband is the prize. Okay, being the best woman for your man is the ultimate prize goal. No, it's not. Okay, it is not the ultimate goal. Your ultimate goal should not be, I want to be the best wife for Mr. Whoever. No, your ultimate goal in life is to be the best you for yourself. Okay, I understood that in an earlier stage, that I knew that men could be out there maybe caring or loving other women. It has nothing to do with the woman they are with, right? There's so many couples who go through their husbands having affairs with other women or liking other women or having a fling or whatever with other women. It doesn't mean that Michelle was a bad woman. It doesn't mean that she was not good enough. No, it doesn't mean that Beyonce was not a good woman for Jay-Z to do it. I'm just giving examples, right? So if your man is caring or loving another woman, it has nothing to do with you. Okay, so stop beating yourself about it. Ask yourself, oh my God, was I not enough? Oh my God, I should have done better. No, okay, the husband is not the prize. You need to focus on being the best you for yourself, and that is it. Okay, that was the second one. The third one is that, number one, I also like the idea of raising a family in a diverse environment, right? I like raising kids. I love having a very big, diverse community style, family style. And that was one of the reasons I also accepted it. I am from East African Arab. I am East African Arab. My husband is West African African, and my co-wife is Malaysian.
I think she misspoke. She's East African black. I don't know why she said Arab.
Because you got the old. All right, so the
Hold
old.
the fuck up, boy.
No,
You just
she misspoke. No, she misspoke. No, this is a
bring
black
back
lady. She
James Jones, man.
misspoke.
Fuck this. We don't need this lady. Bring back
They
James Jones,
got.
man.
I think she might be confused because she looks black, but I understood what she meant because there are Arabs in East and there because of the the Arab slave trade. There are Arabs who've been there for a long time, basically in East Africa. If you go to Tanzania and stuff like that, Zanzibar.
Yeah, tell him T-Pain. Tell him T-Pain.
You might want to go, Rich. Hey, check. You might actually come back with a wife, man. You might, or you might not want to leave. Hang out with the giraffes and the flipping, other wild animals they got over there.
Yeah, maybe, man, maybe. I mean, maybe.
So, Borna, am I sitting here? Hold on, Tyrone, I just need to clarify something. Am I sitting here as a black woman taking advice from an Arab in East Africa?
No,
I
she
need to
misspoke.
wait.
That's why. That's why. That's
We're
the
not gonna let
problem.
the brother. We're
No,
not letting
I
this
thought
slide.
you
Tyrone,
should-
fall the fuck back. Go on mute,
Let me
Tyrone.
get
Go
out of
on
there.
mute.
It's the messenger.
Oh.
Retreat.
Yeah.
No retreat, nothing.
Yeah.
Come back here, Born, you little
Yeah.
punk.
No, I want to go back to. I'm
you
sorry,
want
lady.
me as a Caribbean, a whole Caribbean in the United Kingdom, to sit here and take advice on why I need to enter into a polygamous marriage from an Arab in East Africa.
Come on.
She actually misspoke.
She fucked up right there. We don't want to hear no more
I
from
want
her.
to go
Period.
back. Yeah. I don't want to harp on semantics. So, Lady D, I want to go back to sex is marriage. Let's get it. This is the Israelite. Shout out to the mighty men of the ISUPK.
Want something better. We usually want something that they can feel is righteous. You understand? So we come in and we teach them, look, you can have more than one wife. You can have more than one woman. But we teach them the laws on how to do it. We teach them the right way how to do it. Not to go out. We teach it's a whole lot of laws. You know what I mean? the right way to do it is this: when you sleep with that woman, that is the marriage. That is the bond. You understand? Even when you go into, you say you got the white man's way of marriage, where you get the papers, you walk down the aisle. The marriage isn't consummated until you go to what? The honeymoon. You know what I'm saying? That's after the marriage that make it official. When y'all two come together and become one. You understand? We teach the brothers when they come in, don't go out and just, I can sleep with multiple women. Oh, it's on. And just start gaming up a whole lot of women and sleeping with a whole lot of women. Because when you sleep with that woman, that's your responsibility now. Right. You see what I'm saying? And if you get with a woman that there's even women out there that can destroy your brother. Right. You see what I'm saying? That's in the scriptures too. Sisters that can destroy your brother. So we teach brothers not to take sex seriously. That's one of the first things, you know what I mean, that we drop on a brother and let him know. You got to take sex seriously. Right. Sex is the only thing. Taught this by General Muhammad, the 12th-year general in our school. Sex is the only thing where you get life or death from that one act. You can get life, having a baby, bringing a whole other person in the world, serious matter. Or you can get death, HIV and AIDS. Black community is damn near in the top as far as HIV and AIDS in America. On the planet, we up there with the African countries. Right. You see what I'm saying? And we got condoms, and we got the so-called knowledge and medicines and this and that. So that just lets you know where you know the situation we in, where brothers need this type of knowledge that we teach. They come to the school and they get that knowledge, but brothers need it, sisters need it too.
Well said, brothers. Well said, man. Got to take sex serious, y'all. Sex is marriage. That's why I like what the Israelites are saying. Sex is marriage. If you look at it like that, we won't have a bunch of baby mamas and all of that shit. Take sex serious. Lady D, take sex serious.
Yeah, man. I'm with all of that. But here what I have a problem with now.
It is
He
a
said,
serious affair.
definitely. But what I'm saying is, he said that you can have to get 2 acts from sex, yeah? We still have a little bit of a problem with the T-shirt. Yeah, life and death. So he said you get babies, which birth, yeah, I agree. Death. That's not the only other outcome. So the only way you're gonna get death and HIV and all these other things that are quite prevalent is because of the swapping and changings of partners, not knowing what partner's doing at what time. You could be, for instance, you can be a woman committed to one particular man, or 4 women committed to one man. You don't know if this man has another first friend and desires another woman. He's probably sleeping with somebody else and then comes back and brings those women these diseases. So it's still, we want to hear where's the structure in what he's saying, because he's not actually breaking this down. He's just saying there's 2 outcomes and that's it. But he's not talking about how these outcomes come about.
Hold on. I think you heard him wrong, Lady D. I think he was saying sex is the only act that has 2 outcomes. It creates life and death. You got to mute up, Teron. You got me in the background. If this was Kevin Samuels, he would kick you off the show, Teron. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna mute the brother though.
But I don't think he's by his computer or something.
Yeah, he probably looking for another wife. So shout out to my brother Teron. He went back to that website. He was Teron. That was a crazy story I heard today, brother. But salute to you and the Queen, man. That was a crazy story, Teron. You got to break that down. We got to talk about that one day on this show too, Teron. Yeah, man. You got to get this work. You got to get these jokes too, T-Pain. But no, he was saying sex is one of the only acts that he wasn't saying sex only creates life and death.
Okay, so all right, maybe I got it wrong.
He was saying one of the only acts that creates life and can also create death is sex. Now, if you want to,
but I want to get to the breakdown of how it how it creates the death part. We already know,
It's
we
the
already
age.
established the birth part, but yeah, age just doesn't come about though born. That's the point I'm trying to make. How do we get to the point where age is circulating in the black community? It just doesn't happen. There has to be some what's the word?
It's
What's the word? There's a I can't get the word out now.
promiscuous. Yeah,
There we are. There we are.
it's a sexually transmitted disease. So the
Right.
act
So
of
how about we
sex,
deal with that part of it rather than just going straight to death? How about we break down that part of the can't get the fucking word out tonight, but you know what I mean.
like shock. I think that was like shock value, right? To show you how important, because he was saying sex is important, guys. We got to take sex serious. And then you know how my Israelite brothers do it. They're gonna give you the worst of the worst example. You know what I'm saying? Just to let you know that sex is serious. That was just the main point of it.
Okay. All right.
He was saying we gotta take sex is serious. And Jupes, you want to get biblical? You want to get biblical, Jupes? Polygamy in the Bible. What does God say? I said this earlier. Cain's son, Lamech, he took 2 wives. I hate saying taking, y'all, but this is how these shits is saying it. Moses had 2 wives as well.
Yeah, but listen, I hear all of that. Maybe those the man them had all the wives and all that, the big up the prophets and all of them something there. But was that a command from God that it's okay for man to bore, or was it God's intent for man to be one man, one woman? Like, do we know if there's any messages from the higher power about
intent
polygamy?
Is subjective.
Okay.
Intent. Because if I did see an article where I don't know, man. I'm not well read on the Bible like that. God's plan for marriage. Oh man, because I had read something on it. They were saying I think God's intent was monogamy.
Okay, so are we saying that we're going as humans? We're going against God's intent?
I don't think so though, because because God left the door open. Man, I wish I had. Where you at? Where my people at, man? I should have.
I would say, because listen, this is what I say when I'm having this conversation with Raheem. It goes back to whether we have free will or not, and I would say we do have free will. So if it's man's intent to want to have more than one woman, but it's God's intent for us to be one man, one woman, be as one as one body, yeah, then we're basically going against God's will, God's intent, right? So therefore we do have free will, and we've chosen the path we've chosen. If we intend to go down this polygamy, 1 man, 5 women, 1 man, 4 women. I think in Islam it's 4 wives. The Hebrews, it's open to how many much you can afford or want. So we're basically going against God's intent, right?
I don't know where it was going.
Yeah, think about it, man.
Big
up, brother.
Okay, so you're gonna say that we are going against God's intent. Damn, where was I at? What the fuck? There it is. Yeah, but look how quick it is, though, right? Because quickly after Adam and Eve's expulsion from the garden, Cain's son took 2 wives. So,
all right, but if we're going to go with the technical story of Adam himself, he actually had 3 wives. Eve being the last.
But this says, although monogamy was clearly God's intent. That was crazy that you asked me what was God's intent, because it says monogamy was clearly God's intent, and it points me to Genesis 2:22 through 24. It says by Genesis 4, you have Cain and his son Lamech taking 2 wives. So, you know what I mean?
We need brothers that are, or sisters that are more versed on the Bible, or anybody that knows the Bible well. I'm not very versed on the Bible, but if anybody knows what was the intentions of the Most High when it comes to us as humans, how we should deem marriage or take upon marriage, let us know.
Well, yeah, because I don't know. I know the prophet said right clearly in the surah that you can have more than one, because the Arabs was running wild with many wives, and you seen the video I played. They was just running wild, so you know.
even if we go in certain tribes and certain places in Africa, in certain countries, it's practiced there, and it's normally a chief, and he has many wives, and that it's practiced there. And that's what I'm saying. How do we know it's just not our way as humans to do these things, rather than it's what's the Most High's intent? If we're going to go biblically or religiously,
I think
no
it
matter
was
what.
the Most High's intent.
Mm.
I think it was the Most High's intent. I just think we live in a Western world where they've shitted and they've remixed. A lot of remixing has happened. So now we look down on it. I don't know, Lady D. I don't know. We're
I
gonna
don't
put it.
know, man.
I'm
I do not.
gonna fly you over. That's the first
Hell no. Let me tell you something. As a mother, especially of a daughter,
Yeah.
I ain't encouraging my daughter to do no polygamy. That's all I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
putting that out there now. But
I feel
each
you.
to their own, innit? Each to their own.
Would you shoot it down if your daughter came to you and said, "Hey, I'm considering this"?
I'm handpicking my daughter's husband. I'm handpicking that.
Shit.
I'm not playing.
You better not
I
ever
want to know the
say
family
nothing.
background. I want to know the ties. I want to know your income. I want to know what stock you come from. I want to know your lineage. I'm handpicking that. I ain't playing.
Man, you sound like it sounds like an arranged marriage to me. I don't want you ever. I don't ever want to hear you dissing arranged marriages, Lady D.
I'm actually a firm believer in arranged marriages in the sense of knowing the sense of what you're marrying your child into. Because remember, I'm a mother of a daughter. I'm talking about daughter now, you know. When you have daughters, you're basically giving away your child to another family, your daughter to another family to take care of. I want to know you can handle my daughter. If you can't look after her, you ain't getting nowhere near her. She better stay home. Stay home, man. We ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to get my daughter married off to the local drug dealer. I'm not stupid. No. I'm handpicking that shit. No.
Yeah, you got to. I am too. I'm gonna be real hard on my daughter. We doing the you already know what I'm doing. I'm doing the what was that? The Bad Boys movie. You know what I'm saying? You bring that little nigga to my porch. I'm hey man, where my gun at, man? Where my gun at? We're gonna have this conversation with my gun sitting right here on the table. What's your intentions with my baby girl? You know what I mean?
Hey, ask him one question, nigga.
What's
Did your
that?
mama and your daddy raise you?
Yeah.
If that motherfucker say his mama was gone, his daddy was gone, get that nigga out your house.
Man, damn, don't say that, though. I can't say that, Black Peace.
Yeah, get
nah,
that
but
nigga.
My son,
get that
that's rough,
nigga.
though, Black Peace. My son was raised without a mom, man. His mom passed away.
Who he had, though?
Well, you know, he had a couple little step mamas, and you know, he had some women.
But who he had, though? Who was his? But who he had? Who did he have?
Oh, he had his pops. He had his pops.
Oh,
but the way you said it was like, did your mama and dad raise you? And my son's gonna be like, no, my dad raised me.
Nah, but see, under you had to, because under that she wasn't here to do that.
Yeah.
So that's different than that. She wasn't here, but we talking about motherfuckers who live in the same city with their own kid and don't got them. We talking about them kind of people.
Yeah, deadbeats.
Yeah, those. The one that know where their kid live at and don't go see them. Them people. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So you got a motherfucker like that, you wait, don't even set your kid up for failure. Tell them, hey, I tell my kids now, avoid them kind of people. I don't give a fuck what they avoid them at all costs. Don't waste your goddamn life on no low life. Don't do it. So they ain't gonna be into that. Fuck that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Got time for that shit, man.
Yeah, I hear you. That big bro got a shot at you. For real motion. Real motion. I got a homeboy going through that now, man. I got a little 18, 19-year-old daughter. He telling me stories of how his daughter really loves this guy and he don't approve of the guy, so he don't have to, you know what I mean, pull the strap out on the guy and fucking fight the guy. I'm like, bro, I'm not doing all that shit.
Yeah, he wasting his time.
I hate to say, I'm gonna pop one of these little niggas, man.
Yeah, he wasting his time debating with him. I mean, nigga, you can't beat up one of these young niggas. They'll kill your ass.
And he told me a story. He told me a story too, Black Peace. He like, yeah, man, I just kept my daughter in my house. You know what I'm saying? Made sure she stay here. He's like, man, she started sneaking out my house to be with this nigga. I'm like,
he had a miscommunication somewhere. That's what he did.
He said he don't know what it is. He like, man, she just love him. She just love him. I'm like, yeah, bro, I don't know. I don't want to think about my daughter's so young. I don't want to think about that right now.
That nigga look
Brace
in the
yourself
mirror.
on. All you got to do is from early, have it in your mind from now, is that in the future, your daughter's going to find somebody that she likes or she's attracted to. All you've got to do, when I say handpicking, that is so easy to do. It's like, it's not even a case of being like horrible or mean or, you know, shutting out everything, but go and meet with the parents, sit down, talk with them, find out a lot, as much as you can about them, find out about them. And in that sense, get to know, be a part of that family that, you know, when your daughter's going off or when they're doing, you know, she's in good hands. It's that simple. Like, we
No,
don't
I like
mean
that.
like, yeah,
I
it's just,
love
it's
that.
the
I
way
love
it's
that,
done.
Lady
It's
D.
the
You
way
know
it's
what?
done.
You know
Yeah.
why I like that, Lady D? Because my kids' moms, when they met my parents and my family showed them so much love that the families did mix.
There
Them
we go.
every
And
time.
you basically become a part of
Damn
that
it,
family
every time.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Like Maggie's mom, like Maggie's grandmom on her mother's side was going to my mom's house without me even knowing sometimes. You know what I mean? Like they was vibing like that. They fucking frying fish together, playing cards and doing all type of shit where me and Maggie's mom didn't even know that they was hanging out like that. So I like that too. I like that too. That's the main that's important, Lady D. That I can
Yeah, man. It's like joining two families together. If you've got that bond from early, from they even, you know, start talking with and get to know the family from then, because you don't know what your children are going to decide, and you can't really force in the sense of, I'm going to ship you off and marry you up. No, not like that. I mean, get to know the family, get involved, find out their background, let them know about yours, share things. You basically, you know, your daughter's off in safe hands. You got no worries here. You know, if anything, God forbid, happened to you, you know, you've left her in safe hands with another family that has all good intentions. Because some
So let
people
me
get
ask you
married.
this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this though, Lady D.
Yeah.
Have you ever, even in your younger days, did you ever mess with a man that your parents didn't approve of?
No, in that sense, because everything was centered around the way our upbringing, so everything was around bingy and all of that kind of like. I had a different kind of childhood, though.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Because I know over here in America, you know, most people go through a rebellious stage. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think when the yardie tip came in, my dad was like, "Oh hell no!"
Yeah, I just
My
think
dad was
that
like, "Oh hell no! Well, you tried it,"
that's what I
and
that's
got
what
us
I
all the
worried
way
about.
together. My dad got us all the way together. But other than that, yeah, nah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I always think about the rebellious stage. Like, how am I going to deal with the rebellious stage? I don't even know how I'm going to deal with, because I see a lot of this, even like when girls hit a certain age and they just bump heads with the mother a lot. I'm even thinking about that part. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm kind of getting those calls right now, like, hey, you need to talk to her. She's done this, this, this. And then my daughter's telling me, now, you know what, Daddy's not really like that. And I'm like, yo, I can't even imagine this 6 years from now. So I got to any advice, Lady D? How do I deal with that? Stay out of it?
No, you need to get your damn daughter. That's what you need to do. Your daughter telling you she having some danger moments over there. Her mama probably losing her goddamn mind. Her mama figuring out she old. That's all. You need to get your daughter up out of there, man. She gonna fuck her head up some more. I'm telling you, that's what it is. She pissed
that,
off.
Black Piece.
She
You
look,
know that that's
she
automatic. I'm
looking
like,
at, she looking at her daughter, and her daughter, that used to be her. She's like, God damn, that used to be me.
It ain't
I'm
that old
telling you,
yet.
you
It
got
ain't that old yet, Black Piece, but I do think it will get to that age. I don't know. I you know what I'm saying? I don't think it's at that age yet, but like I'm saying, in 5-6 years, it may be at that age where they just bump heads. They just really don't get
Oh yeah,
along. As a man trying to
that
figure
happens, man.
out,
I'm telling you.
how do I navigate? How will I navigate? You know what I'm saying?
But it was kind of
Just
like that
talk to
back in
your.
the
I
days
would
for
just. I
us here in
wouldn't.
the UK. It was kind of like that. For instance, my dad could not have knocked on my mum's door at all back in the day. Like, and I'm talking like in the late 60s, early 70s. There's no way in hell, because there was a big divide between the small islands and the Caribbeans, and especially in Northwest where we're from, there was a massive divide, and it was kind of frowned upon for small islands to deal with Jamaicans. So that was a thing. And my dad at the time was a nutty dread, so he was coming into his conscious state of mind and whatever. definitely a no-no from my mum's household that's Christian, and then you got this Rasta kind of
Yeah.
rebellious time coming in the 70s. Knock on whose door? My granny had a pail of them times they used to use pails, yeah. So my granny would have a pail of piss waiting for you come to my door and see what happens. This is gonna come on your head. So my granny
Oh my
yeah,
God.
they had to meet round the corners, and if the neighbors saw or the people on the street saw, they would report it back to my granny like, I saw you there on the corner of the road talking to the. My mum would get it, but
But
yeah,
you see what I'm
it was a
saying?
thing.
But you see what I'm saying, Lady D? Is sneaking
Mhm.
out. Now you got to sneak out to
Rebellious, yeah. 70s was very rebellious in the UK. Very
shit, you
rebellious.
saying seven? I don't know. I can't speak for the UK. 70s. I'm saying now. I just told you pretty much the same story. My homeboy grabbed his daughter and in a sense said, "Look, man, I'm gonna lock you in this fucking house. You're not dealing with him. If he comes here, I'm gonna shoot him." So they figured out a way around that. So I don't know. It's like women, girls, ladies hit a sort of rebellious stage, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't even really want to think about that. I don't want to think about that, Black Peace. Fuck that. Where's my other video? I was gonna go back to my girl, but she accidentally said she was an Arab.
I seen what you was talking about. I hadn't yeah, I was doing some shit tonight. I couldn't jump on that when I was at work. I had to
Yeah, but I know you stay away from this topic anyway. You happily married with one wife. Your wife will
yeah, that's my
stab
thing,
you in
man.
your sleep. She'll stab you in your sleep. You get another wife. You even
Nah,
play
I
like
wouldn't say that. We just ain't never that ain't nothing I talk to. That's something you talk about ahead before you even make them kind of decisions. If you gonna
I think
talk,
so
you don't
too.
introduce that. Yeah, you don't introduce that after you done been doing this shit for long as I've been doing it, almost 10 years. You can't just wake up tomorrow and be like, people be like,
Yeah.
where that come from? I mean, that's something that we never talked about. You
She
know what
gonna
I
say
mean?
this
So I
Nature
mean, I
Boy.
wouldn't,
You tell her you've been watching Nature. I've been watching this brother named Nature Boy. That's what you tell your wife.
man. I ain't
Pause.
never even heard of that
The
nigga.
Hotep Brigade's coming out, brother. Run for cover,
Yeah, I
brother.
would
He's
say I
calling
ain't
the
never even
Hotep
heard of.
Brigade.
He sound like he mad. He sound like he
That's
dirty.
it's dirty. That's right.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
that's what he sound like. That he I hope the nigga don't sleep outside, do it.
No comment. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, cause I ain't never even I ain't never heard of him, but he need to change his name. That ain't gonna work. Nature boy. Damn.
A Nature Boy, Wild Boy. Another video, man. Let me get to the brother. And this brother right here is doing real big things for the
Folks
polygamous
sound like a
community.
wrestler.
He's doing the big things for the polygamous community. And we can always count on this
What's wrong,
brother
me?
here to keep it real. So let me play this video real quick, Black Piece, of this brother.
Nature boy.
This is our brother, your brother, Brother Polite, speaking on polygamy and his experience.
Man, is that folks with that paint on their goddamn? Oh man.
Just gonna like ask him and see if he responds. So I was like super excited because I wrote it 2 days before I even messaged you. So I feel powerful, and yeah.
Definitely are. You definitely are. So let's get it in. Let's get it in. Shoot away. I'm at your disposal. I want to be as consistent as I can live, but I also like shedding light on what the brothers and sisters that are out there on Instagram are doing. So when I see the radiant light, when I see the positive vibes and the energy, I always want to share the platform or share the page, share the stage, so that way we can exist as a network of people. So those of y'all that's into the higher energies and the metaphysics, stay in tune, because this is like a grocery store when it comes to consciousness, right? And when you go to the grocery store, there's several different products from several different companies within the confines of that one grocery store. So sometimes we kind of become complacent and we only want to shop with one company in particular, and that's okay. But let's go to the grocery store and let's see the plethora of products or things that are made available to us, and let's give it let's give it some thought and see what's going on. So anyway, I'm highly interested in what you do. I see it manifest in your spirit and your energy and your attitude. So that's why I buy into it and I'm with it. You got my support, and let's kick it. Let's get it in.
Okay, awesome. So my view on polygamy or polygyny is I'm for it. On my last podcast, I had two other women that I was asking how they felt about it. And my understanding is when I bring any type of poly relationship up, a lot of women are definitely turned off by it and they only hear negative aspects about it. So my first question to you is, what is the definition of polygamy and what's the difference between polygamy and polygyny?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you did that. The polygamy is a general interpretation of several people outside of a monogamous relationship working as a collective in a relationship. It's general. So it could be inclusive of any of a number of different types of arrangements consisting of men and women. Polygyny, more especially and specifically, entails a relationship where there are several women to one man. That is polygyny. You know, you also have polyamory and different arrangements, you know, where there's several men to one woman, or you have the arrangement where there are just multiple men and multiple women all engaged. So polygamy, normally people conceive it to be exclusive to a man with multiple women, but polygamy encompasses all those different types of arrangements. But polygyny is when you're talking about one male to several women.
Right.
So that's polygyny.
Okay, so I feel like that's ignorance on my behalf because I was kind of just putting polygamy under, you know, basically everything. And I feel like I think I got some feedback about that because I was thinking that polygamy was when it was just the man who has multiple women.
Well, you're not wrong. It's just not
Okay,
limited to that.
Both ways.
You're not wrong.
Okay. Okay, so what made you consider living this type of lifestyle?
Well, I'll tell you this. As a male and the type of person that I am, I want to make it clear that my first wife, Aminetta Tumray, I love her dearly, and it's not a matter. Oh, thank you so much. And it's not a matter of if she's not enough for me. That, you know, people say that they like to speak on my behalf instead of actually ask me, you know, how I feel. You know, and I understand that we were raised a certain way. So when you raise a certain way, most people's only reference for polygyny is pimping because that's as close as they ever seen it in this European culture. Okay, so it's the only thing they can connect with. And if it is not that, it's like what seems more befitting for people's minds is to accept a woman with multiple baby daddies. I'm not castigating or condemning anybody, but it seems more socially acceptable if a man has multiple children from several women he's no longer in a relationship with, or if a woman has several babies by several fathers. That seems more respectable than being in a consistent relationship with several women with less children involved and pacing yourself. Okay, but I just wanted to throw that out there. But ultimately, when you look at it, I got involved with the scenario because it had a socio-economical clause. In addition to the fact that as a male, you know, I love the attention and the company, the affection, the love, the support, and the energy of women. And the way I was taught from my master teachers, the way I was taught is that the women make you successful. If you know how to take that energy and convert it, because they're internal beings and we're external beings. So you have sex as the activator, right? Or the woman is the activator and the man is the motivator, or vice versa. Actually, the man is the activator and the woman's the motivator, right? And so the energy, her as an internal being, when you give her your ideas, she can conceive it. She helps nurture it. Okay, that's the teaching and support of you. And if you multiply that type of support, I'm talking on a metaphysical level. I'll also go on a socio-economical level. I'll go different levels with everybody. So it's not just, oh, he's spitting that metaphysical game, because I know how a lot of people are. Once you start talking to metaphysics, they become reluctant to hear. They become apprehensive. So I get it. But since this is a question directed to me, I'm going to give you my answers from my philosophy, from my disposition. So women make men successful. especially the likes of whom are very supportive. You know, if the women in my world wanted me to be a reader, wanted me to be a writer, wanted me to be a teacher, henceforth I am. Okay. When I was commissioned to be that, when I took on that commission from my wife, I became what she conceived. In fact, if I wanted to be a gangbanger, when I was a gangbanger, it was because the women whose company I was in, who I was doing everything for as far as attention is concerned and appealing to, I was made in the image and after the likeness of the women whose company I kept.
That's well said. That's well said. And as men, we evolve, right? So the women that you keep around you is important. So if okay, now you're with one woman, you guys been rolling. I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years rolling, but then it gets stagnant. You feel like as a man, sometimes you're not growing. She maybe is not motivating you the same way she was motivating you 7, 8 years ago. Now it's time to introduce polygamy. Well, I'm not introducing it. Now it's time to enforce polygamy. Let's bring some new energy into this household. Let's bring new energy in here to really motivate this man so he can really fulfill his potential. He can be that high value man that he's supposed to be. But sometimes you just need new energy. New energy is great for everybody. This brother's spitting facts, man. Anybody got a comment, man? You know what I mean?
Nah, no, I mean, it depends. Like you said, I don't know. It just depends on how you look at it, man. I think that's what it's your out. It's what you want to do, really. That's the end result. It depends on what you decide, really. None of the rest of that philosophical shit don't mean nothing. If you gonna do it, you gonna do it. If you ain't, you ain't. I think that's what it boiled down to. I
Lady
don't
D, you
think
there?
it boiled down
You
to
there,
none of
Lady
that.
D? Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm
I don't
hearing
really
what the
think
brother's
it.
saying. I'm with the
Hold it
brother.
down real quick. Y'all hold it down real quick. This wife number
Okay.
2. This wife number 2 calling.
Oh, he tried it.
That nigga crazy. But yeah, I just think it just something you gonna do, you gonna do. If you aren't, you aren't. I don't even think people thinking in them terms these niggas explain. I think niggas just
Fact.
they heard about it and want to do it just like everything else.
I think it's a
One of them
fashion
things
trend
you
now
hear
for the
about, we
men
get
in
excited.
2021, bro. It's like a fashion trend. Like they're trying to implement an old traditional way of doing things, but they're trying to put a new spin on it and then selling it to us in the West. And it doesn't make any damn sense. That's my only argument. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense, and it's not lowering the numbers of single parenthood in the black community. In fact, it's doing the opposite. It's growing the numbers. So that's my only argument with
Yeah,
Born in it.
yeah, I would say only time you do that is me in my personal opinion is during a war situation. Other than that, I don't see a purpose outside of a war situation. I'm talking about what a genocide type of thing that went down. Where it's just goddamn it, the numbers are low, 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 low. I'm talking about they done wiped out just everybody. That's different. Seeing how that ain't the case, I'm like, in America, it ain't no benefit whatsoever.
And it ain't no benefit to
So
it here in the
I don't
UK
see
as far as
no.
I can see. Yeah, there is no benefit. But Bourne is going to try and
I
sell
don't.
us the benefit. So I'm going to be good and not try to argue him down too much tonight. I'm going to hear him out, but it ain't working. So far, he ain't cutting it. Because he's trying to apply these values and and those kind of structures in here in the UK and here in the Americas under Western law. It's illegal. Right there and then, case closed. It's illegal here for us in the
He
UK,
gonna have
and I was told it's illegal in America. So what are we doing?
yeah, I know he gonna have a hard time before the law because some of these women ain't trying to hear that shit either. Not here. I haven't met too many. So I don't know. That's gonna be a hard one now. Motherfuckers talk that shit on online and stuff about what they'll do, but shit in real life, nah. They ain't trying to hear that shit. They be that motherfucker fighting every day. This is what I know. People, motherfucking place where I come from, they not sharing nothing. They ain't trying to hear none of that new shit.
I think it's more better for us to more focus on single black parents, especially in the UK and the Americas, and more focus on education rather than polygamy. I think there will make a change, but polygamy ain't gonna make a dent.
Nah.
I think we need to focus more on education. Education can get us out of problems. Polygamy ain't gonna get us out of this problem. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's probably way deeper than that shit. That's for sure. Yeah, this problem way deeper than that. So yeah, you need to go a little deeper than that shit. That's kind of small talk, really, at this point.
Where did Brother Tyrone go? He's been quiet for a while. Tyrone. T-Pain. Yeah, I don't know where T-Pain's gone. Well, Bourne's talking to his wife number 2.
Get ready for work.
Oh,
Get
there
ready
you
for
are.
work, ironing clothes.
Okay.
I'm finna now this what I'm gonna do, y'all. Y'all mute up. I'm gonna go back to the video. That's what I can do. Mute up, family. Let me go back to the video.
So when I change the criteria of the type of women I would be around, and the women that I was around changed their criteria for the type of man that they wanted in their presence, the combination created the world that I live in now.
Wow.
You feel me? So, and the way I was taught, in short, I'm about to go to the socio-economical aspect, but the way that I was taught in short is that the women make the men great. Okay. And the women give the man his pride. The woman that make you go outside and take on 15 cats because one of them called her the B word, just on his strength. You know, the men wear the jewelry because they want to be seen by women. They buy the nice cars because they want to be seen by women. I ain't never buy anything just for the benefit of being seen by one of my brothers. In fact, most of everything that I've ever done that's materialistic has been to gain the appeal of the beautiful Black woman. And so still on to this very day, it's just that the women that I associate with, the way it's easy to appeal to them is more on a sapiosexual level. So instead of looking to appeal to the women that I'm with nice cars and money stacks, is more of, yo, they love when I read and they love when I teach. So that kind of encouragement, that kind of zeal and that kind of enthusiasm that I get from the women that I'm around, who I want to appeal to, they encourage my behavior. And I'm not afraid to say that, because a man is going to be what the women want him to be. I don't care how alpha male you can tend to be. You could be as alpha male as you want on planet Earth. Okay, but you got it all twisted if you're not doing what you're doing to be in the image and after the likeness successfully of the women whose attention that you want to earn. And so that's the world that I'm living in. Now, as far as socioeconomics is concerned, once we establish, okay, I'm a male and I want to be with multiple females because that's how I'm designed. I don't want to live a life where I got to hide. I don't want to live a life where I got to lie to someone and break their heart. I want to talk to a woman and be like, hey, it's just you and I, and this is how we're going to live. All the while, it becomes culture for us to say that to a woman and then go out there and sneak when we could just kept it real, because it's billions of people on
Brother
the planet.
Polite wants a
So they
load
got to
of
be
pum
people that's
pum.
compatible
He
with
said
me.
it.
There's idiots on the planet that find compatibility. Okay? There's people that like rough sex and like to be beat up and handcuffed. You know, I'm not with all that. But you know what? There's people on the planet that's with that. And they could find compatibility. There's billions of people on the planet. So why would we force compatibility with people who don't share similar interests? So when people say, hey, you know, that's just for you. That's, you know, you want to have your cake and eat it too. I say, my nigga, if it's my cake, why can't I eat it too? I don't never understand these kind of weird things people talk about. You know what I'm saying? How you going to tell me I want to have my cake?
Yeah, all that babble talk, that whole talk he's talking. He basically said he just wants a load of pum pum and deal with it, woman. That's just the way I want
he
to
didn't
be.
say that.
That's what he
didn't
said.
say
Shut
that.
up, man. Shut up, man. That's what he said.
Good shit. That was good shit by Brother Polite. That was good shit by that brother, man. Man, I don't know what Polite went with that conversation, boy. That was what the fuck? I didn't even watch that video. Polite start wilding. He started getting loud with it too. The fuck.
I don't know what folks was talking about, man.
He said a whole
Um,
load of nothing,
He
brother.
started
He just
going
basically
left.
said he wants a whole load of nothing, and he just wants a lot of pom pom to choose from, and that's his right as a man to have his cake and eat it too. Boom, there it is.
There
That's
it
what he's
is.
telling you.
There it is. And that's what I'm saying about the
yeah.
organization. It has to be organized. It's gonna fail if it's not organized every time. Every fucking time it's gonna fail.
Yeah, it's a time for that, and I think it's a time for that particular situation to happen. But this ain't it. This ain't the time per se. Not in this, especially not over here in this setup. The way it's set up here, it ain't made to correctly operate in a setting like this. Nor is it the time. See what I'm saying? So
I think
I
it
don't
is if
even
you I think it is if you just have to mentally get yourself there. I think it's gonna take a lot of unlearning and relearning for it to really
like what,
happen. I mean, you're gonna
like
have to just
unlearning and relearning, like what?
you're probably gonna have to rethink the whole situation of you gotta rethink marriage. You're gonna have to rethink relationships because if you're still gonna do it like America do it, we see that ain't really working like that. The numbers are low. Successful marriages, and you at the numbers of like, you know what I'm saying? This many amount of black women will get married in their lifetime. We got to do something to change them numbers, man.
But Born, that's because society's changed.
And what's the proposal?
No, but everything's changed.
Polygamy
He's
is
putting it down to just values, but you've got to like put everything in under the scope. So we can't just look at it as though, oh, black women just don't want to marry, or black women are. Everything's changed. The world has moved on. So basically, society's changed. Women's job pay has changed. Women working has changed. They're no longer being housed. So there's a lot of things you've got to put into under the microscope than just narrowing it down to, oh, our numbers are low. The world we know it as today is not the same world as your grandparents knew it or your great grandparents knew it. Things, values change, people change, societies change, the
Mhm.
world's changed, and that's probably why we're not seeing people's ideas on marriage has changed. People's what they want in life has changed. So all of that has to be factored in. The roles of men and women have changed. Like all of that. Come on now.
Nah, you right. Hey, hold on, what's going on? Kingo, brother, you're gonna have to start making some sense, man. Or you gotta come up here and explain yourself, Kingo. I ain't gonna lie, brother. I don't wanna time you out, but it's getting weird, man. I like to read the chat and engage with the chat, but like I don't know.
He's asking about the thing. It's just it's just a community where they have different thoughts and beliefs and concepts. Like this, as far as I'm concerned, it consists of a whole load of different groups, whether they're on the Egyptian path, going down the Kemet path, if they're down the Islamic path, whether they be Moorish Science Temple, whether they be Hebrew Israelites. It's all composite of that kind of group. The
Think
African
outside of what you
spiritualists,
it's
African
thinking
spiritualists,
it's
yeah, all of that.
actually thinking, acting, and living outside of what the Western world teaches you in some sort of aspect. Some sort of aspect. I'm not saying completely. You're not completely
Yeah, it's a bit out of the
removing
box.
yourself
Yeah.
because we are in the West, right? It's you know what I'm saying? It's
And it's become, and that's what the title is. It says conscious community is becoming conscious of oneself. So it's kind of self-explanatory. So if your path is to be you go through schools of thought, so maybe you might be a Christian and then you've graduated that and you're no longer adhering or your life known, but you might go to a different school of thought, i.e. you might become a Hebrew Israelite because that's more of your lane in. You just go through these schools of thoughts and you become in your conscious self. So
basically not a
yeah,
fool. Yeah,
it's a
basically
thought.
for
Yeah,
real. Not
so
going by
you go through
what
different stages in your
what
life.
they taught you, the little bits and pieces of what life is like according to America or the Western way. In a lot of senses, most of the senses is
Yeah,
that.
basically, I get you. Basically, not a fool. Yeah.
So
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
man.
yo. So if, hey, look. So if the number women in 20 like in today have a
Mhm.
a fucked up outlook on marriage itself, right? How in the hell we gonna let's say you wanted to get that party started that you're talking about. How you gonna get them to do that? Because it ain't, think about the average woman you can talk to and ask them their outlook on marriage. It just itself, and just see what they say. I ain't heard too many good outtakes on that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how you gonna get them to participate in what you saying if they don't even want to participate with one nigga on their own? You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, it's
like,
gonna be an
I don't know
uphill
how you
battle.
gonna how would you convince them? Yeah, cause
It's,
that's a. I
it's
mean,
gonna be an uphill
I hear
battle.
I hear black girls. Cause I'm gonna say I
Now
hear
I gotta
black
start
girls
off with
calling
one.
marriage slavery now.
I gotta start off with one, Black Peace.
So
I gotta start off with one, right?
yeah,
But like
cause
you said in the beginning, I
yeah,
will tell
something
that
man.
and I would tell that black woman in the beginning, this is what I plan. This is my plan. Just like I would tell any woman that I want to be with for the rest of my life,
You're
my
gonna have
goals
to
and my plans. See what I'm saying? I would definitely tell her this is my plans. Eventually,
look.
we're
You
going
gonna
to bring in another woman. But you're right. I'm gonna have to make sure I gotta
you
get
gonna
I gotta
have to,
get
cause
the
you
first one
don't.
first.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, that's easy. I know I gotta get the
Yeah,
first one
you
first.
gonna have to tell them too, cause you don't, nigga. You know what kind of. Yeah, you better.
But
You gonna
brother,
have to.
this
You
is the
gonna have to be
point. We've been
upfront, cause
telling
you don't.
Bourne.
You got hell on your hands, pops.
Good shit.
But this
Good
is the
shit.
point, brother. Bourne's been trying to tell us this and trying to sell us this thing, and we're telling him, nah. We're black women telling him hell to the no. So if he can't convince us just on these panels, how the hell is he going to convince these women in real life? I don't know. Bourne, sell yourself to us, man. Try again one more time.
Well, I don't have to sell myself. I already told
Sell
you.
yourself.
You're not going to get on the train. You're not gonna get on board of the movement until it's moving. So what I'm gonna have to do is get wife number one, do live streams with wife number one, telling people why we're going to choose polygamy and let her explain why did she still decide to get in a relationship with me even though I told her from the jump that we're going to practice polygamy. You know what I'm saying? And I think after a few videos Lady D, a few live streams of you talking to the sister, really engaging with the sister, you know what I'm saying, you'll have a whole nother outlook. So I'm not gonna say, I'm gonna let the sister tell the
We
truth.
had a whole load of nothing, Lord. You know what I find funny though? When you ask men, like, what is it about men that makes what is it about you that is so appealing that we as women or we will flock to want you or wanna, desire to be with you? And I even done it the other day. I did a test on Triluminati. I did it with Shaid, yeah. Oh mate, Shaid flopped at the first tour. Like, I don't know what it is with men. When you put them on the spot to say that sell yourself, they can't. But then when it comes to us women, they have all these expectations and goals and criteria we need to meet, and we have to prove ourselves. And it's just a bit weird when I look
But
at
you
it.
don't remember earlier in the show when I pretty much did that? I gave out my qualities, right? I said,
Mm-hmm.
look, I'm a go-getter, great father, entrepreneur, ambitious, you know what I mean, a creator, and in some type of way, I'm building a bridge from America to the UK. So I'm international in a sense. Yeah, that's what I got to offer. You know what I mean? Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
So, do you believe that women have expectations and values and wants, and that's just men are just not meeting them in today's world of what women want, their demands?
I think the demands are unrealistic in a lot of
Oh,
cases.
tell us more.
But you as a woman, what are the demands that we should be meeting?
Well, hold on. You said that our demands are unrealistic, but I want to know what are, like. Can you give us an example of some of these unrealistic demands you think women are demanding?
I guess maybe I'm talking
Go ahead,
physical.
Kevin Samuels.
I think I'm saying mainly in the physical, right?
Yeah,
Tall,
he's getting in his
tall,
lane now. He's
dark,
getting his Kevin
tall,
Samuels
dark.
lane now.
Now listen to me though. Tall, dark, and handsome. Just right. We know that as a saying, right? I want my man tall,
Yeah,
dark, and handsome.
yeah.
How many men in the world are tall, dark, and
But we
handsome?
from the hood and we black and ugly
Millions,
as ever.
millions.
Yeah.
You feel me? We from the hood and we black and ugly as ever. But we hood, but we real though. You feel me?
Yeah, but you short. So there you go. Strike you out right there.
Man, stop,
Say
Born
what?
Rich.
Say
Stop,
what?
man. Stop.
Like, come on, man.
Born rich.
I'm
You
under
already
the
know
man.
it's one standard that these black women want from you that you can't keep, bro, and you know exactly what it is.
I don't. You gotta tell me.
You can't be with one at a time. That's all it is.
Thank
It's
you,
not
brother. That's all.
it's not in my
Unrealistic.
nature.
That's unrealistic, brother Mike. That's us being unrealistic. I'm glad someone went straight to the core of the meat and potatoes and all of that. Come on, man. Boom, spit it out. You want multiple relationships, and we got standards. We're not trying to share our men, and you're saying if we don't get on board, you're gonna get your whole team of Beckys to fill our place. That's what you said.
Basically, that's what he's saying. I don't know about the Becky, but he's saying that. Hey, man, you listen to too much Polite, man. Polite is, man, listen, bro. That dude is out his mind, man. I don't even know why you would take anything he say seriously, man. He want to be a celebrity.
I don't know what y'all talking about, man. I don't know. I'm scared to play that video. Maybe I shouldn't play that one.
Yeah, he's gonna go and get him a whole team of Jada Francis's, and yeah, you do your thing, board. Big up yourself. We'll chuck it under reparations. We'll chuck it under reparations. You know that even can't even be reparations. That's ridiculous.
Well, let me get to my brother because this will probably fit brothers Mike and Black Peace Initiative. This brother right here, 15 years married, and decided to bring another wife in. And he's happy. He's happy about it. Let me bring the brother back in. Rewind him a little bit. Let's bring the brother back in, man. Since y'all won't take my word for it, I'll let another brother tell you.
Family structure where a man is a husband and a woman is the wife. Okay? We want to make sure morals are practiced. That raises our level of character. That's unquestionable, really. No matter whose agenda, different people are trying to change that. We believe in a nuclear family, and polygyny just expands that family role, if you will. The challenge is our conditioning can be so strong against it because society has, oh, my knight in shining armor is coming to rescue us and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, if every man married every available woman, there will still be millions of women unmarried in the U.S. today, even though Islam legislated over 1,400 years ago, it restricted polygyny to only 4 wives. Islam didn't come with polygyny. Polygyny has been practiced far before by the most righteous individuals and people that have ever existed, the prophets. And even when you look at Prophet Suleiman or Solomon in the Bible, they say he has 700 wives, 300 concubines. Now, of course, nothing like that is allowed, but Solomon was, I remember when I used to be Christian, that he was also considered to be the wisest man that ever lived. Perhaps being able to deal with such things as 700 wives also attributes to why he could have been considered, one of the most wise men that ever lived. I don't know. But back to why. Well, it's relatively hard to explain why to a woman. There's many different reasons. There are many different reasons as a driver. But I just want to let you know right up front, the myth that, oh, it's just sex. Now, you don't need to get married for sex. Now, if you're going to be moral and have moral standards, yes, absolutely. But when it's called extramarital affairs, when they talk about over 80% of marriages have infidelity, when we know that marriage fails the majority of the time, monogamously is well over 50%. Polygyny, there's no numbers or statistics on it because most people are private. And we were private for a number of years. So we decided, it will benefit more people to be able to help and show how to build a polygynous union after going through the roller coaster of emotions, the ups and downs, and really trying to figure this thing out and recognize there wasn't much support. So we decided to become more public and allow other people in, and when people were asking different questions and helping them out and really finding some solutions to their challenges, we felt obligated to do so. But since most are private, we have no idea what those numbers are. It could be more, it could be less. Allah knows best. We don't know. So there are no.
That brother speaking
Let me
fat.
ask you a question.
What?
Let me ask you a question. If the regular marriage is failing, why in the hell will we get married 2 times then?
Right.
Well, it's about team building. It's about team building, and it's
no. What I'm saying is that if the first one's fucking up, why would we do it? Why would we? Yeah, that's like people who get married 10 times. Why would you keep getting married?
Well, let me tell you this. So it stops those women from going insane, because we know insanity is keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. So if you're in a monogamous relationship, it failed. Now you're divorced. What you gonna do? Go back try another one,
That's it.
and then
That's it.
another one,
No, that's it.
and then
Hell
another
no.
one. No, and see that's the thing about
No, that's it.
polygyny. In polygyny, we give you a second chance. Okay, you failed in that first one. Let's talk to you. Let's me and wife number one talk to you. We're gonna get to know you. Why did you fail? Why did your first marriage fail? What are you doing to work on it? What do you need from another partner? And then we would
What are
bring
y'all
that.
marriage counselors? What's
We would,
going on,
yeah,
bro?
yeah,
What are you trying to?
sister, it's
What
called
game you trying
sister
to pull,
wives.
man?
It's called sister wives for a reason. It's
Sound
a
like a
family.
con game to me, man.
Yeah,
Sound
I
like
hear you.
old freaky con game,
That's because the white man got y'all hypnotized on this monogamy.
bro. You don't want no other wife, nothing but for more sex, bro. Stop playing with me,
It's what y'all in the West, man. Y'all this
man.
is
I know.
West.
Also, he's not gonna own it, brother. He's not owning it. Like we've been trying for months. He's not gonna own. That's what it is.
Yeah, I just
Come
think
on,
this.
man. I'm real with my. If I was to take on another wife, that's just what it all. That's what it's about.
Nah,
The
it's
hell,
team building. It's team building,
I'm gonna be real.
and
and
we
I ain't
it's
got
another
team. What are you
income.
talking about,
look.
It's another income.
man? Man, get out of here,
Shoot.
man.
I'm just trying to tell you, man.
Hey, folks, I ain't got no time already, my nigga. I ain't gonna lie
And
to you, man.
that's the
You know how many
problem.
kids I
Like,
got?
where's
You know
it?
how
How
many
does the
kids I
time
got, bro?
divided? How is it equally making sure each wife is not, feeling no type of way about another one? Like, how does this? Like, I need some details on this
Yeah,
shit.
we got. I mean, we got ways to deal with that, man. Family
Man, I
meetings,
got too many.
conversation. You know what I mean?
My
Conversation,
kids, man.
communication is the most important thing in even a monogamous relationship.
Shit, nigga, my kids is
So the
me
first wife,
100%. And then shit, we go on dates, nigga. That's when we.
Communication is key in any relationship. So same thing in a
what's the
Nah,
first wife's
understanding
role?
is really.
Your first wife?
Understanding
What is
is,
her
yeah,
role?
understand.
she's the leader.
What is the
She's the
role of the
leader.
first wife? So you
She's the
mean
leader.
some girl so you gonna get another wife that's gonna come in and be like, she's my leader?
Yeah, he wants
We
hierarchy
wouldn't
in his
say that. No,
compound.
it's like they're equal, but come
Why is
on,
there
man.
got to be
You
hierarchy? Why?
always have to give the credence to the first wife. There is no second wife without the first wife's approval. Like, come on, man. Let's be honest. So yes, she is
So what
going to
y'all
hold.
trying to run? What kind of game y'all trying to run? So is you
That's
gonna
the
be in the
problem.
bed
You
with
think
both
it's the
these women
game.
at the same
You think
time,
it's the
or
game.
you gonna take turns? What you gonna do? How you gonna do the
And
relationship?
you can take turns. You can take turns. It's cool if we take
So nigga,
turns.
Well, what kind of
y'all
fucking
we live in
fool do
the
you
same
take
house.
black women for, born? Like,
No,
what kind of fool do you take us for? Like, for real? Like, do we look
you
like we
take
were born
turns.
yesterday?
Man, you can take turns, man. You don't want
Oh
to be
my
in the
God.
bed with both of them doing all of that, man. Then it becomes freaky sex, and it's not about freaky sex. Yeah, that's it, man.
What?
Hey, folks, you
So
funny.
y'all all be in the same house?
Yeah, we're gonna be in the same house. We'll be in the
So
same
you
house,
you
and
trying to have?
we'll figure it.
Man, you tripping, bro. Just be honest
Yeah,
with yourself, man. And then maybe you'll get what you're looking for once you start being honest.
I'm gonna get what I'm looking for.
Cause your game right now, man, it sounds like something rehearsed. You know what I'm
It's not
saying?
perfected. It's not perfected yet. I ain't gonna lie. It's still in the still in the building stages. I'm putting it together. I don't know. I don't
You
know. I
should
may
be
have to
like,
take my shahada.
listen here, y'all. Let's just come with me. I'm gonna do y'all good. We're gonna get some money together. We might have a lot of kids if y'all just don't mind sharing me. Simple. Stop acting
Yeah.
like you so concerned about the other one and all that. You're not concerned about this second wife because because the first wife called the shots. So it ain't no equal love in this relationship. Somebody gonna feel left
I
out.
wouldn't say she called the shots, but she can
Just
say
said she
no.
was the
She can say
leader.
no. I'm not feeling the second wife.
Do you know what? This ain't working
What
for
if she
me,
be
yeah?
like,
So I'm
let's
gonna go on
divorce this
mute,
bitch?
Born. Born,
Check this
listen, I'm
boring
gonna go on
relationship.
mute, yeah? You got some questions in the chat you might want to address. Maybe because you're not hearing it from a black woman's voice, you can't, but maybe if you hear it from a white woman's voice, it might sound different.
Yeah,
'Cause
nah,
I know you got auto tuning out when it comes to us, yeah. So I'll go on mute. She can come on the panel and address you herself. I will stay out of it.
What you gonna do when that first wife say, "I want you to divorce this
How
second
would
wife"?
that go down with black betterment? I don't understand what she's saying. Once you have more than one wife, what's gonna stop him from wanting one from each so-called race? I don't know who that question is directed at, but it's definitely not directed at me. Because I don't do
I think
anything
it might be
but
definitely directed
the
at
black
you.
way.
I think
And
it
so,
is.
now
I
hold on,
think it
lady. No, hell no, lady. You definitely can't interrupt this because you the one is fucking throwing that narrative out there. So
that was the. I swear down, born.
I
You
know, but
told
I'm
us.
just saying, I
Oh
know
my
because you said
days.
I never said I was gonna do a team full of Beckys. You know I
Yes, you did. Born the very
Lady T,
first
you
time
gotta
we
find that.
discussed
You
it,
gotta find that.
and then after that, you had the nerve to tell us about Jada. Like, stop it, man. Like,
Yeah, I
I'm not
didn't say
making
that.
these things up.
But yeah, I only do one race, Jupes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know my stance. Like, man, you're gonna always argue about separation. So yeah, I only do one race. I don't do any other races. So that's out of the question. So that question is non-existent. We're not doing that. I ain't doing nothing but the black woman.
Hey. So
Go
when
ahead,
the
bro.
first wife say, "I
Have you
want you to divorce this second wife," you gonna divorce her?
have you attempted to do this yet?
I brought it up in conversations.
Yeah, the conversation where he told us if we don't get on board, he's gonna get him a team of Becky.
No,
That
I'm talking about in
conversation.
real life. In
Hey,
real
look,
life, I brought this up in conversations, and believe it or not, it's women out here who fuck with it. Well, they say they fuck with it. Let me say it like that. And I've also met
they gonna
some
say,
sisters.
yeah,
I've
they
also
say,
met some sisters who lived the lifestyle before.
man, tell them prove it.
That's what they told me, bro. Okay, I can't prove it because
Yeah,
I
they'll
don't know
say anything.
the
You talking about how?
ex-husband.
Now I'm talking about tell them to prove. But look, they say
Yeah,
that type
that's
of
what I'm
strong
saying. I
support all
can't.
the time.
I
What
don't
they'll
know. I
do,
should have.
and then yeah, they'll get on Facebook and say that shit, and then you be Next thing you know, you ain't got no windows. Feeling. So I don't want you now, man. I hadn't
What?
really heard too many people in favor of that or whatever. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, Jupes, I don't know what you
yeah,
talking
it's
about
gonna
in
be
the
interesting to
chat.
see.
It don't matter how greedy I am, Jupes. I am not going outside of black. That's just it. No matter how greedy.
He be lying. We heard.
Oh,
We
that
hear
that
you,
white
born.
When
woman.
people say
We hear
greedy, and
you
let me think
lying, born
about
on the
greedy.
block. We hear when you tell these
Well,
lies.
let
So
me tell y'all something, man. Listen, let me tell y'all something when people say about greedy, y'all. I do pretty well. I do pretty well in life, man. I do okay. I'm not gonna say I do okay in life to the point where I could afford sex. If I was to ever get greedy, I would just pay for it. So that's what I'm saying. I want to get that greedy narrative out of here. Like, born, if the shit hit the fan and I got that desperate, I would buy some fucking sex. So we're not going to say about being greedy. If I want to have a sexual encounter with 4 women, it's a price for that I could pay.
all right, but hold on, born. I know you're about this polygamy and all of this. Yeah, would you actually encourage your own daughter to do polygamy, practice polygamy?
I think it would still be the same as even in a monogamous relationship. If I could
No, that's
get
not
along with the
born. That's not my
family,
question. Would
if
you
she asked
encourage
me,
your daughter to do it?
would I encourage?
Yeah.
Encourage? No, I would say no right now, especially right now here
See, and
today.
that's the
But listen,
contradiction,
but you gotta
born.
listen, but you have to
But born,
listen.
that's
Listen.
you already
If
contradict
you
yourself because
listen,
you want
I
us to
know,
do
but Lady D,
something you
if you
wouldn't want
ask
your
me a
daughter to
question,
do.
Lady D, what the fuck? You asked
Okay,
me a
go
question.
on,
Let
go
me
on.
finish. Let me finish. So you asked me, would I encourage my daughter? I can't encourage my daughter sitting right here tonight because I am not doing it. I am a believer into showing people. No one believes in your movement until it's moving, Lady D. So I would have to show my daughter. If I wanted my daughter to fucking practice polygamy, I believe I would have to show her what a successful polygamous lifestyle looks like before I ever try to encourage her.
So
That's
you're
just
more with
it.
the effort. You're more from the ethos of show and prove. So you're gonna do it and put it in
Absolutely.
practice.
Because everybody can talk. Everybody
Okay.
can do talky. Everybody can do that. We know that. Everybody can talk. I would want to
Hey,
show
what
her.
if your wife? Hey, what if your first wife tell you she want to get her another husband though? What you gonna do? Because you
You
said you
talking about
believe in that.
before?
I mean, it go.
You
Yeah,
said
I'm saying,
before the
yeah,
marriage?
yeah. Because basically,
Yeah.
when you go to her and tell her that
Uh-huh.
this is what it's gonna be, she's gonna have to believe in the same practice, right?
Yeah, or move around. I would
Meaning,
just move around.
yeah.
Yeah, if I
So basically, so if she
would be
believe in
wife
the
number
same
one.
practice, that means she can practice it as well, then, right?
I don't understand why you would say that. I go to work in construction every day. Do I get mad? Does that in theory mean my wife should go out and do construction every day? I don't know what that means.
No. She don't believe. No, she don't believe in doing construction. though. We talking about two different. We talking about
She
that
would
thing.
never
You
be
had to believe,
wife
like you
number
said, it had
one.
to be in the middle, right?
Yeah, she
It
would
had
never.
to.
She
So
would
what I'm
never.
saying, you said earlier, it had to be in the mental. So in her mental, she would have to accept this particular type of relationship before she even agree.
Facts.
She would have to be taught. It had to
Yeah.
be talked about. She had to agree about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
No regular woman I don't agree to come go do no damn construction. So that's two different things.
But
No average woman gonna agree to do construction.
she
That's two
wouldn't.
different
Let me
things.
tell you this,
I'm
brother.
saying if she takes on this belief, that means she's starting to believe that this is something that I can do, and she gonna want to know, can she get her another man? Since it's just you, if you hadn't
I
made
don't
your move yet,
understand the
maybe
beliefs.
she'll make hers.
I don't understand the beliefs. If she's never ever
The
once
belief is
thought
that
about, listen, brother, listen, Black Peace. If she's never ever in her life thought about having two husbands, but just the simple fact she hear me say I want two wives, now all of a sudden she's saying, "Oh shit, well, you want two wives, I want two husbands." Then it's no. That's a no for me, and she has the right to say no. If I say, "Hey, you
or
know
then
what? I
you
want,"
convince her.
what do you mean? Do I convince her?
You convince her of it. I know what
I
said.
don't
Didn't you
convince
convince her
her.
of
I tell her
why it
this.
was beneficial to do that? So now, at first, she didn't believe it, so she wouldn't have brought up the idea, right? Because she didn't believe in it in the beginning. You went and got her and told her about the shit. Now she want to practice it. Now she want to do it in her little world. Now
Yeah,
that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't. Yeah, I don't understand what it because I can use the analogy, bro. If I introduce you to selling crack, and 6 months later you say, "Hey, I want to sell crack," I'm gonna say, "No, get the fuck out of my face." What are you talking about? I can't convince her to believe something just because I'm doing it and you see it successful. You know, relationships don't work like that, bro. If I get out here and create a grass cutting, a landscaping business, and my wife says, "Oh shit, that's successful," I want to do that. I'm gonna say, "No, what are you talking about?" That's the same thing with polygamy. If I say I want two wives, we bring in another wife, and you see it's successful, and then you come and say, "Yo, I see how successful this is. I want another husband." I'm gonna say, "No, get the fuck out of my face. What are you talking about?"
Right, because the greed is one-sided. So once you get the first wife, then you will think you're successful. Then you want the second one. Okay, it still works. You're gonna keep wanting more naturally. You're gonna keep wanting to add to that. So it's
He
sheer
said the
your
woman is gonna say
selfishness.
that. He said the
Yeah,
woman
but
is
you're
gonna
saying
say
you've
that.
already shut it down for the woman. You've already said no, she can't.
Yeah,
But for
yeah.
you, you're still, your avenues are still wide open. You still can feed on your greed. In other words, right?
I don't
No.
understand. But what if I don't feed on my greed?
But
When y'all
but
keep
you know
calling
you're
it
going to.
greed.
You're going to because you've seen it
Who said
successful.
so? Who said so,
Because you've
Lady
seen
D?
it successful.
Yeah, but I was also successful at selling crack, Lady D,
Oh Lord.
years ago, and I'm not doing it anymore. So I don't understand what that means. What do y'all mean? You see it successful, so you're gonna want to keep doing it and keep doing more, maybe in certain situations, but no. Eventually, you're gonna say, "Okay, this is what it is. I got two wives. I'll take two. I got two wives, and we got a nice family. I'm good."
Born initially, yeah, bro. You said you want to start off with at least two. Well, then you
Yeah.
raise it to three. And then you'll see from how far. So naturally, you've already in your brain ingrained that, yeah, three will probably be my limit, but I'm open to more. So if the three works, you're more than likely going to want to have 4, 5, and 6, right?
But it's only going to be as a team. As
Oh.
a team, right? The initial thing I said about polygamy is team building and teamwork. If the team says, "Okay, boy, that's enough now. God damn, it's you know what I mean, it's two of us. We you know what I mean, and we don't want any more. It's the benefit of the team, and then I'm gonna say, cool. All right, we done. It's all about the most important thing is team building and creating
You're
a
gonna have
nuclear
to
family.
you're gonna have to get in one of them groups, man. You know what I mean? The Hebrew Israelites or
Yeah,
whatever the
I
hell
may
this like.
Islam. I may have to take the Islamic route. I may.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I'm not
that.
counting that
Born
out.
wouldn't last
What
2
kind of
minutes as a
Islam?
Muslim. Born would
I'm
forget
not
to
counting that
pray.
out.
Born would forget to pray once a day, much less 5 times. He will be the most useless Muslim there is. So Islam would not be welcoming to you, but I can tell you that right now. Islam would not be welcoming to
You
you.
don't know
Forget
that.
it.
You don't know that for
Oh, well, I was
sure.
about to
I
say
know
which
this.
Islam. Yeah, I was about to ask you which sect you gonna go with, or the
I don't
Islam.
know.
Which
I'm gonna
one?
keep I'm keeping my options open, man. Keeping my options open, man. It's a over
You
over 100
you gonna
sects
have to
of
go
Islam.
WD, man. You gonna have to go WD.
Yeah,
You
man.
gonna
I
have to
don't
go
know.
WD route, man.
And I still got the Hebrew
You gonna
Israelites
have to
over
go
there
over there,
too.
man. They don't push lines, man.
And the Hebrew
Over there.
Israelites, they practice polygamy too. So I still got those brothers that I
They
can
also
run.
practice misogyny. They also practice the manosphere, man. They got so much shit they practice.
Yeah, those are just Western words. You just do a bunch of Western babble. Bunch of, you know what I mean? We don't care about the words. All that misogyny and misogynistic. We don't care about none of them words, man. That shit don't mean nothing to us. My grandfather didn't even know what that word meant. That word
You
wasn't
ain't
even
lying, man.
around. That word wasn't even
Yeah, that shit
around
don't.
when my granddaddy was around. Man, I don't want to hear about these modern Western, and that's the problem.
It ain't around now.
Everybody on the panel got 100 questions. You know why? Because y'all was born and brainwashed by the West. It told you one woman, one man. The pastor pork chop when y'all was growing up gave y'all the wrong scriptures and the fucking his remix of the scriptures, and now y'all running around, yeah, baby, we gotta walk down that aisle and say our vows, and you may kiss the bride and all of that silly ass shit, man. Y'all crazy. I don't let these white folks put a
All
whooping.
right, brother Born, your blood pressure is going up. Like, do not go off on us, please, for being raised in the West. Please do not go off. We're just going by what we see as the world today, and what you're trying to implement in the world today ain't cutting it, bro. There's no need to give us the white man this and the white. Hey, slow your roll, because we can say the same thing. If you want to go
What?
down the,
I'm
if you
about
want
to
to
say
go
what?
down the Islamic route or whatever, we can say, well, you're taking up cultures that don't belong to you. So don't do that.
Islam was started in Africa, and we know about the Israelites.
Yeah, I was
So
just gonna say. That's just something I wanted to do. I wanted the family aspect. I didn't get to have that situation. Established well when I was younger. So I did it my damn self. That's the reason why I wanted to.
yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that, brother. I feel that. I respect that black piece. I understand that. I understand that, man. I do, brother. I do. I just want to do it a little different, man. Like I said, I'm about giving back, helping the community and giving back. So if we get wife number one in there, like the sister said on the video that I play, yeah, um, she was a good girl. She looks like she was running out of time. She couldn't find a good man. I have a good man. So me and my husband brought her in as a sister wife. That's it. It's all about giving back, man, and helping out sisters.
This guy tried it. I don't know
Man,
who he's trying to sell this ice to us Eskimos right now, but it ain't happening, bro.
I ain't gonna sell it, man. I'm just gonna let the brother talk. This brother is doing it. He's doing a great job.
A number of things. There's a need for family. Does it need to be a whole human being? Now, the question comes for the man. The man says, okay, well, my first wife is upset, mad, and, she's threatened to leave me and the kids and stuff like that. And, what should I do? Fact is, I don't know. And it depends. It really depends on your circumstances and your situation. If you are not a fair individual, if you're not a just person, then you don't need to be considering polygyny anyway. You need to work on yourself and personal growth to expand and become more than twice the man that you currently are, to deal with new situations and dynamics. Because when it comes to emotions, if you can't deal with one roller coaster of emotion that comes from a wife, you should try to deal with two, because you're going to get it on both sides. Yeah. The emotional roller coaster and all of that. You may have an incoming wife that's jealous of the amount of time you've been around. The first might be saying, okay, am I insecure, or did I do something wrong, or what's going on, or how come you has the desire for someone else? Look, here's the facts. The fact is, men will never be able to understand how it feels to have menstrual cramps, or absolutely not be able to feel what it's like to give birth. Just like women will never be able to understand what drives a man to want to marry more and expand his family. That's really king talk. Can you love more? Yes, you can love more. I said, well, can you really love two women? Yes, you can. Can you be in love? Yeah, you can. There's no limit to love and try to box it up. Think about if you've ever had children. And I know it's not the best example, but it's one of the closest ones we can think of. A body growing inside you. You have this child. Your first child is your everything. You spend all of this time and this effort and this love and all of that's there. But then when you have a second child, does the love of your first one diminish? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. But can that first child be jealous of the second child? Yeah, absolutely. Or you have 4 or 5 children. I have 10 biological children and 2 bonus children. There's sibling rivalries and some things that I like more about some children and some things I don't like, that they do. We're humans. But the main thing is, if you are the quality type of brother, if you are the man for the job, if you're the one that's just and you're fair, then obviously your wife should be concerned. She should have a natural, normal jealousy of you anyway, like you have a natural, normal jealousy of her and not putting her on display for others. So why? I love women in general. I do. That doesn't mean, oh, I love women, so let me just go and I'm just trying to check sisters out and just can't control myself. No, not at all. You have to be self-disciplined. But I know that far too many women in our society today, like 500 years ago, like 1,000 years ago, like 5,000 years ago, and like will be 100 years from now, they're being abused in society, not being taken care of. They have very few options. When I look at, first of all, I'm a man, a black man in America, a Muslim man. So when I look at, and I have 5 daughters that I'm responsible for and helping them get married. When I look at the prospects are slim. One, you have to deal with someone knowing your culture. Then you have to deal with society and these homosexuality being rampant and being pushed as though it's normal, the whole transgender thing, agenda and everything else. Then you have incarceration. So there are a lot of challenges. Then you have those who just.
That brother, that is preaching the gospel, man. That brother preaching.
That brother is spouting us a whole load of old tech Bible. What we listen, we'll listen.
That nigga sound like a Muslim Michael Eric Dyson.
Well, y'all some haters, man. Well, y'all born this way, or did y'all learn to be haters?
Hey, he do look like a Muslim Eric Dyson.
Stop, Tarod. Come on, T-Pain, man. Don't come out here and do that. This your Muslim brother, man. Don't do that.
He's over here trying to justify polygamy.
Your mic low too, T-Pain.
All right. Let me turn it up.
Yeah, your mic low, man. But yeah, don't come in here doing that against your Muslim brother, man. This brother was happily married for 15 years and brought another one in there. Tell me that ain't God, boy.
He ain't happy then.
But now he's happy. Now that they done brought it, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you need that new energy.
So what do you do? Bringing a younger woman? What's the dynamics, man? What do you do? Bringing a younger woman?
Maybe so, Mike. But what we say about that, right? People
that's
ask me.
The case
now
listen, most of the time.
Listen real quick though, T. People ask me, Born Rich, why you don't really support the NAACP? Man, that's that old shit. We need new energy. We had the conversation about Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. It's like, yeah, they were cool for the time they was in, but now we need new energy.
That's why even get married then.
Because no, sometimes the shit just gets stale. Come on, brother Mike. The shit just gets stale after a certain amount of time, bro. We need new energy. You hear people say spice things up. They say that all the time, man. We gotta try to figure out how to spice things up. Like, come on, brother. So now we need some new energy in this household. Some people have children. Some people have children when their relationships is on the rocks because they say, oh shit, we need some new energy. We need something that we care about. Bringing a sister wife in there's a whole nother energy. It takes a load off of you, takes a load off of me, and now we building this team. We building a super team.
Gonna be arguing with 2 women at the same time, man. These women, man, that's just too much stress, man. Then you got all these damn kids. Come on, man, it's just too much going on. You got a house, you got 20 kids.
But I'm a man. I can handle that. I can handle too much. Ain't no such thing as too much going on. I thrive in chaos, and I don't even think it would be chaotic. You just looking from the outside in and say, yeah, it'll be kind of chaotic. Look, this man got time to do a whole video, man. So
Bro,
obviously ain't
listen,
that chaotic. I don't see kids and wives fighting and throwing pots and pans in his background. Because life can't be that chaotic. I say that. You say that. You say, man, my life is chaotic. But right now, you on the line with me. I don't hear nothing going on in the background. So obviously, life ain't that chaotic.
The background look peaceful.
bro, it's late at night, bro. It's midnight. What are you talking about?
So what you saying? So that still mean it ain't chaotic. You listen to my
It's
household.
just calm down, bro.
Listen to my household. It's quiet as a mouse, man. I've been on
Do
here.
you know that the reason why that house, I'll be honest with you, brothers, the reason why that house is so quiet, he's got the women chained down to the sink. He's got another one chained down to, he's got the kids roped down, telling them they've got to study whatever bloody book he's put in front of them. Man, he's running a whole army base, drill sergeant. Nah, we ain't buying this one, Born. Try again.
Yeah,
When they say the woman's
you
place
know
is
that
to what?
recently happened.
What
You know
is
that
it,
recently
Born?
happened.
Ask him his ethos. The woman's place is to what, Born? Shut up and what?
It's learning silence. The scriptures say that.
There we go. That's why it's Hotep Babel.
No, but
Hotep
y'all mad at
Babel.
me because of the scriptures. I didn't say God. This is what God said. Come on, man. Everybody
Who
know
God tell it to?
grandmama had that Bible in a living room on the table, man. We just didn't pick it up and read it. That's it.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, let the woman learn in silence. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's fucked up, Born.
That's the problem. We getting too far away from the word, man. We're starting to shit on religions, and we don't even see the effects of us shitting on religions.
Man, get out of here, man.
We was more religious in the 1960s, brother Mike. And what was the single parent? What was the numbers on the single parent households?
I don't know, man. I wasn't living in the city.
Exactly. But you know it was better. You know it was better. We had a better chance of being married in the 1960s than we do in 2021. That's just a fact. And we was more religious in the 1960s than we are in 2021.
You can say that's the result of integration. You can say that's the result of integration. That ain't got nothing to do with polygamy or nothing like that.
I think polygamy is part of the word. So if we got these brothers that saying this in the Quran, they got certain surahs of this that telling you polygamy is okay, and we still fighting against these religions. So, man, I don't think we need to mess with this Islam stuff. It's spooky. It's for the Arabs, man. That's some Arab shit. But now we getting farther and farther away, and we becoming more and more Babylon as we speak. Every day, this shit looking more and more like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Facts.
And we fighting against religion. The fuck is we doing?
Born, let us know. Can you please send us invites when you take that shahada? I would love to be an eyewitness. Thank you.
Please do it on my channel.
You know, and I say that on the record. I take my shahada, I'm going to T-Pain channel with it.
I feel privileged.
Channel. I take it. More black Muslims than Arabs, man. Tell them, ass Getty. Shit. They getting farther and farther away from the word.
Asketi, this guy is a fraud. I hope you are not listening to Board Rich. He is a whole fraud. Yeah? I'm just saying.
Ask Getty's gonna be my scholar. That's who I'm gonna get. That's who I'm gonna learn the Quran. Can y'all imagine Ask Getty giving me Quran lessons? What the fuck, man? Y'all are fucking, this fucking YouTube community is a trip. Imagine Ask Getty giving me Quran lessons, man. That's hilarious. Ah, man. I think I'm finna get ready to get off here, y'all. Shit, it's 12:30. I
Yeah, I
did
heard
say
that, man.
I was gonna be balanced, man. So there we go. I'll give y'all one more video to make fun of me about and joke about. Because I thought this was funny. I thought this was hilarious, but all right, man.
Peacock fuels your
Hold
true
on.
crime exception. Did you want her dead?
Hold on.
Let's talk Cash App.
Pause it. Hold on. Let me share my screen, man. Yeah, one more video. It says Sheik born rich, man. They don't want to see me in my Islam bag, Munda. They ain't ready. They ain't ready for it. They ain't ready for born X, man. Born X, born Hassan. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, you've already got a whole name picked out. What the hell is going on already? What is going on?
T-Pain. T-Pain, they don't want to see born Hassan in the streets of
Nope.
Tennessee, man.
Nope.
I'm going back to Mecca. I ain't even gonna be in Tennessee long. Like if I do Islam, I'm doing Islam.
It's gonna be like Kevin Gates walking around the hoods of Saudi Arabia.
Come on, man. I'm going there if I do it. I take my shahada. I ain't finna half step with y'all, man. And y'all definitely don't want to see me as an Israelite. I'm on the corners screaming in everybody's face.
I swear, if I ever see that, I'll give you the biggest bitch slap you would ever get. You will not even
Hey, but you know
try
what,
that.
Rich? On Facebook, I'm in a group with
Yeah.
some Muslims who believe they're Israelites. They still have that identity, even though they're Muslims.
Uh-huh.
Oh wow! I would love to hear them
Yeah.
talk to the Israelites that we
Yeah.
know and see what that conversation will be like. Can't you get that
Yeah,
on your channel, T-Pain?
yeah. I'll try to share this in in that chat.
Yeah, man. Tell them to, or even on your channel, like have them over there and like get like a
Yeah.
port, got a Jacob, who else can we put, Ezra or somebody like that. Get them to come on and talk to these people.
You do Instagram, T-Pain?
Yeah. I'm on Instagram, same
Yeah,
name.
follow him, man. My shit scrolling across the bottom, man. I know it's a little long, man, but yeah, man,
Okay,
find
yeah,
that.
yeah. I'll look. I'll follow you.
Find that, bro. I fuck around on Facebook too. I need to get my Facebook back popping, man. I've been
Yeah, I'm more on Facebook than I am Instagram, but
yeah.
but I
I
still
used
do both.
I used to stream. I don't even go on Facebook because I don't stream this on Facebook that much anymore, man.
Yeah, I used to
I
stream
can't
on
believe you
Facebook as
actually have
well.
Facebook accounts. That's actually the shocking part of it. People
But
actually
like
have
this
Facebook
show,
accounts.
but this
Wow.
show, you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't gonna lie, this show started on Facebook, like YouTube. You know what I'm saying Facebook,
Wow.
my whole
Okay.
YouTube channel started from Facebook. Really, it was just I was doing Facebook lives and shows on Facebook, and everybody was like, "Man, why you don't do YouTube?" So I started throwing content on there.
Yeah, all my shit's the same name. If anybody wants to befriend me or flip and follow me, I ain't tripping.
Yeah, man. So yeah, let me get a people this one. Man. I know the
See, look,
people.
Asket, he's telling you, look what he wrote in there. He said, Somalis were Israelites before Islam came to Africa, or the first place was Africa. Okay.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people claiming to be the original. You know, some Afghanis claim. You know, some white British folks up here claim to be the original Israelites.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll send you a link. They call the British Israelites,
Mm.
and they say that the people claiming to be Jews now stole their identity.
Yeah, that's what my brothers, the black Hebrew Israelites say. It's the same thing they saying. It's a stolen identity. I need to do a show with them, man. What would y'all like me to ask the Hebrew Israelites brothers? I was thinking about the 12 tribe breakdown.
Yeah, yeah, because it's a complete different breakdown from the Rastafarian breakdown. But also,
I would like to see some building between the black Muslims and the Hebrew Israelites because we have a lot more in common than differences.
you think so?
Yeah, man. You know, both came out of the Middle East, right? So similar culture in that sense. Believe in all of the same prophets. I know they don't believe in Muhammad, peace be upon him, but you know we can save that for later. But yeah, man, I think there's much to build. I mean, if we were to, I don't see each other having a problem living in each other's society. In a Hebrew Israelite society,
But
I
it
would.
would, because it automatically clash on values and the concept of God
No,
instantly
they
right
won't.
there.
How? We won't. What's their concept of God? We
Because
believe God isn't no
we had
man.
this look, the only reason why I say that, we had this conversation just a couple of days ago, where I was talking with Khan, to be fair, on
Okay.
Triluminati, and we couldn't even establish the concept of God, because obviously as Muslims you don't pray to Allah. Allah's your God. That's the name is commonly known amongst the Muslim world, yeah,
That's
Islamic
just the name
world,
in Arabic, and
right?
for
Okay.
Christians they call, and for Christians in Jewish Arab
No,
they
no, no,
call
no.
him
Hold
Allah.
on. And the Hebrew, slow down. The Hebrew Israelites, we was talking about, well, it was me and brother Zulu, and we
Zulu,
were
yeah.
talking about El Shaddai. And Khan's trying to tell us they are one of the same God. And the Hebrew Israelites saying, nope, nope, nope. This is not
Different
the
God.
same God. This is the God
Khan
of
is right.
Israel.
Khan is right.
No, but that's wrong, sir. Because
The
How is it
Israelites
Khan's,
wrong?
don't believe that.
listen, Terron,
But
let me give you the full concept. Khan's argument to me is, listen, God, as far as he's concerned, is all the same God, and God just went down to different nations and gave different nations a message in different tongues, i.e., Arabic, i.e., Hebrew, i.e., whatever it may be, and gave them
Yeah.
different messages. My argument is, how could you have one God that's all the same God, but giving each people different messages and different? That's a confusing God. It doesn't make no sense,
That's not
brother. They
confusing.
can't be the same
That's not
gods.
confusing God. It would make sense because we all have different cultures, different terrains, different places in the world, like things that accommodate us certainly. And then from the Muslim point of view, is that the Quran arriving when it did, when world communication was becoming greater and greater, it was meant to be universal. But then again, it you would have to. This is a bigger conversation. But basically, in the Hebrew Bible, God has many names. I mean, He's not just Al Shaddai. He's Elohim, Allah, a lot of different names, right? For all of His
Yeah, we
attributes.
broke
And
that down. We went into like names that are given and
yeah,
stuff like that.
and
We
so
broke that all down. Yeah.
Muslims, we have the same concept. Again, comes from the same region, same Middle Eastern culture. Allah just means God in Arabic. So you'll have Arab Jews, and Arab Christians calling God Allah. But you'll see these same Arab Jews when they read their scripture in the biblical Hebrew, they still call God by the names you mentioned, Al Shaddai. And I know a lot about the Jews in Arabia. I have a lot of books on them. I've read when they first came there. They have traditions in the Talmud about after the first, second temple being demolished. Whenever whatever sparked that war in 70 A.D. Yeah, so you had Israelites moving into Arabia, converting Arab tribes, and then some even tracing their lineage back to the time of the first temple or second temple. I think yeah, the second temple, right? Because the second temple was yeah. So there's a lot. It's just that some of these Hebrew Israelites, who it's only Hebrew Israelites, because if you talk to Jews, if you want to call them the fake Jews or whatever, they recognize this commonality, and they might disagree with Muhammad for some reasons, but they still see like, okay, these people are monotheists, believing in the same God, probably the most Noahide religion out. When you look at the comparison of how we attribute, we don't believe God being a man, not any of he's separate from his creation. Hebrews, same thing. So I believe there's more commonality, and we can unpack on why I believe that to be so. And it has a lot to do
Yeah,
with
we need
where
to
they all
definitely break
came
that
back.
down, because even the concept of Jesus in the Islamic world is not the same. Why would God give different like all of that? We need to definitely break that down
No, he's
next
not
time we have
different. No, he's
time.
not. No, he's not. He's different according to what? Because some part Jesus matches up with a lot of how he's portrayed in
Some
the Gospels.
keyword, bro. Some.
It's
But
only
why would you
because
give
it
conflicting messages?
no, it's well, the conflicting message is in the Gospels for one, and you have to look at them. Nobody says that the Gospels and where Jesus is documented for Christians is the word of God. They recognize that they were written by men. It's said that they are written by men, given that the names that they use, Luke, John, Mark, and Matthew. And then even inside the scripture, it says it was written by God. The person says their intention for why they started to write this. You know what I'm saying? So, but whereas Muslims, we believe our description of Jesus is from God, being it's via the Quran. You know what I'm saying? Where the gospel is clearly written by somebody, and the gospel has conflicting um, portraits of Jesus. Whereas Matthew, you have a very Jewish
But bro,
Jesus,
this is
and
easily
John,
to. I hear you, bro. But listen, it's
and
just an easy thing. Like, do you, as Muslims, believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
what there are sons by the tons in the Bible. There are lots of people called sons of God. Now, what it depends. Now,
Mm.
what do you mean by son of God? Now, there are plenty of people being, and I can actually bring you all the references because I wrote them down or I have them on my phone. Everywhere in the Bible where somebody is referred to as a son of God, including David, the prophet David is referred to as the son of God. So, and Jews, if you look at what the son of God meant to them, with because you always have to look, we can't take terms how we understand them today, back project and say that's how those people understood it. You have to see what did they mean by that, because people are also called gods in the Bible. What Jupiter mentioned on Belly Vision the other day, which people wanted to try to give her crap for, but there people are called gods in the Bible. But what does that mean? Do they mean that they're gods like the creator, or is this supposed to mean something else that we don't use these type of terms in that fashion anymore? So again, if you want to say son of God using the in within the context
Only
of the Bible
begotten child, Son of God. He gave his only begotten Son.
a
Right
lot of
there.
Bibles,
Muslims don't adhere to that. And this is, bro, let me just get my point out. Bro,
Christians
let
don't
me get my
adhere to
point
the
out,
begetting
please,
part
bro.
either.
What I was going to say to you is, it cannot be two conflicting messages. And I don't believe, personally, for me, this is only my message, my personal thought. I don't believe no religion that comes after another religion, i.e., Islam came after Christianity, can then rewrite the book. It just doesn't make any
Isn't
sense to me.
well, the Quran is claiming to actually make correct where Christians and Jews
But
have
you can't
deviated.
correct something that was given.
Can
All
Christians
right,
have
let me
made
show. Sorry,
well?
go on, bro. Go on.
Let me just go
Go
back to
on.
the begotten part, because there are Christian scholars who will tell you that, and if you look at modern Bibles and older Bibles, they took the begotten part out because it's blasphemous to God to say that God begets. That's you're saying God has sex, meaning God is like His creation who
Yeah.
has is a
Yes.
gender
Yeah.
is gendered, meaning that you believe God is gendered. This is not what Israelites believe, and this is where
No,
they
I'm going
fail.
by what is written, bro. Not my belief, personal belief. But
Okay,
I'm saying, like,
I'm
if it's what's
look it
written,
up,
begot,
look it
yeah.
up. Google begotten in the Bible, and you'll see that they removed that, and that there's a dispute of that word being used in that. Now, and there are Christians who will say that that is blasphemous as well. So the contradiction is within Christianity. Yes, Muslims feel differently, but if we feel differently, that's okay. The problem should be, why do Christians feel differently on the same, if they're of the same religion, why do they feel differently on the same point? Because Muslims aren't disagreeing with each other on this. Muslims are actually saying what some Christians will agree with us on, such as Unitarian Christians and Jehovah's Witness. So it's something that Christians have to reconcile for themselves. If but we don't see Jesus too far off. Again, we believe he was a prophet. He's a prophet in the Bible. We just don't believe he was God and was co-eternal or equal to God or anything like that. And there's Christians who would agree. Let me see. Did we cut off or
Yeah, we'd
something?
have to have a discussion when we've got a bit more life in us still, and I can really think properly. Because at the moment it's like nearly 7 a.m. and I've not slept today. I've been holding down with born tonight. But definitely this
It's
discussion
best to
I would
do
like
it
to
with
have it and
scripture.
understand it a bit better.
We would
Yeah,
have to match it up with scripture. That I
yeah,
think
that
that would
that'll be
Yeah,
best.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta get God of Jacob. We gotta get God of Jacob on here.
Yeah, but we gotta don't, because again, I think I'm more friendly towards the Christian and Hebrew position than you guys might be towards the Islamic. I'm not
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to
yeah.
find I'm not trying to exploit differences, but I am trying to find commonalities, because look, as black folks, black Americans, black Caribbeans, we can't let this religion stuff get in the way of us trying to work
Facts.
towards the common goal. And
Mm.
I just don't want this to be a point of contention for us.
No, it's a fact. We can't let
Yeah,
I
I
did
agree with that. The only
Yeah.
problem is that it does become a factor in it, because once we start to implement certain things, the first thing people normally want to throw out is their religion or their personal beliefs or their way of life. And that's what I say is one of the main problems is why we just can't get together. We've always got something personal going on that we have to put in place, or be like, oh, I'm Christian first, or I'm Muslim first. And no, like, can we just forget about the religion for 1 second and focus on the actual issue? So yeah, I agree with that. If we can come together on
See, and
that.
this black people, we don't need to think like this. I think this is what a lot of white supremacists or Islamophobes pushed on like Muslims. Oh, are you Muslim first? Are you British first? As
Yeah.
black people, I never heard my parent, oh, am I black first or am I Christian first? You know, the whole time I was raised as a Christian, that never was such and I don't think black people need to start introducing such problems into our community. Are you such and such first? Or because, you know, being black is the black struggle has always trumped religion. Come on, man. We had black Muslims in the 60s. We had people who were communists. We had Christians, you know, and all of that stuff clearly are different, especially communism to religion, where people don't believe in. And so actually some of these people were Christian communists, I guess, like Martin Luther King. But that didn't stop us in the 60s when we were actually moving and shaking the most.
But
You know,
this is what I'm saying, bro, and I understand exactly the point you're making. I'll give you an example. So I can't remember if you was listening to the show yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, I was talking to Shifa, and we was talking about DOS and the standpoint, the politics of DOS, and the real meaning behind why he sees it as negative and that. And his immediate response to say, "Well, I'm Israelite first." And see what I'm saying? Whenever there's an issue that we need to tackle, people will then throw up there whatever they are first before we actually tackle the issue, which is, it's about these people in America is trying to do what they got to do to, we can't be putting, I'm Israelite this, or I'm Hebrew this, or I'm a Muslim that leave all of that.
what is Ados talking about, going to war with the Hebrews or something, to where you got to choose? That's what I'm
I
No,
don't
saying. Like,
know. I don't know.
no,
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 yeah, exactly. Is Ados going to war with my Bay Area identity? You know what I'm saying? I
no,
have
none
many
of that.
identities. It's not going against any of the other things that I adhere to. So I don't see why I need to create a conflict where there isn't one.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
So that's the only thing I'm saying. Man, my religious belief is a personal thing. Nobody forced me into this, and I'm not trying to force it on nobody. You can believe, as long as you're not trying to step on my toe, your beliefs don't step on my toes. I can guarantee my beliefs don't step on yours, and I'm just going, you know, and that's how I try to live. And it says in the Quran, man, to you your way, to me my way. It says it explicitly. The truth is clear from
Fact.
error.
Like that. Like that.
So, you know. But you know, I think my black identity trumps a whole lot. The way I'm seen in this world, nobody looks at me Muslim first. How I'm
No, yeah,
viewed.
because it's a uniform, and I heard you say that earlier on G Block. You said, yeah, people will say shit to me because they don't think I'm a Muslim.
Yeah,
Like you
because a
said,
lot of
they think I'm Caribbean until I open my mouth.
yeah, and even then they just say,
Born,
okay,
you
he's
know,
a
if I
black
brought
American.
Born to certain parts of the Caribbean, he will see his literal mirror image. Literal, like, if I didn't know any better and I just saw Born walking down, Born is a whole Caribbean. He's got the look, everything down to the T. So until he opens his mouth, you're like, oh shit, he's an American. No, he's not an American. But once he keeps quiet, do you know how much family members I got that looks exactly like Born? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, man. I look like a coolie. What's the coolie mean? My Jamaican brothers call me this cool nickname called Coolie.
No, Born, they're stretching it. You don't look like no damn coolie. They're stretching it. Yeah,
Nah, I'm
you are
joking.
far from a coolie.
I'm joking. Joking. Hey,
What is a coolie anyway?
Yeah, what is it? What is it, lady?
They're like native Indians that are mixed with black Africans, and that's the result. Light skin Indian kind of looking. All right, so it depends, because it depends on which island you're in, on where the area you're in at. So you can get some very, very Indian looking ones. Like for instance, if you go to St. Elizabeth, they're like in Jamaica, there's a parish called St. Elizabeth, very white. They're not Indian looking, they're just very, very fair compacted.
You know,
If I was bring you
Danjuma.
to somewhere in St. Lucia, if I bring you to certain places in Castries and St. Lucia, very Indian coolie kind of looking. It just depends. And if you go to certain places Like when my people on my phone go Clarendon, yeah, man, they look like more rich. Do you see what? It just depends on what island you're at and what part of the island, the country, like what part of the parish you're living in.
Are you in London?
I'm in London.
Do you know Dan Juma or heard of him?
Who?
Dan Juma.
Dan Juma.
No, who's that?
Okay, no, he's a Trinidadian guy. He's been on Speaker's Corner a lot. If you Google him,
Oh, the one with the
With
grey
the
hair,
red beard.
with the is that him? The one with the grey hair in the
yeah,
cane
yeah, you
rows.
know,
Oh, him, yeah.
You know, his grandmother is Indian.
Yeah, he's probably got Arawak or something of something going on with
No,
him.
the Indian.
Oh, Indian. Okay, I didn't know that.
This girl right here's a coolie. Is she coolie or no?
Is that Selena?
It depends on what you mean as coolie.
I don't know. So her son is
Who can I bring for example that all right, let me give you an example of
Sean Paul.
all
What's his
right.
name?
So what you would have is all right, you know Finest Wine. Good example, Finest Wine. Remember Finest Wine, Born Rich?
yeah.
Used to be on the panels.
Yeah.
Yep. She will be considered a coolie in St. Lucia. She'll be coolie. But she's black. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it depends on the island and where you're located. For instance, another person I can throw up in the air. What's the brother? I forgot his name now. The one that's always used to be in the park with gang. Brother, what's his name? Damn, it's gone out my head. Oh man, the brother. Somebody help me out in the chat. I forgot the brother's name. It's just gone out my head. Rap Raven. He's another one. You can use him as another example. Yeah, you can use probably him. Finest Wine. They'll be considered coolies. They're black, whole black. Yeah, but just cool. They got that coolie texture, coolie.
What about this
ancestry.
sister right here? This sister right here, coolie. It says,
oh, hell to the fuck! Get out of here, man.
It says coolie people.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, why? Because she light skinned?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't do it.
So basically, the coolies are kind of like
Ashley,
the Black Americans.
It wasn't Ashley from Fresh Prince. It was Hillary, right? The light skinned one.
That wasn't no Hillary, was it?
What the heck? Man, go listen to Born. Born trying to sidetrack us. The paintball the wounds on.
I'm reading Cotton Sock's comment. Ashley from Fresh Prince Prince of Bel Air is coolie. But Ashley was the dark skinned one, right? Am I tripping?
Nah. Ashley wasn't the dark skinned one.
Okay, so the light skinned one, the light skinned girl, right? The weather, the weather lady. She did weather, right?
Yeah,
the dingy one.
Yeah, she did a Black TV interview recently. Okay. So she I could see that. I think so wait, I don't think I believe in Lady Divine's definition, just to be
honest. I don't know
what do you mean you don't believe in my definition
of a coolie?
What do you think coolies are?
I think they're Indian. I think they're Black Indian people mixed with.
No, that's what they have. That's the narrative that they have out here in these atmospheres, in the in these YouTube streets, on these platforms. I'm telling you, as a St. Lucian, I'm talking from St. Lucian perspective. They are Arawaks. They are what's the other ones? Taino. They're mixed as a mix. It's a long time settlers, indigenous to the land, and they've mixed. And then the Africans have come in, and then obviously, the slavery and all of that's happened. They've mixed, and today we've got what we see today. These are the examples we can see today. Like a Rap Raven, he's probably got some East African going on as well in there. But I'm telling you, they're indigenous to the islands. They've been there.
So is this coolie? Is this lady right here?
You don't want to throw in East. You don't want to throw in East India and every damn thing. There is East Indians in there. Don't get it twisted. There's East Indians settled in the Caribbean for a long time, but let's not pretend that there ain't no indigenous people for the islands. In fact, many of the islands, i.e. St. Lucia, was not even discovered when all the other islands were discovered. I know my damn history.
T-Rock speaks to these people.
Yeah. They saw Jamaica. They saw that. They didn't even see half of the islands. They didn't even know St. Lucia existed. That wasn't even an island.
Man, see, it's listening to Black people, man. I just Wikipedia saying something different.
Man, that said white people. White people's internet.
It's saying
No,
South
what
Asian.
they're doing, this is what they're doing. When they say coolie, they're automatically associating East East Indians and black. And that's the only type of coolie they know of. And I'm letting them know, no, there were people that were indigenous long line. It's in my blood, in my family. We today are seen as the Creole. Oops. Alexa, stop.
It's time to wake your ass up.
Yeah, Alexa's going off, man. Yeah. So when we the Creoles are talking, we know what we're talking about. I can't speak for these East Indians and their mixtures and whatever, but I'm talking as us as the Creole people.
I don't know, man. Wikipedia is detailed on this right now. That might be what you're saying. Might have some truth. I don't know. Every island could be different. You're right. I don't know nothing about the Caribbean, but I I thought coolie was exactly how Wikipedia said it was.
I have
What's
not seen the Wikipedia.
yeah? What's
Pull it
Wikipedia?
up. What is the Wikipedia
What does
definition?
it
I've never
say?
seen it.
Okay, I'll read it real quick. A coolie. The word coolie was first popularized in the 16th century by European traders across Asia, and by the 18th century would refer to migrant Indian indentured laborers, and by the 19th century would gain a new definition of the systematic shipping and hiring of Asian workers under contract on plantations that had been formerly worked by enslaved Africans. The word has had a variety of other implications and is sometimes regarded as offensive or pejorative, depending on the historical geographical context. In India, its country of origin, it is still considered a derogatory slur. It is similar to, in many aspects, to the Spanish term peon, although both terms are used in some countries with different implications. And they go on to say a lot of other stuff. And they got pictures of these people. They're very dark. Yeah, they look like Indians in Trinidad and Tobago.
Exactly. And that's how they look in St. Lucia. That's how they look in my family. But they're
No,
not of the
yeah,
same people. They're not of the East Africans.
no, I mean
I
Indian.
mean East Indians, my bad. East Indians, yeah.
Yeah, they look like. That's what I'm saying. They look like, and I mean, they look like the Indians. The picture that they have look like they look like Hindus.
Yeah, that's what they say, man. I don't know. I don't know why we got side. I brought up coolies and we got all the way sidetracked.
I had to ask. I really wanted to know because look, I seen some. There's some Hebrew Israelites in San Francisco who used to preach about my job, and they used to call some people walking by coolies. And I used to wonder, like, what the hell is that? Was the first time I ever heard it, and I'm like, what the hell is a coolie? And then coming out here with Caribbeans, I've heard it more and more, but didn't know exactly what it meant.
Yeah, but like I said, brother, it depends on what island they're coming from and what part they're talking about. So therefore, like I say, you can go to certain parts of certain islands in certain what's it called, in I've lost my train of thought now, but in certain parishes, there we go, and you will get a different derive of people. So for instance, you've got people that have ancestry to the Maroons. They will also look at them and say, if your foot bottom's red, you're coolie. But they're not coolie in the sense of East Indian. Do you see what I'm
India, yeah,
saying? It's a different
yeah.
type. So it depends on what island you're going to. And so when you
But does
hear it
that mean that
spoken about
people are
9 times
using
10 on
it?
these panels, they're mainly referring to East Indians mixed with Africans and that.
Okay, I could see maybe
Yeah.
because it says the term differs from the word no, because it says right here in the Caribbean, more so Caribbean, Oceania, Africa, in reference to other people from Asia, the term differs from the word Dogla, which refers to people of mixed African and Indian ancestry. So Dogla, and a coolie are different. So a Dogla,
There
and
we go.
this is just Wikipedia. So a Dogla is somebody who is African and Indian ancestry, while a coolie is instead referred to people of fully blooded Indian descent. You're talking about East Indians whose ancestors
Yeah.
migrated to the British former colonies of Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean.
And that's the point I was making. So therefore, when you're hearing it mainly referred to on the panels, they're normally speaking on East mixed with East Indians mixed with Africans. But if you go to the Caribbean, so everybody are asked coolie, even if you're not, like, you understand.
Yeah,
So that's what
because
I'm
that's
trying to
how it
tell
was said
you.
to me. It was said to me as a joke. Yeah, you know what I mean,
Okay, so there's a
Cool.
technical, and then there's just how locals use it.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Cotton,
That
Cotton
makes
said,
sense.
Cotton bragging. Cotton, you was hitting it on the money, though. I ain't gonna lie, Cotton. You
Cotton the
typed
coolie or something?
everything in the
No.
chat before brother T-Pain read it from Wikipedia. So you know
My
what I mean?
son dad wasn't coolie, but I have coolie ancestry. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know nothing. Why is the Caribbean so close? But I don't know shit. Maybe because I was on the West Coast. Rich, were there Caribbeans in Nashville? Y'all got like,
No, not like that. Not a big community.
mm.
Not a big community, but they mingle in and out of the black community. You see what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to business. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
it comes to
yeah.
business, yeah. It's gonna always be a. We've always had a Caribbean nightclub. Always. Even when I think back to like teenage years, it
Even
was
you lot saying
always
the word Caribbean has my skin crawling. Caribbean, man. Shit.
Caribbean. Okay, Caribbean. Okay, Caribbean. So yeah, it's always been a Caribbean nightclub. Yeah, I mean it's always been Caribbean restaurants, car wash. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Shit you gotta get in the hood. It's always been Caribbean. Get you some jerk chicken and yeah, yeah. Be honest. They always have. But I don't know, but just like like growing up in my neighborhood, no, it was no. Oh fuck! What was my people though? It was one family. It was one family in my neighborhood. But they was what's the one in South America, Lady D? It's not Guyana. It's not Guy. Is it Guyana? It's not
I think
That's
it is
that's
Guyana.
that's
Guyana.
Nanifa's hometown, man. That's just Nuclear's place. That's Raspect's place. That's where Raspect come from.
Where is Guyana?
It's like the
So,
South, yeah, South America. It's not to say
Yeah.
that.
but it's in the Caribbean
Of
though.
course.
It's weird because I thought it was like South, but it's classified as in the Caribbean, even though it's on the South American continent. But
Yeah.
it's on the coast.
Hence why when you hear Brother Schiffer coming up here and he's telling you about the Africa, the continent, what continent is it on? That's why it was kind of hard for the brothers to comprehend what he's saying.
Yeah. No, I
Do you
got
get it
you.
now?
Yeah, I did have a family in my neighborhood growing up. That's where they were from. That's where they were from. Yep. But yeah, but business, they was just they hustlers, man. You know what I'm saying that's how we look. That's how we look at the Caribbean family. They hustlers, man. You know, you can pull up and get your fucking car wash, get you some chicken, shit like that. Regular shit.
Yeah, man, they got the best food going. At least here in Manchester, the Caribbean community got the best food.
That's a
Definitely.
fact. I don't know about the best food, but
I'm just saying about in
it's
Manchester.
good.
In Manchester,
Oh, okay, I
you
got
can't
you.
get. You know, I really wish there was some Mexican food. That'd be nice. There's no soul food spots. That'd be nice.
What the
But
hell is soul food and Mexican food, by the way? Somebody fill me in. What is soul food? Nah, what's this American soul food I keep hearing them talking about on the movies and stuff?
some
Yeah, I
collard
mean,
greens.
yeah, collard greens. Come on, man.
Yeah,
And
those
a
are
lot
good.
of it's pork. I ain't gonna. I don't eat pork, but you can't leave the pork
Yeah,
out.
can't leave the
You
pork.
can't
It is.
leave this.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
can. I
hate it
have
because it's
since
slave food. If I'm honest, it's fucking slave
you
food.
know the yams, the
Right?
macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, the
Uh,
greens, your fucking
yeah,
fried chicken, your
fried,
fried cornbread.
man. Uh,
Big.
what's sweet potato pie? Certain times of the year.
What is that? What is sweet potato pie?
I swear to God, I swear sweet potato pie is only a black thing because even in America, I come across white folks who never had sweet potato, don't even know they like pumpkin pie,
Yeah, nah, sweet potato pie from fucking
sweet potatoes.
yams.
Yeah, basically. But see, I don't like yams, but I love sweet potato pie though. And you put a little bit of whipped cream on top. That's
See, that's what I said, and that's what we do. That's why I said it's kind of slave food because it's unhealthy. Like we'll take some yams, just yams, and fucking put a pound of sugar on that shit
and
with
then
some
put
cinnamon
marshmallows on
and
top.
some butter and
Wait,
some.
hold on a minute. Hold.
Yeah,
Pause. This is not making any sense. How the fuck do you put sugar and yams together? How does that even
Oh
work?
that's
God.
what we do. You smash them, like smash up the yams, right?
Pounded yam, African pounded yam.
I guess so.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on. Is you lot's equivalent of yams the same equivalent as our equivalent? I just make sure I need to understand what
I
we're saying
think
here.
so. think so.
When I say yams, I'm thinking of yam to us is like a potato kind of looking
That's
object.
what we're thinking. That's what we're thinking.
Okay,
Hold
so
on,
same thing. Okay, how the hell does sugar go with yams? Explain this one.
So
put it on top, and then bake it. Well, I don't know how they do it, but my grandmother used to put marshmallows at the end too on top, and they melt. And yeah.
What the fuck, man? Oh, I just did something.
Yeah, can you bring up a picture because you got to see it.
Yeah, I'm
And
trying to find a
I don't
picture.
even think they know what the chitlins are either because I'm.
We ain't gonna show them
All right, so this is all new to me, and this is what I'm saying about Black American culture. I know I can't identify. I don't understand this shit. I don't. How the fuck? I'm still trying to comprehend how sugar goes with yam.
Have you watched the Boondocks, Lady Divine?
No.
Man, look, if you want to understand Black culture, watch Boondocks. You got to watch all 4 seasons. That's Black culture in a nutshell, right there.
Why is it called sweet potato pie? Because instead of yams, some people call them yams, but I ain't gonna lie, I grew up calling them sweet potatoes. There you go.
Yeah.
That's yams, aka sweet potato.
All right. So
that's a
pause.
picture too,
Keep
there.
that right there.
Yeah.
You see, in my culture, where we come from, that goes in soup. That goes in What else do we put that with? We'll put that with breadfruit and them. I'm trying to comprehend sugar with that. It don't make no sense. Somebody
my
help
mom
me
would
make
boil
this
these.
1 and 1 make
Okay.
2.
So listen, my mom would boil these, right? Boil them, peel them,
Can you get a
boil
picture?
them. Okay, a picture
What's
of
it called? The
sweet
country
potato.
sweet potato
Sweet
yams or
potatoes.
something.
We call them sweet potatoes. Sweet
But I thought
potatoes.
after you cook them, they're
Or
yams.
candied yams.
Candied yams.
Candied yams. Candied yams is the sugar, marshmallow, cinnamon. You know what I mean? That deal. Let me see if I can find candied yams.
And see, no matter where in the United States you live as a Black person, you know exactly what we're talking about.
Candied yams.
So wait, this is a big thing. Okay, so basically it's pounded. It's boiled down. I'm just trying to figure out because I'm not cooking it, so I want to know how it's done. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So it's cooked down, boiled down, everything. Then you smash it up and add sugar.
Yeah, chop it up. Sugar. There it is, Lady D.
Where we at? Let me see.
Okay. What's that orange stuff?
Yep.
The orange is the yams, and then on top, this burnt is the marshmallows.
What the fuck?
And it's sweet.
All right, this is beyond my comprehension skills.
It's sweet.
I can't deal.
It's more like a dessert. It's more
This
like a
is
dessert.
not CDOS. That's all I can say.
Shout out to the ADOS. You know exactly what this is, man.
I can only take 1 bite of that shit, then I'm out.
Oh my God. And you know, it's funny. I never ate it growing up, but my kids love it.
It's too
my
sweet.
Kids love it.
Yeah,
it's
as
sweet
a
to
kid,
me.
I ate it the most. Older,
All I see when I look at that is diabetes. That's all I see is diabetes. This can never be a delicacy.
You notice what I said, a fucking pound of sugar. A pound of sugar is in that bitch, man.
And they're skimp on the marshmallows in the picture too. Let me just add that. They didn't put enough.
Yeah, they tripping. I don't know who made this.
supposed
My
to
mom's
cover
didn't look
everything.
like this. My mom's no, I can't say that.
This must be out of Betty Crocker's
That was
cookbook.
crazy what I was about to say.
This is something Martha Stewart did. This one definitely ain't come from Granny's house.
Nah, not at all. Not at all. I was trying to see if I could find one, but that was like the only one that looked like that, man. These white people, yams.
I'm hearing this chitlin things coming up in the chat. What the fuck is? I'm sorry. What the hell is chitlins?
We not doing that tonight. We're gonna
Why? Why can't I see? What are they hiding? What is he hiding, Tyrone? What is chitlins?
We're gonna actually get the conversation
right,
back.
We need to put you in the back.
Polygamy.
We need to put you in the back. What is chitlins, Tyrone?
Yeah, let's get the conversation back to polygamy.
No, we want to talk about chitlins.
This sister right here is giving me.
I want to know what chitlins. It's been posing the question in the chat. What is chitlins? Can I see?
Yeah, we're not addressing. Like I said, lady, we don't really address.
But you address it when you want to.
It's Jupiter instigating it too. Look who's instigating it. Is Jupiter instigating it? I don't know. If Rich, it's his show. If he wants to show you, it's on him, man. I ain't calling the shots.
Oh, I messed it up. Yeah, chitlins is what is it, man? Pig intestines or something? I don't eat this shit.
What the entire F are you
Yeah,
telling me? Like,
because
for
what
real?
we're not gonna do is embarrass or mock
No, we've got some
APOS
disgusting
on this
things in the
channel.
Caribbean too. Don't get it twisted, you know. They eat tribes and all kind. Well, tribe is
I
not that
can pull
bad,
up the
but come on,
mongoose.
man.
I can pull up the mongoose burger. You know what I'm saying? If we want to go down that road, definitely.
You know, we did what we had to do back
Let
in the
me
day.
see. Let me see. I go. We'll look at it. We'll do chilling. I ain't gonna lie. It was part of my childhood. I
Yeah, it
never
was
ate
mine
that
too.
shit.
I tried it.
Of course, everybody tried it. Shit. This is for a picture of fucking soul food, man. I ain't gonna lie. You would consider a plate like this a soul food plate. I mean, of course, it's not everything, but it's a sample of it.
Let's see it.
Right, T-Pain?
Oh no, that's horrible. That's like such a cheap ass one.
Hold on, what the hell is that? What's going on here? Explain. I can see it's. Wait, you see what you got over there? Is
Yeah.
that spinach? What's that? That green stuff?
That would be collard greens.
That's spinach.
Right, that's
bro.
probably
That
what
ain't
we
no
would probably
collard
call
greens.
spinach, or yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of like spinach, but
Look at
it's
them carrots.
collard greens. It's a green. It's a collard green, turnip green. You can do kale like this, but my parents did collard greens and turnip greens, but it's still the same. It's in the
Okay.
same family.
The other corner now, is that carrots?
Yeah, look at them
No,
carrots with syrup on top.
That's carrots.
Do you think that's carrots or do you think that's candy yams like a bullshit
Shit. To
version?
me, looking from my perspective,
That's the
I see
bullshit version of
spinach.
candy yams.
Can I tell you what I see from a UK perspective? Yeah, looking at that particular plate, I see spinach, carrots, and that looks like tuna and pasta.
Oh, and pasta. It's two things. Okay.
Yeah, tuna and pasta mixed together. That's a normal thing here in the
I
UK.
can see that. I can see that, Lady D.
Yeah,
Tuna.
that's what I
see
see.
that.
But correct me now. Tell me what it actually is. That's what I
Damn, I
see.
can see that, Lady D.
Correct me though. Tell me what it is. What the fuck?
Chitlins.
What is that?
Chitlins.
Pig intestines.
Oh, hell to the fuck. I'm gonna mute. I thought I was looking at freaking tuna and pasta. What the hell is that?
Pig intestines.
Oh my god.
Boiled.
Nasty.
Boiled
Who eats
pig
this?
intestines.
Who actually eats this? Like, for real.
Some black folks.
Black folks, man. Black folks, man.
So somebody's really gone and taken the carcass of the pig, took out their intestines, and made it into a delicacy, and had the nerve to put it with greens.
You got the we didn't. It was given.
That's slave food. That's what you had. That's what you had. You had the
But you're
little.
not. Hold on. There's no slave. Hold on. Why is this still being ate today?
Because now it's a tradition. Now it's just a tradition. I ain't gonna lie, Lady D. It's a tradition.
Yeah.
Because your grandmother, you know what I'm saying? Your grandmother taught your mother that, you know what I'm saying? This was a meal that your mother grew up on and your grandmother grew up on it, and now you naturally do it, right?
You threw more of it away than was actually ate, to be honest. It was more like a tradition. I think Rich just really said it the best that I've ever heard it. It was more of a tradition.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's a tradition. A horrible tradition, yes. I don't eat pork, but my family eats fucking pork. They love it. They love it. Every barbecue, they're going to bring their ribs and all of their pork. You know what I'm saying? Our family love it. They like this. And y'all know
no
what?
offense, Black America. You lot can keep that fucking tradition. That is something we don't want leaving outside the skirts
We know
of the
y'all eat
Americas.
goat eyeballs or eyelids or something
You gotta
like that.
clean them, y'all. Y'all don't understand. My mom cleaned these fucking pig.
Y'all got something weird in your culture too.
Go ahead, brother.
No, sorry. I mean, yeah, my parents cleaned them as well too. I seen people put the water hose through them and clean them, which is probably the best way of doing it, in my opinion, rather than just running it under the sink. But yeah, Lady D, I'm pretty sure you got something weird in the Jamaica.
Oh, for real? There's plenty of stuff that have the bonfire on in the Caribbean, man. Nastiness, man. Enough things.
Okay, this is ours right there. And to be honest, ours isn't as bad as what some other people got. it ain't, you know, I've seen some horrible cuisines of different cultures that I couldn't imagine.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the worst I've seen so far is watching some YouTube. What's the guy? I think it was Extreme Delicacies from. There's one with this particular tribe. I think it's somewhere in South Africa, and every year it's like a ritual thing that they do. I don't know if it's a custom or what. And they run and they have to, it's like a bull kind of creature. I don't know what kind of animal it is, but to me, I saw like a bull looking, buffalo looking, that type of mammal kind of looking thing. And they have to hunt it down every year. And I think it's a 3-day process. And you've got to see the things that the women have to go through with it. And they eat, and it's somehow it's eaten raw. And oh, mate, it was just nasty. Let's just type in extreme delicacies or extreme cultural practices food. That's the same time. I tell you when I found it, to be fair. I found it when the whole coronavirus thing popped up, you know, when everyone was talking about the bat eating thing. And then once I went to research the bat eating thing to see if it's really a thing, like, were they really eating bats? All the other, yeah, there. All the other extremes. Oh, my door's squeaky, man. Yeah, all the other extreme foods of different cultures came up, and that was one of them. And mate, there's some different ones, man, out there. Trust me. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough, man. But family, man, salute to y'all, man. I'm finna shut this shit down. It's coming up on 1:30 on my end. Thank y'all for tapping in, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Thanks to Lady D first and foremost, man. She jumped on here early and rocked out with me for the whole time. Thank you, sis.
Big up, boy. Only when it's like civilized conversations, I want to jump up. Well, I ain't got time, man. I'll just rather be in the chat trolling. Like
And don't be scared of that
mate, big
karaoke.
up, Bo. I'm on the Bo. Troll. Everywhere Bo goes, I will be trolling the Botep.
Why?
So do
Why?
not time me out, people. I will be
Why?
trolling the shit out of Botep and Botep Junior. Elron.
Why?
Why not? He's got a new recruit.
Dude,
Botep was a one-man army. Listen, bros. Botep was a one-man army. Today he galvanized and he's clicked together. He's got a new recruit, Botep Junior, aka Elron. And from today, I will be trolling Bo like I will not troll Bo. The Botep army is coming in full force for Bo. Because we just like it.
That's evidence that, you know what, these people actually respect a black man who stand on something, and it do seem like the ADOS are getting respect from these type of people, where the blacks who are begging the most for their acceptance ain't getting shit. So, you know, I don't know, man. I'm not all about conflict, and if Elron is, because Elron has said, again, I was in there when he was going at it with Shifa, talking hella shit about, I was calling him El Ronda, all type of shit. I was talking hella shit because I've heard him talk major shit about black people and Africans on other platforms. You know what I'm saying? But if he wants to, you know, he doesn't do that shit in front of other black people. You notice he keeps that shit too, or he might try to troll by saying,
Nah, not really.
And listen,
Not really. He's
Botep
gonna
became Botep
accelerate.
when he allowed Elron to use the N-word today. Boom, Botep. The Botep, yeah, you're getting it, Botep, and I'll be trolling you everywhere.
What do you mean allow? These people, they know.
He didn't allow it. He didn't allow it,
You
though.
know,
I ain't gonna lie. He didn't. I typed it, though. He read my comment when because
Elron knows what he's
fuck
doing.
Elron,
He knows what he's doing, man. He
Yeah.
knows that he's gonna start some shit in between. Don't let it, because that's how these motherfuckers try to play for tomorrow. Like, okay, I know it's gonna start some shit with him later. Let me sneak this N-word in, even though I'm using it in a certain context. Still, I know it's gonna start shit with him and his community. Man, fuck that. We already know what you're doing. That's why I said you can't. I don't know, man. That's why you just gotta be like them in a sense. And I
that
think
fake ass acceleration shit, man. We know how to play the internet, man. Do the internet what the internet does, man. Especially when you're talking to
and
them.
they play both sides too. That is one thing that Bo needs to know, that they'll play like Ralph used to do before he got exposed. He'd go on one person's platform, bigging them up, gassing them up, and then he go on another go on the Muslims platform, gassing them up. Oh, Zubida, you're winning. Oh, you guys are doing this. Islam is going to prevail. Then he goes on the white nationalist platform and then flipping big them. Oh yeah, this is Muslim invasion. Oh, black people this. And just keep playing, you know, keep people in conflict.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's some bullshit, but You know what I mean? Salute to
Yeah,
everybody.
but I don't know if Veli's listening yet. Veli, if you're listening, I want to know if you are going to be over on the block. Because if you are going to be over there on the block talking about it, I will definitely be in the chats listening for that one, boy. But I want to know if anyone's going to talk about this whole thing with the Tommy Robinson losing his case. Like, why has that not come up as a subject matter yet? Like, he lost, and this boy's got, oh, how much money was he awarded? Over 100 what? Shit. I want to know, when's that going to be a subject. I want to hear what Votep Jr. is going to have to say about this one.
All right, let's not hold Rich up. I think he wants to go to sleep.
Okay, Rich. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Thank y'all for real.
All right, bro. Peace.
Yeah, man. Peace, Phil.
Peace, family. Good show.
T-Pain, Lady D, who else came through? Brother Mike, Black Peace. Man, thank y'all for real. I know we've done this topic before, but you know, people are fascinated by it. Y'all know I gotta leave y'all with a video. So as we were saying earlier about the subject of polygamy, I know, damn, it's been a long time since we spoke about polygamy, but we were speaking about polygamy for majority of the show. And the question was the first wife. Brother Mike was asking me about the first wife. Black Peace, Lady D, everybody was saying, Born, what about the first wife? The first wife has to have a certain energy about her from the jump, or it's not going to work. Like I said earlier, you're not going to have wife number 2 if you don't have wife number 1. Simple. It's simple. So yes, wife number 1 has to see the vision, believe in your vision, and believe that she can help cultivate the vision. So telling y'all, man, remember, first wife energy is a thing. If you want to practice polygamy or polygyny, whichever one, you know, you want to call it, the first wife has to have an energy. I think Brother Mike, he didn't like it when I said leader. So when he said, hey man, who's gonna be the leader? I was like, yeah, the first wife. In a sense, the first wife, in a sense, is going to have to be a leader. She sets the tone for it. I repeat, if wife number 1 is not interested in polygyny, there will never be a wife number 2. That's it. So remember, y'all, first wife energy, wife number 1 energy. You have to have wife energy, period. But some sisters out here, and shout out to the sisters who got first wife energy. Shout out to y'all. But fam, as you go about your day, just know, man, even if you're not into polygyny, ask yourself, do you have wife energy? And if you believe and you want to practice polygyny, think about it. Do you have first wife energy? It's period. You're not going to be a wife. You're not going to be a wife if you don't have the energy for it. If you don't have the right energy, you're not going to be a wife. Period. It's just period, man. So there's sisters out here really with energy. Wife, not only wife energy, but first wife energy. You know what I mean? It's real sisters out here doing the work. So remember, man, do the work. Hey, y'all, man, listen, man, if nobody told you today that they love you, let me be the first one to say I love you, I love you, I love you, family. Peace, man. Check this video out. Hit the link on the way out. Look at Schiffer. See, look at this, man. Look at Schiffer. Schiffer, I'm done, brother. 5 hours, man. I'm done. It's 1:30 on my end, bro. Check this video out, Schiffer. I know Schiffer. All right, fuck it, man. God damn it, Schiffer. I'm going to bed though. But I watch this video. You can get a quick reply, Schiffer, and then I'm going to bed, man. I've dropped the Schiffer. I'm gonna let you get the last word. Listen to this sister. This is now, matter of fact, you gotta speak before this sister, because this sister, she gotta take us home. She gotta take us home, Schiffer. Yeah, I know you waking up full of energy, man. Matter of fact, Schiffer, let me play a clip. God damn it, y'all. Y'all do this every night, man. I gotta go to bed, man. Hold on.
I'm not a selfish lover. I want to be in the type of union where there's another energy involved, a divine feminine energy that is caring for my man and my children when I'm away. I want it and I will have it. And she will respect and honor me and appreciate the fact that I welcomed her into our business of family. And she's going to love me and she's going to love him. And we are all going to be great to each other. And she ain't going to be my girlfriend, but she going to be my motherfucking ride or die. And I'm going to be good to her. And I'm going to help her fucking dreams come true. And she's going to help me take care of my family. You know why? Because I got a lot of shit going on in my life. And he gonna be so amazing to me that I'm gonna want him to have some extra variety. And I ain't gonna want him to ever feel like he gotta hide nothing from me or like he cheated or nothing like that. We gonna find you whatever you like. Because when you that good to me, you can get it however the fuck you like it. This ain't nothing that nobody else gotta agree with. I'm not telling you that this is something that you should do. I'm telling you these are my personal desires for my life.
You see, you hear that, Munda? That's fucking powerful, man. That's
Right, Boom Rich, I know you're about to jump off in a minute, yeah? So I just want to say, I was listening to your show. I think it was a good subject. I think that ultimately, from what I've heard and from the way I've looked at the situation, me personally, I find it hard enough dealing with one woman. I think as far as having a polygamous relationship, it might put the black man at an advantage, to be fair, to have, you know, extra, you know, income coming into the household, XYZ. You know, some people just gonna look at it as sex and at night, but it's not that simple, is it? You know. And then when we look at it logistically now, it gives the black man an extra layer of protection as well, because unfortunately, sometimes women can be volatile and men find themselves in very precarious situations because of it. So, you know, if there's another woman around, she can offer a layer of protection where that woman, you know, can't draw the woman card so easily. I think that was all I really had to say, to be honest.
Man, salute, Schiffer. I had to let you get the last word, brother. But yeah, man, my thing is the conversation a lot was, hey, man, how is the first wife gonna feel? This is the type of energy you're gonna need from wife number one. This lady right here is happily married, or she maybe not, maybe not. Well, I think so. I think she's happily married, but she's speaking on what she wants for her and her man in their relationship, and this is how you get on the same page. So y'all heard me say everything I've said tonight, and then look at this sister, right? It only makes sense that me and this sister right here link up if she wasn't married. A sister with her same mentality, this is first wife energy, period. Period. This is the energy, the vibrations that it's going to take for us to have a successful polygamous relationship, period.
I born rich. Do you know what? Do you know what a lot of black women forget as well? Like, not being funny here, but most black people are going to agree that they're of some type of African descent. Would you agree?
Say it again, Chef.
Would you agree that most black people would say they're of some type of African descent?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Ancestry, some type of African.
When we get into ancestry, all right. So, what's the king of the jungle in Africa?
It's the lion.
All right. How many females surround one lion?
Yeah, we already know. They practice. Animals do it. Yeah, we know that.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
And that's where we're coming from. We're
It's
coming from
nature.
Africa.
It's
all right.
nature.
In England, you see in Europe, it might be different. They ain't got lions.
But I mean, everybody has been saying this throughout the show, that nature, everybody who came on the panel, most men agree that it's in our nature to have more than one woman. That's it. It's nature. Most men that came on the panel tonight was like, yeah, you know what, bro, it is in our nature.
And then some people
I don't
start
know.
saying,
I born rich. I don't know if it's so much nature versus common sense, because common sense would say that, you know, if there's more of us, we're more protected. For one, common sense would also say that if there's more of us, we can gather more. Yeah, if we were hunter gatherers, or if we're workers and we got more incomes coming into the house. Yeah. And thirdly, yeah, if there's more of us, any situation that arises, you know, there's more hands on deck to deal with. So there's times where even as two parents, we're going to be divided because both of us have got to work, but one kid's got football, another kid's got to play, you know, another kid, and there might be a third kid. So another kid's
there
got this
you
to do.
go.
And
See?
we're all divided. So born rich, I think that what I listened to, I thought was a constructive conversation, but I thought that these were the bits that were missing. Does
Yeah,
that
now
make sense?
we'll get into it. I broke some of that down. I broke those down, Schiffer. I don't know how much
No,
you
you
listened
did. You
to,
did to
but
an
I broke it
extent.
down. They had the fucking 5. It's a website that had the 5 reasons, and of course, you know, the nuclear family, a stronger house unit, economically is more feasible.
Right.
You know, it's just all of that wrapped in one. But Schiffer, I gotta go to bed, brother. Salute,
Yeah,
man. Thank
I'm
you.
jumping up as well.
Thank you, bro.
Bless up, brother.
Salute, brother.
Big up
Peace.
yourself.
Yeah, thanks to the brother Schiffer, man. Schiffer came through real quick. But yeah, man, let me get back to this sister, man. So born, I don't think it's for me. You're gonna have to find the right woman that wants this, and what type of woman would be dumb enough to want this. Man, listen, man. This is first wife energy, man. Good night, man.
That nobody else got to agree with. I'm not telling you that this is something that you should do. I'm telling you these are my personal desires for my life. I want the type of union where I know that my family on every arena is taken care of in my absence as I travel the world and do this work, including sexually. Was she a badass beautiful and she nasty the way he like it? And I know when I'm not there, he's not burning in his flesh, struggling with making compromising decisions because he wants to be physical and I'm not there. No, baby, I'm going to get it just the way you like it. And we're going to all love each other and all be good to each other. And no, we don't all have to live in the same house, but I have a compound and she'll have a home on the compound too. I don't care what you think. I'm not telling you that you should do this. But I'm very clear about what I desire because I'm serious that I desire it. I'm going to have a God that I love so much that I want him to be cared for. That if I can't reach out and touch him and he needs to be touched, somebody else can touch him for me. Well, I can call her and say, you know what, Queen, our king is having a really challenging day. You know, his mother is sick. That business deal for the 5.2 million that we were working on didn't go through. I'm in the UK right now. Can you just show him some extra love today when you get done taking care of our children? I'm gonna send y'all something. I got a kid on the way for you and him. Can you just love on him today? He needs some extra love, Queen, and I can't reach him. Can you love on him today? You know, Queen, I called him twice, and I know that he's over there doing some other stuff. He's at one of our properties closing out the deals, but he usually calls me right back. Can you make sure that he's okay? Can you make sure that he's okay? Because we had some words last night, and he may still be in his bag about the conversation that we had, but can you just go look at him for me? Because we ain't talking right now, but can you just go check on him for me? Because I need to know he's okay. Can I trust you to do that? And I don't give a fuck about what nobody feel about my desires. Because I'm not telling you that this is what you have to choose for your life. But this is what I want for mine. What if she tried to steal the king? She can't steal what's hers. Didn't I just say I'm not selfish? The fuck? I come with a lot of benefits. You just got to be worthy of these benefits. That's why I don't fucking compromise. Because I know what come along with me. I know what genuinely comes along with me.